Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. I hope you're having a good week or a decent week. Hope you're taking care of yourselves out there. Sorry I'm so late. I had life things to do and stuff. I am trying. It's TwitchCon, so it seems like earlier today, like nobody was online. Like nobody. So maybe this will be the time. This is my time to get my shit together. Suddenly. It's hard, like I want it to be current and like you know, not miss anything. So I like to prepare during the day when things are happening. But then it's the end of the day and I'm still preparing. It's never ending. But I don't know, like how I would do it during the day, I would have to be like also scrolling Twitter and stuff at the same time. I don't really know how that workflow would work. And I'm still behind on editing. Like really behind. But doing okay. I made a nice dinner. It was like chicken drumsticks with barbecue sauce and some green beans with some shallots and garlic. Really good. Really good. I just put a little sage and you know, salt and pepper. What else? Oh, some savory. And it's very good. I fucking love green beans. They're so good. Especially roasted. Like they get kind of like crispy and sweet. Delicious. Delicious. I've been ordered by the doc officially to eat more fiber. I mean, I try like to eat a lot of vegetables. I don't know. It's hard. Hello. But yeah, like just to help my cholesterol, since I can't take statin medications, or any medications that lower your cholesterol, I gotta watch my diet. It's okay. I have an MRI to make sure nothing is wrong causing the old migraines. I got a vitamin D prescription. It's just like once a week. It's like a super dose. But otherwise it's all good. All good. She gave me an anxiety medication, but like I'm allergic to all the pills, so like I'm still trying to narrow down like what ingredient it is or why it's happening. She didn't really have any answers for me there. She said to just talk to a pharmacist, which I don't know if a pharmacist can help me there. I was hoping for like allergy tests, but like I guess not. Oh, it's so annoying. So I don't know. But oh yeah, and I'm fucking pre-diabetic. But I knew that already. I think that was like 2019 or something that I found that out. So I just need to like cut back on carbs and work out. Stuff like that. It sucks. It sucks because I love baking and eating baked goods, but I've already been trying to cut back on that anyway, just because I was trying to lose weight, but I don't know. It's hard because like gluten-free food has like way more carbs generally and a lot like higher sugar, like simple sugars. So it's not like I can do like a whole grain bread and have it be better. You know, like it's not like, I don't know. I also need to do like oatmeal and shit like that. Fucking old people shit. It's like disappointing though. Like I already eat so much salads and fruit and like, I don't know. Maybe I should just like cut back on fruit too, I think, because that's also like has carbs technically. But like, how do you, I need to like research like how you like maintain your blood sugar levels if you're like, you know, not on insulin or anything. You just like, because you do need sugar. Like your brain operates on like glucose. Like you need that shit. But like, I don't know. It's crazy. Like I don't even put sugar in my coffee. Like pretty healthy. It's just not it's just not good. Ugh. And I do have like diabetes in my family history, so definitely like a thing I need to watch out for. That among many other fucking things. Just so fucking annoying. Why? Why? I don't even know like what I'm supposed to do. Maybe if I like go vegan. I've been doing this thing where whenever I get groceries, I try to get like a new vegetable that I've never had before. There's so many vegetables, you know? So many different things. Whether it's even just like a new like chili pepper or this time I got rutabagas. Apparently it tastes like potatoes, but it's like way lower carbs and higher fiber. So it's like, it's way better for you. So if I can figure out how to make that taste good, that'd be pretty pog. It's just like a root vegetable. I don't know. I've had to learn so much about nutrition, but I don't know how to like keep up my vitamin levels. Like I already am vitamin deficient with like an omnivore diet. So it's like how to. I do have a book, I think, somewhere about being gluten-free and vegan or like vegetarian. But I don't even know. It's a lot. Especially just like the cooking part. The cooking and cleaning is just like, it's very time consuming. And energy consuming. A lot. And I try not to like be too hard on myself. Like I still eat like chocolate, but I have like dark chocolate, you know, like just we're doing our best, you know. I really fucking love ice cream. I know that's like one of the worst things that I eat is like too much ice cream. Why is it so good though? And like sorbet is fine. It's okay. It's all right. It's just like not ice cream. It's just not. It's just not. Yeah, it's stressful. I probably also should just see a nutritionist. That probably would help. I saw one when I was younger and that helped a lot, but like I've had like more health things happen since then, so you know. Man, it's a lot of complaining. Boy, I got complaining to do. But I finally got my migraine medication, so at least there's that, you know? At least there's that. Don't have to just like suffer through it anymore. I probably could have done that, you know, like a long time ago. We are complaining. Yeah, I hope y'all are well, though. I've just been deep in the weeds consuming news from Gaza. I'm not even entirely sure what else is going on in the world, I'll be honest. Like, kind of zeroed in on this. But I guess we can just get into it. I wanted to watch this movie that Hassan was talking about earlier. 1948 Creation Catastrophe documentary. Like personal recollections from Palestinians and Israeli citizens. So, we'll probably get into that first, and then we'll move into fuck the police. Last stream we went over the connections between the Israeli police force, IDF, and American police. They do exchange programs and help train each other in their tactics on brutalizing people. So yeah, that's the plan. Oh yeah, but first, I wanted to get into this just briefly. The 6-year-old boy that was murdered by his landlord. Just really fucking atrocious shit. The link is pinned at the top of chat to donate to his family. If you can, please do. You know, the murder is being investigated obviously as a hate crime, which I believe it is. And that investigation can take quite a long time, which means the family is going to have to pay an attorney for a long time. So that's a lot. And then also his mother is still in the hospital dealing with her recovery. So we all know how much fucking hospital in America costs. So please do. It also like enumerates like where all the funds are going to in the link.
A funeral for another child lost to violence, an echo of a conflict halfway around the world. Palestinian-American boy Wadea Al-Fayoume's mother answered the door to an angry landlord. Shouting against Muslims and the conflict in Gaza and Israel, police say the man stabbed her in the face with a military-style knife. When the mother fled, the attacker stabbed 6-year-old Wadea 26 times, killing him. 71-year-old Charles Chuba, who appeared in court on Monday, is now in custody facing murder, attempted murder, and hate crime charges. My son is a martyr, says Wadea Al-Fayoume, Wadea's father, and I hope the people of Gaza would accept him as a martyr to them. The issue of Hamas and Gaza is an issue of the world, not countries. I'm too small to comment on it, and I hope my son becomes a bullet that solves this issue.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
The service drew thousands, including Chicago's mayor and the governor of Illinois. Dan Muhammad hopes the...
Dude, 26 times. A small child. Like, so fucking depraved. And it's in no small way the responsibility of the media. The media screaming about 40 beheaded babies, fucking, you know, saying, like, we need to wipe out Hamas just outright. It's fucking stochastic terror, and these things are directly linked. And also, hey, this man could have had mental health care, but instead, we are funding the IDF and our military. So, that's cool.
Funeral of a young boy will transform the view of lawmakers across the U.S.
Hopefully with this kind of situation, that maybe after these politicians who've been here and observed this service, maybe they'll take a different perspective on Muslims and understand that they're human and they have feelings too.
Like, the landlord had just built a tree house for this little boy. And then the moment the media apparatus turns on, like, Islamic people, he just turns into a fucking murder cell? Like, what the fuck? A sleeper cell ready to activate at any time via Fox News.
And they need to be respected, and we need to look out for them as well as the other people.
The FBI and the U.S. Justice Department Civil Rights Division are also investigating the attack. In a statement, President Joe Biden said, "As Americans, we must come together and reject Islamophobia and all forms of..."
Yeah, right. Hey, how about you reject the Islamophobia of Israel? You just hugged Netanyahu. What about his Islamophobia?
Bigotry and hatred. I have said repeatedly that I will not be silent in the face of hate. We must be unequivocal. There is no place in America for hate against anyone. The killing has left...
No, there's actually too much place. There's too many places.
Many Muslim Americans shaken. Some, like the family that was targeted, left Palestine to avoid the violence, only to find it here. Osama Abdullah, now a doctor, left the Palestinian territory as a...
Welcome to the land of the free, home of the brave. Where your landlord can just, you know, get a little scared and fucking murder you. Great. And your small child. It's crazy, dude.
A teenager.
I have a son. He's 7 years old. I can't even fathom what this boy's parents are going through. We're not angry. We are frustrated. We are sad. We are hurt. But what people are doing is that they're becoming more spiritual, and they're coming together, and they're becoming united, right? And they're just asking for people to come and stick to the truth and put water on the fire.
As that fire rages in Gaza, Muslims here in the U.S. are facing the heat far from that conflict. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Bridgeview, Illinois.
Dude, fucking Sean Hannity has blood on his hands. Like, fucking Joe Biden has blood on his hands. Fucking sick murderer. Okay. So this is like 90 minutes. Yeah, just, you know, get ready. There's gonna be some awful things. I did not I didn't screen for TOS, but I mean, it is on YouTube. So be okay.
There are no signs for them. You won't see them on tourist maps. But if you know where to look, if you remember where to look, you can find them, and hundreds like them across Israel.
كلها مهدمينها ورايحة. هذا بيتنا هون. هون بيتنا؟ هون.
This is our house here. 100%.
100%. كيف؟ هون البيت.
Here's our home.
To know the stories of these ruined towns and villages is to understand the heart of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. To learn their stories, you must go back to a year that none in the region will ever forget, though some have tried.
It's a black hole. I don't want to think about it.
The feeling of you have a state of your own, a Jewish state, no one have ever lived such a situation.
It's such a grave injustice, and that is really what hurts you. It's a grave injustice that has not been at all attended to and taken care of.
Only when I answered your question, I knew about it. Yes. I know that I don't want to think about 48.
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict can seem impossible to comprehend. By looking at the year that most changed the lives of Israelis and Palestinians, 1948, it becomes possible to understand the forces that drive this conflict today. For Israelis, 1948 was a year of creation. The terrible injustices Jews had faced throughout the world would finally come to an end with the realization of their long sought-after solution, a Jewish state in Palestine. For Palestinians,
yeah, like the inception of the state is a racist one. Thinking like the only safe place for Jews is their own state, obviously. That's insane. That was super racist, especially, you know, from the British. Like it's so strange. Like you can't just create a state. Fucking just modern day colonialism.
1948 was a catastrophe. That one year saw the destruction of hundreds of Palestinian villages and towns, their inhabitants replaced by outsiders from Europe and Russia. And most Palestinians would never see their home again. In the 1800s, Jews across Europe and Russia suffered persecution in many forms. Racial stereotypes of Jews were rampant. Movements called for boycotting Jewish businesses. In many places, Jews were not allowed to attend universities, were forced to live in certain neighborhoods, and were prevented from entering roles in government. In other places, whole towns would rise up against their Jewish populations and attack them en masse, resulting in looting, robbery, rape, and massacres. Jews began to look for a way to end their suffering. Some came up with the idea to bring all of the Jewish people out of Europe and settle in a place where they could finally be secure. The place they chose was Palestine, and the movement, formed at the end of the 19th century, became known as Zionism.
We were Zionists. We were for building a homeland.
Well, what the Jews did in their little circles and societies abroad, which promoted Zionism, as it came to be called, is they gathered some money and then they sent off a family or a group of 20 people or whatever to Palestine. They bought little chunks of land and established small settlements.
הרוח הייתה בהחלט של רוח של תקווה.
The spirit of hope and enthusiasm.
של התלהבות והרגשה שפה
and that feeling
בונים
we're
משהו.
building something.
Europeans had been colonizing land across the globe for centuries, and Zionism would follow in that tradition. But there was a problem that was overlooked by a popular Zionist slogan about Palestine.
A people without land for a land without people. Okay, so they wanted to give the Jews a land because they didn't have land. But
yeah, I think that was backward. I think the phrase is a land. Wait, yeah, a land without people for a people without a land. Which is, you know, obviously fucking false.
the problem is that the land they gave them had people. It was inhabited by Palestinians for thousands of years.
When Zionist settlers began arriving in the 1880s, the Palestinian population already numbered around 450,000 Arabs and 20,000 Jews.
كانوا اليهود موجودين يهود
The Jews who are
حقيقيين
native here
من اليهود اللي
were
غير
not
متطرفين يعني
extremists.
كانوا
They were fair.
مستقيمين وكانوا يعرفوا
They believed that we had the right to live
إني
here,
أعيشها مثل ما إله هو حق
just as they had a right to
يعيشوا.
live here.
لما اجوا هذول تبعين الغرب
When those Jews of the West came, they messed up everything and forced us out.
During World War I, the Zionist movement scored a major victory. The British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour declared support for the creation of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. A few weeks later, the British Army conquered Jerusalem and began implementing the Balfour Declaration. In the early years of the movement, calls for removing Arabs from Palestine were not often made publicly by Zionist leaders. But as larger and larger groups of Jews began arriving in the country, discussions about encouraging the native population to leave by purchasing their land or through other means began to spill into the open.
Other means. Other means. Either by purchasing the land or by other means. That's euphemistic.
In the 1920s, thousands of Arabs became homeless after Zionists purchased their land out from under them by making deals with wealthy landlords from nearby countries. The rise of Hitler in the 1930s led to a massive increase in Jewish immigration to Palestine. The Arabs watched the arrival of more and more Zionists, saw the growing number of those who had lost their homes, and heard pronouncements by some Zionist leaders that they had plans to one day outnumber the Arabs.
The Arabs revolted. In 36, 39, they revolted against the British and against the Zionist presence.
The leadership of the Zionist movement and the leadership of the Palestinian Arab population. They both have made the same diagnosis of their situation, and this is what they understand, that the establishment of any type of Jewish state in any part of Palestine where there was going to be a Jewish majority necessarily required the large-scale displacement of Palestinian Arabs.
Yeah, I mean, it was happening before their eyes. And that when they say they're being displaced, you just don't believe them. Like, that's wild. Like, just the complete rewriting of history in real time. You know, it's always been mediated and, like, controlled by America, Israel, the EU. It's just kind of just Orwellian, you know? I hate to say it, but it is.
Thought you can actually buy the Palestinians out. You can buy bits of the land here, you push them out, gradually you push them into Transjordan. By the mid-30s, the key figures within the leadership realized the only way to do it is to do it on a mass scale, to engineer it.
In 1940, Yosef Weitz wrote in his diary, "The only way is to transfer the Arabs from here to neighboring countries. All of them, except perhaps Bethlehem, Nazareth."
Transfer, i.e., rip them out of their homes and just put them somewhere else.
And Old Jerusalem. Not a single village or a single tribe must be left.
Gremlo tweeted out the 10 steps of genocide. Yeah. It's a good tweet. I do recommend. Israel has done all 10.
As the Second World War broke out, flight from Europe only became more desperate. Yosef ben Eliezer ended up in Palestine after being forced out of Poland by the Nazis.
We were ordered to go out from the town. The SS were standing around us, and mothers with children, old people, handicapped, everyone, a whole mass of people moving towards the River Seine. In there we were searched for all valuables, and they were taken away from us.
Poland There were 25 children in my class. Two of us remained after the war. All the rest were killed.
I had a view that we are fighting for survival, and that if we will not fight, we will experience here a second Holocaust, which may have been not objective, but that's what I felt at the time.
In Palestine, even before World War II began, it was clear that war was on the horizon. After crushing the Arab revolt and exiling the leaders of the Arab community, the British decided to take some action to address the concerns of Arabs in Palestine.
The revolt. I mean, it's just resistance to being displaced. You know, like, oh.
And this pushed the British into gradually stopping Jewish immigration. What this meant to the Jews was that the path of achieving statehood through majority, through gaining a Jewish majority here, was blocked.
At the time, there were two Zionist militias in Palestine. The Haganah was far larger and better equipped, but the Irgun was more radical. The Irgun refused to accept the British decision to restrict immigration into the country.
So we started to fight against them.
My father was at the doorstep of the building and looked at his watch, and he said, "It's too early now. I'm going to come and have lunch at the YMCA anyway." Just as soon as he left, he hardly got away, a kilometer away, and the building was gone.
The King David Hotel was the headquarters of the British government in Palestine. Its bombing in 1946 by the Irgun was by far the largest attack in the Zionist campaign against the British, and was a massive shock to Palestine. It left 91 people dead, including Britons, Arabs, and Jews.
My mother came to us and she said, "Go on your knees. Go on your knees and thank the Lord that your father was spared."
In the 1940s, the Haganah began preparing for the coming war with the Arabs by creating files on the hundreds of Arab villages and neighborhoods across Palestine.
We used to spy, you might call it, on the Arab villages around to prepare ourselves for the day in which we knew would come, when the British leave, that the fight will not be against the British, but between the Jews and the Arabs. So we used to build up files of pictures and details about the villages so they can be attacked when the point will come. And as at the age of 18, even less 17, I was already part of such an operation.
In 1947, the British gave up on trying to find a solution between the Zionist settlers and the native population. Exhausted from World War II, the British declared that they would leave Palestine and handed the problem over to the United Nations.
Not our country, not our problem, even though we literally made this whole catastrophe occur. Fuck you. Fuck you, England.
At the UN, a committee decided that the best way forward was to split Palestine in two, giving one state to the Jews and the other to the Arabs. Jerusalem would become a separate entity administered by the UN. The Jewish community in Palestine had skyrocketed throughout the Zionist movement. But in 1947, it still only represented 1/3 of Palestine's population and owned less than 7% of the land. The United Nations partition plan called for...
It's such an insane project because, like, the Jews were already welcome in Palestine, in historic Palestine. And so were Christians. Like, people coexisted there, you know? Like, yes, there were, like, disagreements about historic sites, you know, related to each religion, but, like, fucking England, dude, just colonialism in general.
For giving 56% of the country to the Jewish state. This proposal shocked the Arab community. Not only would the Jews receive over half of Palestine, but they were also receiving most of the land suitable for farming.
Nobody felt that this was a fair deal.
The overwhelming majority, more than 55% of a country that had a 2/3 Arab majority, was being given over to the minority. And the area that would have been given to the minority was almost equal in population between Arabs and Jews. So there was a negative reaction to the partition of the country at all. People felt it's a single country, it shouldn't be partitioned. But then the specifics of the partition were found unjust and unequal in the minority was being given most of the country.
But in the wake of the Holocaust, world leaders felt compelled to do something for the Jewish people. In the United States, President Truman was facing re-election.
The one time the West wants to do reparations, and they do an ethno-state as reparations. Bro.
And intense lobbying by Zionist leaders. As a result of those pressures, he began supporting the UN partition plan.
Truman, you might say, unleashed American diplomats to threaten certain countries. So you change your vote or else. And it worked. The vote passed.
Sounds about white.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Partition passed, 33-13. And is this crowd excited? They're starting their horror dances now. All over the square, little circles are forming. People are laughing and crying and shouting and whirling around in the wild horror dance.
The only time I remember in my life that I really seen a total happiness. I mean, everyone was dancing and everyone was happy, and because it was a dream fulfilled.
ההרגשה של היישוב כולו הייתה של שמחה גדולה.
The entire Jewish community was ecstatic.
מאוד. הייתי ברמת יוחנן.
I was in Ramat Yohan. Everyone was dancing.
כן, כולם רקדו בחדר האוכל, אני אפילו לא יצאתי.
In the mess hall. I didn't even go out.
I disliked it. From the beginning, I disliked it.
Because I knew after the decision things would go awry and there would be a war.
Said, we are not going to accept this, we're going to fight. Because this is our country and we're not going to leave it. And we're not going to let anybody take part of it even.
Jerusalem rioters started fires in many parts of the city. Casualties amount to more than a score killed on both sides. But Palestine's most critical period has yet to come. With British troops away from the trouble center, it remains to be seen whether a threatened full-scale war will materialize.
Yeah, who can tell? Who could have predicted this?
بدنا سلاح نقاوم فيه.
We wanted weapons to resist with, so everybody, wait, sorry, book. Everybody started to donate whatever they had.
فكنا نطلع على الجبل نقابل وين
بيه طريق يطلعوا منها اليهود علينا. Were coming from.
وأنا من الناس اللي أخذوا بارود طليانية مع
I had an Italian gun with 5 bullets.
Now, when we came to a village, and then was a barrier of stones, I was afraid. I had all a bus on my responsibility. Then they began to try to climb on the and I shot. And I hit maybe 3, 4, I don't know how many.
في يوم من الأيام
Damn.
إجت مجموعة يهود.
One day a group of Jews entered the village at night, set up explosives on some houses, destroyed them, and killed their inhabitants.
ومن هناك بدأت المعركة.
That's the day the battle started between them and the people of the village.
أهل البلد يشتروا أسلحة فهم.
So the villagers started buying weapons, fight back.
Because the British ran the government of Palestine, neither the Jews nor the Arabs had an official army. However, by 1947, the Haganah, the militia of the mainstream Zionist parties, had become a well-developed force of 35,000 to 40,000 fighters, nearly 4 times more than the poorly equipped Arab militias.
The only Palestinian leader at the time.
Still the case, obviously. you know, IDF is clearly backed by the West, especially America, and their arms far outweigh the capabilities of Hamas. Like, it's not even close. Entire theaters in World War II, why 4? Oh, was less than that combined.
Was someone named Abdul Qadir al-Husseini. And he was quite effective in rallying people to his cause.
Oh, he was a force to be reckoned with. He had a big following. He was a fighter, a freedom fighter.
The Jews used to carry out bombings. We learned bombings from them.
صاروا يجدوا تفجيرات براميل يدحلوها من
Then they started the bombings. Barrels that they used to roll at us from the Jaffa Tel Aviv street down to us in Jaffa. The people got scared. The thing is that made people feel afraid. They started fleeing.
Haifa refinery was one of these rather rare cases where you had Jewish and Arab workers working together. So the Ergun members drove by the oil refinery one day and threw a bomb into a rather large group of Palestinian Arab workers standing outside of the break. The Palestinians then responded against their fellow Jewish workers.
There was a battle in the refinery. A bunch of Jews were killed.
There was a revolt there, and the Arabs said about the Jewish workers. We got called out there. Terrible disaster. Bodies all over the place.
ואז יצאנו לפעולת
We did a retaliatory counter operation, I think. Wait.
ואז יצאנו לפעולת תגמול, נקרא לזה, לכפר ערבי שנקרא בלד אל-שייח. ירינו, הם ירו.
We shot at them, they shot at us.
נהרג שם בחור.
A friend was shot next to me.
הוא על ידי ואני ועוד חבר הוצאנו אותו, לא היה לנו
אפילו. We had to carry him out on our backs. There were no stretchers.
The retaliation at Balad al-Sheikh left dozens of Arab men, women, and children dead. It had been 4 weeks since the announcement of the UN partition plan. The British had announced that they would complete the evacuation of Palestine on the 15th of May. Zionist leaders began preparing for a Jewish state. On March 10th, the Haganah adopted Plan Dalet, also known as Plan D. This plan outlined an overall strategy for the Jewish militia. Its stated goal was to prepare the coming Hebrew state to defend itself once the British army had left. But historians strongly disagree.
Defend itself. Much like Netanyahu is doing now by arming Israeli citizens. Curious how that works. Did that work? Did it work then, and is it working now? Because it seems like it's just going to lead to a whole lot of murder. Personally, just saying.
Disagree about the intentions of the plan.
It's geared, and it says that it's geared, to securing the Jewish state and the border areas and the main roads between the Jewish urban concentrations, to securing the Jewish state in advance of the Arab invasion.
It's completely ridiculous. I mean, it's very clear that Plan Dalet was a plan not just to take over, but to empty of their population all of these villages and cities. Now, were there people who understood that writing down on paper, we will expel this population, was probably not a wise thing to do? Yes. But was there a clear intention?
Yeah. Just like it's not wise to tweet it out, but yeah, here we are.
Implemented to the letter to expel the populations, and more importantly, not to let them return. There was.
The most important part of Plan D was the set of orders that came outside of Plan D. The orders were strikingly clear and unambiguous, and used the word letaher in Hebrew, which is to cleanse, or to destroy, which is lehashmid, or to expel, which is legaresh. I think the role of the historian is to fuse these military orders with the plan.
Liquidate Liquidate is such a gross word to use there. Liquidate Arab settlements. That's not the way that we use it today in like a financial in a financial way. They don't mean it like that. They mean literally like turn it into liquid.
I think the role of the historian is to fuse these military orders with the plan itself, and then you get an idea of the intention and the implementation.
Under Plan D, the Haganah began organizing large-scale military operations. The first, Operation Nachshon, took place over 2 weeks in April. The goal of Nachshon was to end attacks on Jewish convoys by clearing out Arab villages on the road to Jerusalem.
The villages were defended in most cases by forces, maybe 30 people, 40 people, who were not trained, who were not organized, were not defended by any trenches or things like that. And the conquest in all the places that I participated was an easy game.
During Operation Nachshon, the Haganah captured the strategically located Arab village of Qastal. Arab fighters attempted to retake the village in a counterattack led by Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini.
He came with a huge number of people, and they started to climb up the mountain. And so we shot one of us, I think it was Nelson, he killed Abd al-Qadir by mistake. And we saw this man with a big kafia and his very elegant clothes, but we didn't know who he was. And then the Arabs made the biggest mistake in the War of Independence. Instead of taking the castle and keep the road closed, they went to Jerusalem to the funeral of Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini.
كنا في القدس أنا وأبوي.
My father and I were in Jerusalem.
والكل كان يبكي لأنه هذا رمز القضية.
Everybody was crying because he was the symbol of the Palestinian cause.
Just 2 miles from Qastal lay the Arab village of Deir Yassin.
Yeah, on accident. We just didn't know. We just didn't know who he was. Whoops. Whoopsie.
Early in the morning of April 9th, the same day as the funeral of al-Husseini, fighters from the Irgun set out for the village. Deir Yassin was one of many Arab villages that had signed a peace agreement with a neighboring Jewish village, so they did not expect an attack. The Haganah intelligence officer who reported on Deir Yassin was Mordechai Gichon.
Deir Yassin were only citizens. The village was completely peaceful.
أخوي رحمة الله عليه محمود.
My brother Mahmoud, may he rest in peace, heard the noise.
سمع الصوت وذا ضرب.
So he fired several shots.
يعني 12 ساعة متتالية
وهم
يقتلوا وقاتلوا اليهود.
A number of Arabs died resisting the attack, but a far larger group lost their lives well after the battle had ended. In all, Jewish fighters killed about 110 Arabs at Deir Yassin, most of them women, children, and the elderly.
People were mutilated. Hand grenades were simply thrown into houses. Women and children were killed, bodies stuffed down wells, jewelry stripped off fingers, fingers cut off, earlobes cut off.
رحت أنا ماشي.
I went walking by the wall, not from the main road.
بارك الحيط من مش من الشارع الرئيسي من البساتين.
But from the
الفرن إله
orchards.
شباك.
The bakery had a window from my side.
على ولا اليهود في
The Jews were inside the bakery. The Arab women
في الفرن
were
والنسوان قعدات على الأرض.
Sitting on the ground, and each one had her arms over her head.
وبقولوا للفران
Like this, the Jews were telling the baker, his name was Hamed, throw your son in the oven. Oh God, this is awful. Hassan was talking about this earlier. This is truly awful. Throw your son in the oven. He replied, I will not throw my son in the oven. He told him, grill him. They hit Haj Hamed on the head and took the child.
مسكوا الولد رموه
and threw him
بالفرن.
into the
أنا
oven.
شفت هالمن.
I saw the scene.
شفت هالمنظر ما تمش
Saw the
فيا
scene and I
حيل
couldn't find
بالمرة.
any more strength.
يعني بعدين مسكوا الأب حطوه.
Then they took the father and threw him after the son. This shit is truly fucking horrific. Like, actual demon shit. How could you be so fucking evil?
وراه قالوا له الحق ابنك. أنا جيت.
They told him, follow your son. Sorry.
الحق ابنك. أنا
I sat down and thought
قلت هلا بيمسكوني.
to myself, they're going to catch me, so I started running.
After the massacre, they took the people which remained, they took them in a car and went through Jerusalem.
Irgun trucks full of survivors paraded up and down streets in Jewish neighborhoods. Spectators mocked, spit at, and even stoned the villagers.
It was very ugly. After these things, I did not know if I am a Zionist.
After the attack, the Haganah sent men to cover up the atrocities.
They came to me and gave me a platoon of soldiers and told me, go there and make order. And so I came there and I was shuddering because I see how the dead were strewn and they were eating sandwiches with marmalade. For some time I couldn't eat marmalade after that. And then I told them, look here, I'm going to fire and shoot and kill you if you don't clean this up. And so they made graves and buried them, and a few they threw in a well, and everything was apparently clean. And then everything looked peaceful.
But the massacre was not over. Some villagers remained in Deir Yassin, hiding in their homes. For 2 days, Irgun fighters searched for survivors.
مروا مرتين ثلاث ما عرفوش.
They passed by 2 or 3 times. They didn't know. I swear they didn't see us until the boy started crying.
أخذوا عزمي.
They took my uncle Azmi and we started crying because he was a child our age. So a Jewish fighter said, he's a baby, return him.
كمان شباب.
The Jewish fighters lined up and some young Arab men.
رجعوا. كمان شباب صفوهم على الحيط حوالي 15 واحد.
About 15 of them against a wall, and they shot them in front of us.
إحنا حمل.
The Jewish fighter put us up in a pickup truck.
في بيكاب. لما وصلنا.
We arrived at the area between the Arabs and the Jews. A man arrived, blue eyes, handsome, graceful. He was about 18 years old. I told him, by God, aren't you an Arab? He said, welcome, don't be afraid. You're with Arabs now.
Most of the images of the Deir Yassin massacre are in the archives of the Israeli army. The archive refuses to release many of the images and intelligence reports on Deir Yassin, despite being well past the 50-year embargo for classified.
Wonder why? I wonder why they wouldn't want to release that.
By documents.
Looking back, I'm still, after all those years, very much shocked. And I feel it is a disgrace on the Jewish state and of the Israeli.
The Jewish state is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. Like, Jewish people can be perfectly fine and peaceful, and they don't want this shit done in their name.
مذبحة دير ياسين.
The Deir Yassin massacre was the most powerful
كانت هي
catalyst
الحافز الأكبر للقرى
for the flight of the villagers with their children, daughters, and women. They said they took the girls and did horrible things to them. That is what made us run away.
The massacre at Deir Yassin was far from the only massacre of the war, but it was the most widely publicized.
تسمع كل القرى
Every single village heard about the massacre at Deir Yassin.
في مذبحة دير ياسين.
دير ياسين دير ياسين
معركة دير ياسين مزدرب دير ياسين
دير ياسين أحداث دير ياسين.
By far the most massacres, rapes, atrocities, etc., were committed by Israelis, particularly after 1948 independence, then by Palestinians or by Arabs.
By far. By far. And I don't know if we need to really say that this is a religious issue. It's not an issue of like, oh, Jewish people are more violent than Arab, Muslims. Like that's, I don't know if that's like really the distinction to make. But like, yes, like the military of the Israeli state has been infinitely more violent than the Palestinian state, which barely exists anymore.
The Jewish offensive continued.
The normal procedure was that the Haganah would begin by a short barrage of either light mortars or 3-inch mortars. Most of these villages were within citrus orchards, so we could come closer by going between the trees of the orchards. As we deployed the width of the front with my platoon, say, in front of the houses, we gave a 1-minute coordinated shot of whatever weapons we had and stormed. And in at least 2 or 3 of these places, when we came into the houses, there was nobody there. There was still coffee on the pot. I could see people lived there until a few minutes ago. They ran into the orchards and hid there and waited to see what happens. And if they tried to come back, they were shot at.
Fuck.
Haifa was the second largest city in Palestine, and its port served as the main exit point for the evacuating British army. So there were a large number of British troops there.
Well, Haifa was a mountain town, straddled Mount Carmel. The Arab population tended to live down at sea level. So there was a lot of shooting going, sniping, rifle fire, and bombs and things.
واستمر القصف واستمرت الاشتباكات بيننا وبينهم لليهود.
The bombings and clashes continued between us and them.
بهاي الفترة اليهود دمروا
the Jews. Around that time, the Jews
المنجرة اللي كنت
destroyed
أروح ألعب عندها أنا منجرة بيت حمود دمروا البناية تبعتها.
Hamoud family's carpentry shop that I used to play around.
دمروها لغموها ودمروها.
They booby-trapped the building, then exploded it.
بتصور دمروها لأن
I think that was destroyed. What? I think they destroyed it because it was higher than
كانت أعلى من البنايات تبعت
the
اليهود.
Jews' buildings.
فكان
And
يطلع
people
منها
used
قنص
to shoot
واشتباكات طاخ.
from the top of that building.
وجابوا سيارة مفخخة وحطوها على المطعم وفجروها.
The Jews booby-trapped a car, which they detonated at a restaurant,
وراح 9 قتلى ويمكن
killing 9, injuring 20.
مثل هذه شغلة.
I would never forget an explosion like that.
هذه السيارة المفخخة هاي ما بنساها أنا، هاي كنت راح أروح فيها أنا.
I was nearly killed.
اجى ابوي اخذنا كلياتنا انا واخوي واولاد عمي.
Sorry.
اجى
My father came to the school and took all of
ابوي
us,
اخذنا كلياتنا انا واخوي واولاد عمي.
my cousins and my brothers. We asked what's going on.
واولاد عمتي ما خلى حدا يلا شوفي
And
انا
he said, let's go. The school is shut down.
سكرت المدرسة. اخذنا واذا
He took us because there were some
في
clashes
اشتباكات بيننا
between us and the Jews.
وبين اليهود.
On April 19th, the British decided to pull out of downtown Haifa. Just hours after the withdrawal was complete on the 21st, the Haganah went into action.
The operation, with its very ominous name, cleansing the leaven. Leaven is the bread that is left before Passover. And as a Jew, you are supposed to clean even the last crumb. Now, if you apply it to people, you understand that the idea is to cleanse every person who lived in Haifa.
The Jewish attack on Haifa was accompanied by a massive, indiscriminate bombardment by mortars. The Haganah also used loudspeaker trucks to broadcast recordings of shrieks, gunfire, explosions, and calls to flee for your lives. This tactic was used in many places by Jewish militias in 1948.
Just like terrorism.
تمشي دبابة ب4 عجال. كانت تمشي دبابة
A four-wheel tank used to drive around.
ب4 عجال.
Make a machine gun sound.
نهشر.
We would run
الصغار
away.
يخافوا، الحريم تخاف.
The children would get scared.
العالم تخاف.
The woman would get scared. Everyone would get scared.
كله خداع. لأنه
But these were all tricks.
كانوا بس بدهم يخوفونا، يطلعونا.
They just wanted to scare us, to get us out, to expel us.
بدهم يطلعونا.
In Haifa, the Jewish attack continued. Unlike in other towns and villages, Haifa's mayor, Shabtai Levy, actually pleaded with the Arabs to stay.
And he said, don't leave, stay here. We want you here. You belong here. Don't leave.
But there's no reason for them to believe him. So you had one person pleading for them to say, but what they were hearing from all sides, and they had little to defend themselves with, was that they were going to be massacred.
This British intelligence report describes the attack on Haifa. There was considerable congestion outside the East Gate of hysterical and terrified Arab women and children and old people, on whom the Jews opened up on mercilessly with fire.
We went out near the Haifa airport, what we call the trade school building, and we could see these poor old families, convoys of them, Arabs, cars and vehicles all going up to Lebanon. Very, very sad.
They started fleeing by sea. So we started bringing people from Haifa by boat to Acre. The Jews had military boats. They made fun of us. Because if they shot at our boat, we would be history. Jesus.
Prior to the war, Haifa had been home to 70,000 Jews and 65,000 Arabs. By May, all but 4,000 of the Arabs had fled the city.
We wanted to intervene in it, but we weren't allowed to. As simple as that. Simple as that.
The Arab city of Jaffa would be the target of the next Zionist offensive. Jaffa was immediately adjacent to the Jewish city of Tel Aviv and home to the other major port in Palestine.
When the clashes started, nobody was prepared to fight in Jaffa. No arms, no militia, no administration, no leadership, no organization.
وباستمرار في الليل اطلاق النار باستمرار من اليهود.
They used to fire continuously during the night, the Arabs and the Jews.
يدخل
a jeep used to go inside Jaffa with 4 armed Jewish soldiers behind it. Some of them used to shoot at Arab people who were walking on the street. We would walk to school and back. We would walk to the walls to avoid getting shot. Walk by the walls to avoid getting shot at. There was one direct hit on a house next to us, where a woman got killed and several others were injured. And that was near Passover in April of 48. So the entire neighborhood was evacuated, including us.
On the 25th of April, the Irgun launched a major offensive on Jaffa. It had been 2 weeks since Irgun fighters had committed the massacre at Deir Yassin.
I was a company commander on the attack of Jaffa. 600 warriors were in all. The first 2 days, it was a chaos.
Nearly all our neighbors left. I was 16 years old. I told my father, I'm not leaving from here. Why? I'm not leaving from here. We stay here. Either we die here or we live here.
On the first day of the attack on Jaffa, the Irgun commander, Amichai Paglin, had made his objectives clear: to prevent constant military traffic in the city, to break the spirit of the enemy troops, and to cause chaos among the civilian population in order to create a mass flight. On the third day, he succeeded.
It was an unforgettable day. We were hungry and we left under shelter. You either had time to gather food or run for your life. When shells are raining over the house, what can you carry? We could carry nothing. One was barely able to take his money.
4 or 5 mortars were down in front of our home, in the old city of Jaffa. Then my father told me, what are you waiting for? It's only a matter of week time. We can go, we come back.
The people of Jaffa left half by force, I would say. The Etzel used to bomb Jaffa again and again and again. People ran away. We also told from mouth to ear that if the Jews will enter, it will be a terrible slaughter. So they ran away.
We took 2 sets of mattresses and quilts and left by boat. They started the shelling with the 120 millimeter mortar, even the boat. There were about 75 to 100 families in the boat. Fuck. Oh my god. We took the boat and spent 3 days at sea.
Anwar Sakba still remembers walking through Jaffa's streets before war broke out.
I used to see the ships, sometimes 30 to 40 ships outside the marina. When you go downtown, walking from the college for about 10 minutes, you go to the center of Jaffa, where you have the tower, the clock tower. Then you go down to a main street, a fashion street, where boutiques, fashionable boutiques existed. There were also in Jaffa cinemas. One of them was the Alhambra cinema. It's all...
Yeah, does that look like a land without people to you?
Constructed of white marble. Inside is all furnished with red carpets and red velvet.
Today, at his home in a refugee camp, Yusuf Al-Arwadi still keeps a collection of documents to remind him of his life in Jaffa.
Floor plan of our house. Yeah.
After the Irgun attack, Jaffa's pre-war population of 75,000 Arabs would soon be reduced to just 4,100.
It's not easy when you found yourself in a moment, losing everything. Your family, your home, your business, your school, your past, everything, completely, and thrown out in the street to nowhere.
In late April and early May, the Haganah launched a series of additional operations across Palestine. In a few places, Arab fighters managed to organize a strong defense.
And there was a very crucial fight on San Simon, which is a monastery, Jerusalem. We fought and they were winning. Some of the wounded people were lying there on top of dynamites in case we have to withdraw. We cannot take all of them. They will kill themselves. And then at the end, there was something happened that no one knows what. And they started to withdraw.
The Arabs started to.
And that saved Jerusalem.
The Jewish settlements that made up the Etzion bloc south of Jerusalem fared much worse. An Arab assault destroyed all 4 settlements. 129 Jews died, many of whom were massacred after their surrender. It would be the worst Jewish defeat of the war. But by and large, the final weeks of the British Mandate went in favor of the Jews. By mid-May, 250 to 400,000 Arabs had fled their homes. Between a third and half of all refugees who would leave Palestine during the war left before the British completed their evacuation on May 14th. That same day, the Zionist dream became reality as David Ben-Gurion, the leader of the Jewish people in Palestine, read the Declaration of Independence.
We hereby declare the establishment of the Jewish state in the land of Israel, which would be called the State of Israel.
With the declaration of the state, the Jews of Palestine would now be called Israelis. The Arabs of the country would continue to refer to themselves as Palestinians. Massive celebrations broke out in Tel Aviv, but many Israeli fighters had a different reaction.
In the declaration of the state, I was not happy. I did.
Okay, like, this man was there for the founding of the state. It was not that long ago.
Not dance. Yes, and I said it will be trouble.
Yeah.
With refugees pouring into their countries, Arab leaders could no longer ignore the crisis in Palestine. The day after the British left, units of the Egyptian, Jordanian, Syrian, Iraqi, and Lebanese armies entered the war.
There was a strong sense of fear. We knew that we don't have airplanes, we don't have tanks yet.
This week's news includes pictures in Palestine taken from the Arab side. They show troops of the Arab Legion consolidating gains in a Jewish district of Jerusalem, where much of the heaviest fighting in recent days took place. Fires continued to add to the very considerable destruction already caused in the city, and at this time, at any rate, there seemed little prospect of calling a halt to the Arab-Jewish war.
It turned out now that there was one period in the war in which the Arabs had a superiority of power, and that was in May, when the Arab armies invaded Palestine and had weapons for which we didn't have an answer. But the general notion among Israelis, especially veterans of my ages, The whole war was like that.
But if you calculate, as we did, the number of troops just in the Palestine theater, there are more Israeli fighters than there were Arab fighters.
The armies that these states had were very small, and they were poorly trained, because these states had been occupied by European powers, either the British or the French. The best troops were the Jordanian troops, the Arab Legion. Abdullah of Transjordan had made a deal. He wanted the West Bank, what had been allotted to the Palestinians in the UN plan. He wanted that for himself. And he promised then not to attack, and the Zionists agreed with that. Except for the battle for Jerusalem, which was to erupt, the Israeli army didn't really have to worry that much about a Jordanian attack. They could focus on the Iraqis, the Lebanese, the Syrians, who themselves were divided, and the Egyptians.
I don't think any one of the military commanders in the Arab world had any illusion that they would be able to defeat the Jewish state. But of course, to the public, they told that they would take Tel Aviv and so on, but I think that they were quite realistic people, and they knew the balance of power as anyone else among the leaders knew it.
The intervention of the Arab armies did not stop the attacks on Palestinian Arab towns and villages. The next day, Israelis began their final assault on the town of Acre. Palestinians poured into boats to flee the attack.
قمنا الصبح لقينا عكا محتلة. والله طلعت لك.
We woke up to find Acre occupied.
لقيت مخ جوزي ومخ.
I got out. I swear I found my husband's brain and my cousin's brains on the stairs. God is my witness. That moment I lost my consciousness.
It was.
Holy fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Would make you faint. Holy shit, dude. Just like horrors beyond your fucking imagination.
The first time I saw the ugly part of the war. Until then, war was dangerous, but it was not ugly. في بنت عند خالها. أنا ما شفت.
What?
في بنت عند خالها.
There was a girl staying with her uncle. I didn't see her myself, but my father and my mother did. They said that Jews entered and raped her and killed her uncle because he spoke up. When we heard her screams and her uncle saying, "Fear God," and shouting, I started throwing up. My father told me, "Lower your voice so they don't come in here. Isn't it enough that your sister's husbands are gone?" Jesus. They would come and assault you. He was 70 years old. Oh, where's my family? For every pot of coffee, for every cup, until it was finished. Please, dear, I can't anymore.
We were moving around this village, the door was open and we entered.
And even in a climate of unrest and conflict, to wake up to your home one morning to the shit, I know. Unimaginable. And, like, you have to imagine, like, that they were always living in fear of that happening every day.
Under the table, there was a pair of small shoes. They were eating, and then somebody told them to go away quickly. He didn't have time to put on the shoes on the baby. This part of the war, I have seen it the first time. This war is not a war of soldiers, it's a war of people, of children. And I started crying. The child needs his shoes. We need to send the shoes to the child. Where can he be?
The United Nations called for a truce. It began on the 11th of June.
We were very, very, very happy. And we hope that we will not fight later on.
During the first truce, the Arabs didn't do very much, whereas the leaders of the new state of Israel were extremely energetic in recruiting more troops, in training them, and most importantly, in illicitly importing arms from the Eastern Bloc, especially in Czechoslovakia.
The truce ended on the 8th of July. The following day, Israel began Operation Danny. This operation targeted Ramla and Lydda, the two Palestinian towns that remained in central Israel and home to the international airport.
This was a very strategic area, wheat fields, very fertile grain area, and you had incoming Jewish refugees. So you wanted that land not only as territory, the buildings, but you wanted the food.
Just outside of Ramla is this mansion, where as a child, Mazen al-Khairi used to visit his grandfather.
And I remember the garden in Wadi Hnain. The dahlias were so big. One of my uncles had peacocks. Yeah. And it was the jolly old times, as they say.
At the outset of the battle, Lieutenant Colonel Moshe Dayan took a column of vehicles and sped through Lydda, shooting at anything that moved. They left the streets strewn with the bodies of men, women, and children, around 200 in all.
Man. Just a mental health break reminder, step away, feel free to step away at any time if it gets to be too much. Along with later wars, is a big influence on the mandatory IDF service as well, a tradition literally rooted in colonialism and ethnic cleansing. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be hard to get volunteers to do an ethnic cleansing. Yeah, that adds up.
And the place was...
Of course, until colonialism is in full swing, and then you get plenty of volunteers. I'm sure there's many an American Israeli double citizen enlistee. I'm sure.
Conquered easily because the Arab Legion only put there one company which left in the middle of the battle, and it was only the semi-regular, untrained, unweaponed local Arabs that had to defend. But a few hours after the conquest, apparently by mistake, a small group of 4 or 5 Jordanian armored cars burst into Lod, turned around and went back. A lot of people thought that the Arab Legion at long last comes to defend them and rose up with their own weapons. As a result, the Palmach people started to shoot around vanity.
The next morning, around 250 more Palestinians lay dead. Israel's Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, went to Operation Danny headquarters to meet with its commanders, Yigal Allon and Itzhak Rabin. They asked Ben-Gurion what should be done with those who remained in Ramla and Lydda. According to Rabin, Ben-Gurion waved his hand in a gesture that said, "Drive them out." Shortly thereafter, Rabin issued orders for expulsion.
Well, they came into each house at gunpoint, you leave. Each family was taken outside their houses on the street, and then we had to walk into sort of gathering areas.
ואז ברגע מסוים כנראה החליטו לגרש את הערבים משם.
At some point, they decided to expel the Arabs.
וגירשו אותם.
And they did. And we saw it.
ראינו את זה, כי הם עברו בדיוק
Because they passed right by us.
על יד המשלט שלנו.
By our post called Deir Abu
כל
Salam.
השיירה הזאת עברה על ידינו.
The whole convoy passed by us.
Now we were sitting in Birzeit one afternoon, and then I.
Aware of the U.S. culture. Thank you for your service and valorizing people in uniform. Yep, flyovers in uniform personnel at sports events and other public gatherings. Yep. Yeah, there's a whole lot of like scary fascistic nationalism, for sure. And like, even when I was a kid, I guess it was like immediately post 9/11, but a kid in my class got in trouble, like detention, for not standing up to pledge allegiance to the flag. That's weird. That's weird, dude. I think he had just like really like based anarchist parents, but like he just refused. I respect that kid so much. Like, I hope he's doing well. Like, it was like the 8th grade, dude. Like, why are you gonna punish an 8th grader for not being like nationalistic enough for you? Like, yikes. Yikes.
I watched the people of Ramle and Lidda coming, walking all the way from Ramle. It was such a sad sight and very, very distressing.
We were lucky. They put us in a bus, not a truck. And we were driven to the border, and they started shooting over our heads to make us run.
Suddenly I seen those masses of people going through the checkpoint which we were commanded to man. And they were searched for valuables. And that reminded me very much the time when I was a child. We're starting to do the same thing people have done to us as Jews.
We were shocked to see these floods of people, sort of. I mean, waves and waves.
You manufactured consent for 20-year incursions into Iraq and Afghanistan. Yep. 100%. 100%. And like, I don't know. I don't want to like judge people because like the poverty draft is very much a real thing. But like how you act, how you carry yourself after service, that means a lot, and I will judge you for. You know, like whether you learned anything while you were in about, you know, imperialism or not. It will show.
Sitting in my room up on a 2nd floor, we couldn't believe we had to run down and see what was happening.
אנחנו היינו, לא רק אני, כולנו היינו בדיכאון.
We were all depressed, not just me.
אנחנו פשוט נזכרנו בגלות שלנו.
We conjured up our own exile. It was rough.
וכולנו היינו בשוק.
We were all shocked. It was a very difficult sight.
Everybody, I mean, the school, the church opened their doors, and my aunt opened the storeroom. Whatever we had, whatever was there, we just started boiling eggs, boiling potatoes, making salad, and whatever. And they came just so exhausted. Some of them were even not coherent. The children died on the road. They couldn't cope with the walk. It was a very, very traumatic experience, a sight that I'll never forget.
There were Arabs standing between Lud and Ramle and crying. They want to get back to their homes, and I could do nothing. And I felt very strongly about it because I saw them standing there, no shoes, and now they have to start walking and looking for someplace else. Then came the night, and at night, I don't know.
And that's been the case ever since. He was in the Haganah. You know, like, it has never stopped. They have been walking, looking for someplace else ever fucking since. And now that there's no place else to go, they're just being genocided. Not supporting the troops, making you a social pariah, as if the idea of shipping them overseas to a for-profit immoral war to get shot at or maimed is supporting them? Right. Right. Like, I have no problem, like, advocating for vets to receive more resources. Like, they should get more healthcare, you know, more, like, transitional care to return to civilian life. Like, so many things that vets should get, but, like, there should not be so many vets. There should not be so many. There just shouldn't. And like any like actual vet that like served on the ground, like they're gonna tell you that they saw some shit that was incredibly fucked up, like shit that's so fucked up that they saw and did that they will not tell you about it. They're so ashamed that they cannot even speak the words of the things they did. And like, I don't wish that on anyone, you know? Like, I don't want a society that like predicates itself on the existence of those people. Like, why do we have to do that to people's minds? When we could just like easily like not do that? With their families being active community participants, given free choice. Right. It, like... And then there's like the anti-feminist argument, like, oh, you're a feminist? Why don't you just sign up to be in the army then? Why don't you sign up to do the dangerous jobs? Like, I don't want anybody to do it equally. That's what I'm saying. Because I care about people. You know?
How many, 15 or 16 or maybe 10, I can't remember, trucks full of people that just came on the ship from the Holocaust. And they took over the town in 5 minutes. And so the whole tragedy was there in one moment. Here are the Arabs who used to live there, and here people who come from the Auschwitz and Majdanek and all that. And they won. They took the city. And the Arabs had to go to Nablus and to Jenin and it's not that it's right or wrong, but it's just a fact.
Prior to the Israeli attack, 50 to 70,000 Palestinians were living in Ramla and Lydda. Now, only hundreds remained.
They took the elder member of the family. He was maybe at the time, maybe he was 70 years old, and the soldier took his wallet. I remember this very, very well. So, anyway, they took more than the wallet, they took everything.
While Israeli soldiers outnumbered Arab soldiers, there were places where Arab armies concentrated their forces and fought fierce battles. Some of the largest battles were fought against the Egyptians in the south of the country. Kibbutz Yad Mordechai had fallen to the Egyptians in late May, and in July, a major battle broke out when the Egyptians attempted to take an Israeli kibbutz called Negba.
On our side, there was a time when I think there were maybe 10 people still unwounded in the trenches. One after another, the machine guns stopped working. And there is so beautiful sight. Egyptian infantry advancing on us in a line.
Hey, Arizona Angels. Hello, I hope you're well. Including refugees, yeah. Like, I can't imagine losing my humanity to the point where, like, I don't give a fuck about other people to such an extent where you could do such fucking atrocious shit. Like, it's just sickening. It makes me sick thinking about this, like, honestly. Like, I haven't even, like, I can't even eat lately, like, just thinking about this, like. When you are actively, like, dehumanizing other people, you also, like, lose your own humanity. Fucked. Oh yes, thank you, Keepers.
And like in a movie. And we still had 2 or 3 machine guns working, so they never reached us. We stopped them about 100 yards from us.
In the north, Israeli units
Hibachi, onion soup, salad, lobster and steak? With chicken fried rice. Wow, that sounds amazing. You're feasting. Let's go.
launched Operation Dekel. The main target was the large Christian town of Nazareth, but like most Israeli operations, Dekel also targeted Palestinian villages nearby.
وهاجمون اليهود من طريق حيفا ونحن ما عنا نقدر لا حدا
about that, not the atrocities one bit. Yeah, I wish I could just turn it off.
وهاجمون اليهود من طريق حيفا.
The Jews attacked us from all from directions of the road to Haifa. And we didn't have none to help us from Nazareth, and no one could come. So we were forced to resist. We escaped under fire. We went through the woods to be able to get out in one piece. One of us was injured.
Soon after, Israeli troops captured Nazareth. The next day, the Israeli army issued an order to the commander of Operation Dekel to expel the population. The commander was actually a Canadian World War II veteran, Ben Dunkelman. He had flown to Israel in the spring of 1948 to fight alongside fellow Jews. But Dunkelman reported being shocked and horrified by the order to expel the people of Nazareth. He refused to carry it out.
There were two problems for that operation. One was Nazareth was full of refugees from villages that were already evicted. So the military commander realized that he would have to evict not only the people of Nazareth, but twice the number. He also realized that the world was...
That's how ethnic displacement works. You're, like, continually displacing more and more people as they become more concentrated in a smaller area. Yeah. Yeah. I'm part Jewish on my mom's dad's side. That's cool. I have nothing against Jewish people.
Was watching because of the sacredness of the city to the Christian world.
Dunkelman's argument convinced the Israeli leader, David Ben-Gurion, to allow the people of Nazareth to stay. However, Dunkelman was removed from his newly appointed position as military governor of the town. And when Ben-Gurion later visited Nazareth, he looked around in astonishment and asked the Israeli officers, "Why are there so many Arabs? Why didn't you expel them?"
Yikes.
The second truce of the war began 10 days after the end of the first. This truce officially lasted 3 months, but while fighting slowed down, it did not stop. The village where Mustafa Abu Ziyad lived was one of the targets of the largest military operation during the truce.
إنه الليل الساعة كذا وكذا بالمناشير نزلت طيارة
One evening, a plane dropped flyers on us.
والله إني شايفها طيارة حربية.
I swear I saw it with my own eyes, a military plane. The flyer was a notification to leave by 11 that night. Sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? It is not okay to bomb a location just because you gave warning. Heading down Aurora Road without looking left or right. If anyone tries to escape, they would die.
They usually surrounded the village and left one road open, prevented people from going in any direction except in one direction toward the closest Arab state.
Tragedy. It was a tragedy for the Palestinian people that day.
الشعب الفلسطيني في هذاك اليوم.
In October, the truce came to an end and fighting resumed.
By this time, all the Arab armies had been pretty much defeated, and the Israeli army was the dominant.
Calling to inform you that we will be conducting an aerial raid operation in northern Gaza at 11 p.m. tonight. Yeah, literally. Fuck.
Force.
Calling to inform you on your car's extended warranty. I mean, your country's extended warranty. It has expired. And if you do not evacuate, you will die. I'm sorry. I make dark jokes sometimes, but, you know. Don't let that, please, don't judge me.
The Israeli army focused on clearing out villages in the two parts of the country where Palestinians remained, the Galilee in the north and the Negev Desert in the south. Hava Keller arrived in the town of Beersheba in the Negev shortly after it was captured by the Israelis on October 21st.
And we came, wonderful, you came just on time. And tomorrow we are showing out the Arabs from Beersheba. You are going to help. Of course, I'm going to help. The next day I got our gun. We prepared several buses. I think there was 10 or 12 buses. And we called all the Arabs from Beersheba to come to the buses. And I was standing like everybody with a gun, so nobody will try to run away, and all of them will go into the cars and go to Gaza. And they are in Gaza today, until today.
Man, this same lady was talking about how she was so sad because the family didn't have time to put the shoes on their baby. And then she kept working for the military.
Nobody had an idea that this is a complete expulsion. It's a kind of war which will stop one day and you go back home. Wars happened all over the world. Towns have been occupied. Countries have been occupied. When the war was over, people got back home. Why should we be different?
Were this just an accident of war, then that accident of war would have been repaired within a few months of the implementation of Plan Dalet by the return of these people to their villages. They were not allowed to return.
Yeah, the plan was never to let them return. That was never in the plans. In the last months of the war, the Palestinian attempts not to return, perhaps.
לקחת ציוד
but to infiltrate, to take equipment and so on.
וכן הלאה.
Wait, I feel like I missed something there. Hold on, I'm
Returning these
sorry.
people to their villages. They were not allowed to return.
בחודשים האחרונים של המלחמה,
In the last month of the war, there was Palestinian attempts not to return, perhaps, but to infiltrate, to take equipment. No, that's it. Okay. Now, after those 5, 6, 7 months, we ran out of money. There weren't enough jobs in the city, and the clothes we had worn were torn apart. What should we do? My dad told my mom, I'm going to Palestine. My mom said, how are you going to get there? My mom said, how are you going to get there? I told her, I'm going to Al-Kabri. If I come back after 15 days, then I made it. If not, then I got killed.
Then one day we got an order to take
Jesus.
the jeeps and spread out and to shoot every.
Australian light horse units fought in the Beersheba World War I. Oh shit. They bayonet charged Turkish Ottoman machine guns on horseback. Holy! Holy!
Arab whom we saw coming coming back. And this is what happened.
The thinking behind this was political but essentially strategic. The Arabs, refugees who had been fighting, they were the Palestinians who had been fighting against the Jews. And they said if we allow these back, they will overwhelm us as a fifth column, or they will overwhelm us demographically. In other words, there will be hundreds of thousands of additional Arabs, and they will become a majority or close to a majority instantly if they return. So the Israeli cabinet decided not to allow them back.
We now must conclude that
1948, it was supposed to be safe. It was supposed to be the first Arab enclave in the Arabic side of the partition. Yep, allegedly. It's supposed to be.
there was a recognition, at least on the part of that early Israeli government, that the displacement of Palestinians was necessary for what they probably viewed as the viability of their state.
For me personally, it took the shape of an inner decision of myself. You wanted a war, okay, now you run away, you'll never come back. So the notion of having this land empty of Arabs was already part of my life.
وأمي تبكي وتقول إن خلاص يعني ما في أمل.
And my mom would cry and think, that's it, there's no hope.
قتلوا مات.
Surely he had been killed.
It was a kind of manhunt.
It was a kind of a manhunt in a way.
I was very happy when Arab made it and disappeared beyond the hill.
I was lying in an ambush. These were Palestinians who came back to the fields to reap the harvest. And one of them was going in the front to make sure that the road is open. And I was lying across the road with a revolver in my hand. And as he approached me, I stood up, and he was a meter from me. He was so frightened that he embraced me. Then I became frightened. I didn't know what he has, a weapon, a revolver, a knife. So I shot at him. And that's a very strange experience. He fell to the ground from my hands. So I was killing a man point blank, just right there.
What the fuck, man? I don't know what he had, so I had to shoot him. Do you not know what a hug looks like? Holy fuck, dude.
I didn't blame myself. I didn't have any
You should.
feeling of remorse.
Hey, fuck you! You warmongering, fucking heartless piece of shit ghoul!
But I had no chance. I had to do it. It was only natural that I should have reacted the way I reacted. So that's on the other hand.
No, bitch.
But,
no, I hope you never fucking forget that. I hope you remember that on your fucking deathbed and feel bad forever. Fuck you.
I looked down on him and I said, poor fellow, you've got it.
بعد شهرين.
Guys, just no humanity left in some people. Holy fuck. 2 months later, my father came back to us. He went down in the mountains and arrived in the village. He found our house. The entire village was demolished. The entire roof of the house had fallen. He broke the concrete, sawed the iron, and dug a hole. Then he reached for a glass jar. He grabbed the money and threw the jar away. He put the money in his chest and left.
The human costs of 1948 were high. 6.
Why did he wait for him to become a meter away? Yeah. Right? Like, you knew he was approaching you. Like, what?
1,000 Israelis lost their lives in the war, nearly 1% of the population. Records for Palestinian deaths were not kept, but historians have estimated them to be 2 or 3 times those of Israelis. In 1947, there had been between 500 and 700 Arab villages in the area that eventually became Israel. When the dust of the war settled, all but around 100 had been emptied of their population. 700,000 to 800,000 Palestinians had fled their homes, about 8 out of every 10 Palestinians who lived in the area that became Israel. For decades after the war, the Israeli government claimed that they bore no responsibility for the flight of the Palestinians. Many Israelis still make this claim.
We never wanted them to leave. Nobody told them to leave the area or otherwise.
Don't tell me that nobody was forced.
Otherwise.
Claimed that they bore no responsibility.
Sorry, I wanted to look at this graphic again.
The area that eventually became Israel, and between 500 and 700 Arab villages in the area that eventually became Israel.
Like, look at
when
this.
The dust of the war.
That's ethnic displacement. This is ethnic displacement in a graph. You know, this is a horrible event, obviously, but the data is beautiful.
All but around 100 had been. There had been between
one more time.
5 not kept, but historians have estimated them to be 2 or 3 times those of Israelis. In 1947, there had been between 500 and 700 Arab villages in the area that eventually became Israel. When the dust of the war settled, all but around 100 had been emptied of their population. 700,000 to 800,000 Palestinians had fled their homes, about 8 out of every 10 Palestinians who lived in the area that became Israel. For decades after the war, the Israeli government claimed that they bore no responsibility for the flight of the Palestinians. Many Israelis still make this claim.
We never wanted them to leave. Nobody told them to leave the area or otherwise.
Don't tell me that nobody was forced to leave home. Everybody was forced to leave home.
There is consensus on the fact.
Obviously.
That there was a large-scale displacement of Palestinians.
That's not disputed among any serious historian.
There is also consensus on the fact that this displacement was forced. Some people fled out of
Keepers, you're totally right.
fear. Some people fled because there were massacres. Some people fled because rumors were spread about massacres. And some people fled because they didn't just flee, they were actually actively expelled at gunpoint. All of this happened. What remains is the question of whether there was a plan of ethnic cleansing that was designed ahead of time and then...
That's documented. We know this. We know they discussed whether... They talked about it at the beginning. Whether they should buy the land or do it by other means. We know this.
Systematically implemented during the 1947 and 48 war. And on this question, historians are divided.
Now, the Arabs always maintained propagandistically it was a big expulsion. The fact is that most people simply fled the battle zones. In other words, the Jews attacked the militia bases, and during the attacks, or in fear of the attacks even before attacks occurred, Arabs began to flee.
I don't know how much hangs on this. Either way, the tragedy is clear. Now, what historians do know, and that there is no doubt about, is that the war through which Israel was born was a set of events that, with the same breath, were the destruction of Palestine and the displacement of at least 750,000 Palestinians. That is uncontrovertible.
I think that when we talk about the refugee problem, it is not so much important whether we chase them or they ran away. It's not their fault that they wanted to run away. After the scene and the fear of war, I mean, every citizen.
No one wants to run away, you know? Like, that's done under force, whether it's, like, a direct or not.
Would run away. So it was not that they deserted their home. They did not desert. They were forced to leave because of the war. And in those places where they didn't do it, we chased them out, like in Lord and Ramleh.
You have to understand that, for instance, the Jewish villages were spread all over the country, from the Negev to the Galil. You wanted to be connected, to make them one unit. But of course, everyone wanted to get more land.
The fact matters that these people were suffering tremendously as they were running away. Thirst and hunger, and in the great heat, children were abandoned. And then later in the refugee camps, when they came up near Ramallah and suffered for many years and are not terribly happy even today. That doesn't mean that I think that they should come back to Orly. I
don't want to see to the camera and himself. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. Not many vets will admit the shit, like I was saying.
I full-heartedly agree that I would shoot at them if they come back in, say, October, November 1948. I don't think we will need to shoot at them. But Israel cannot afford to take back millions of Palestinians and remain what it is today.
Why not? What? Why not? You fucking racist piece of shit.
A state in which I want to live.
Why can't it afford? Why can't it afford it? What, are you broke? What, is Israel broke? Hey, fuck you. We did what we did. Yeah. Crazy.
After the villages in Palestine were occupied in 1948 and the urban neighborhoods were taken, a new state of Israel decided to erase the Arab character of these places. And they did two major things. One was to plant forest over the debris and ruins of the villages. Pine tree forest that would give the places a European flavor and create recreational grounds there. And that they hoped would totally obliterate any memory of a village there. And the other one was to build immediately on the village a Jewish colony, quite often with a Hebrew name that resembled the Palestinian name, in order to say that this was originally a Jewish place that was depopulated by the Romans, actually, but never mind, but someone, and now is being repopulated and brought back
Yeah,
to...
like that video that Hassan was watching earlier today. Dude brought up the Roman Empire, like, we are talking about, you know, current events. Or current events. Physical appropriation opposed to the cultural.
rightful owners.
So the story that the Palestinians now make a lot out of, the 400 villages that lost their names, is a true story. From our point of view, it's only part of the whole story, which was basically a displacement of one nation by another that laid off territories which were wide open for millions of immigrants that started to come in the 50s to the country and were settled in those lands.
The war came to an end in 1949. On the 11th of May, the United Nations formally recognized the State of Israel.
Man, that guy's cognitive dissonance really has my head spinning. My head is actually spinning in circles like a cartoon. Holy shit, like... How do you sleep at night? The dreads of war crimes. Yeah. Man, people are a trip.
It was a feeling of creation.
הייתה הרגשת התעלות, בוודאי. שביתת הנשק, הקווים סוכרו.
The United Nations Partition Plan had allotted 56% of Palestine to the Jewish state. As a result of the war, the State of Israel now covered 78% of the land, all of Palestine, except an area around the west bank of the Jordan River, including East Jerusalem, and a small strip of land around the town of Gaza.
זאת אומרת, ההישג היה עצום, היה...
The achievement was immense. It was inconceivable. Achievement.
בלתי נתפס. איזה ארץ גדולה...
What a huge country we obtained or conquered or was recognized.
But we couldn't be...
I like how we couldn't land on the right word there. Obtained or conquered or was recognized. Because none of those are good. None of those are good.
או הכירו בה.
But we couldn't be very happy and we couldn't be very glad because we lost all these people. And also, I don't remember us being very happy, but the Israelis who didn't fight, who were the parents and the parent generation, they were very happy because the families are now might come and there will be a state, but state is
just dancing on people's graves. It's so morbid.
It's not always a great thing.
I would argue a state is never a good thing. I'm just saying.
Fighting for a state is much better than to have a state.
In the beginning, we were very happy about it, but after a short time, I started being not very happy. Where are they? The Palestinians. Are they coming back? Are not they coming back? What will happen now?
They're not coming back, honey.
Here we have these two things intertwined with one another. The realization of a dream and the destruction of a society.
And the most horrible thing about it was then when the war started and the Arabs were thrown out of their villages, not one kibbutz said that they don't want to take their land. Not one kibbutz. Everybody was very happy to steal their land.
Yeah. That's why we say that all Israelis are colonizers. Like, every kibbutz was glad to steal the land that they formed their colonies on. Every single one. Like, come on. At least these last two people had enough shame to wear it on their faces, yeah.
يعني أكبر من مأساة إني أترك بلدي.
Oops. So fast. That, like, the audacity to say that Arab people are uncivilized when I can't even speak English as fast as these people speak Arabic. I have to pause, like, come on.
يعني
Is there a bigger disaster than leaving my country?
إني أترك بلدي
My property, my land, my house, and leaving to become just a refugee. This is my biggest tragedy.
Imagine yourself, if you are living in your home, suddenly you find yourself only with a shirt, nothing more. Your past is denied. They say there are no Palestinians. Nobody was living here.
Nobody. Yeah, nobody. Just never mind the entire country of people we just displaced.
לא היו אפשרויות רבות. זאת אומרת,
There weren't many options.
זה היה או אנחנו
It was us or them, clearly. No! It's not a zero-sum game. It turns out that, like, a country can have, like, multiple ethnic makeups. Wow.
אם הם היו מנצחים, לא היינו אנחנו פה.
Because if they won, we wouldn't be here.
ועשו...
And any withdrawal would have been the end of Israel. No, that's not true! There were already Jewish people in Palestine! There were already Jewish people in Palestine! Fuck. We knew they got screwed, but we lived with it. We lived with it. You know, we just had to. We just had to genocide and displace a whole group of people because we just had to. Just because. I don't know if everyone knew that's how I felt.
Refugees from the 1948 war and their descendants now number over 5 million. Many have spent their entire lives in the same refugee camps, in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, Syria, Jordan.
Fascinating to hear with the confidence he's speaking. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it truly is just like coping. It's full dose, 100% copium. He's about to overdose on the copium. Has to believe it with 100% of his heart, right? Cause else what? Then you're a genocider. You did a Holocaust. Then what? Then what? You need so much therapy.
And Lebanon. The tents have been replaced by concrete buildings, but living conditions have seen little improvement. many of these camps have been struck by war over the decades, forcing some to become refugees 2 and 3 times over.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a refugee, it is a perpetual state until you are given a home. That's how being a refugee works. Yeah. Guess you just shatter, yeah.
Even now, many Palestinians have not laid eyes on their homes since 1948. But some have managed to find a way back, if only for a few hours. 6 decades after the war ended, Hassan Zubaydi became an American citizen and was allowed to visit his village as a tourist. He found only rubble. But others have found their villages still standing.
I wish you could see my village. I went for a visit and it is like a paradise. Paradise. Today European Jews live there, making statues and things like that. I tried to visit the house where I used to live. The woman living there said, "What do you want?" I said, "This is the house I used to live in." She answered, "This is neither your house nor mine. It is for whoever is living in it." The house doesn't really belong to anyone. It just belongs to whoever's living there. You know, God gave me the house, actually. Hey, fuck you.
The Zionist movement was
Hot cup of freshly brewed copium.
Successful in establishing the state of Israel. But the dream of a safe haven for the Jewish people has not been realized. Since the end of the 1948 war, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has only grown more complicated and intractable. And the hopes, fears, and grievances that drove the conflict in 1948 are still central to the conflict today. Israelis build more and more settlements in the occupied West Bank, and Palestinians continue to be cut off from their homes and livelihood by military occupation, home demolition, checkpoints, curfews, and the construction of a wall that runs deep into Palestinian territory. As a result, Israel now controls nearly all of historic Palestine.
Here's the question. Was the establishment of the State of Israel so important that no matter what price Palestinians had to pay for it, it was worth it?
Yeah.
Or?
Of course not. Yeah. Of course we shouldn't repair the victims of genocides with more genocide. I think that seems pretty obvious.
Was there something fundamentally wrong with a project that can only be realized by displacing hundreds of thousands of people? If the establishment of the State of Israel was a historic wrong, then the question now arises, how does one redress this wrong?
That was good. If you'd like to share this with anybody, here's the link. Good information. Good perspective. I appreciate that. I think, like, especially, like, if you show people, like, the literal people who are still alive who did this displacement, who did the occupation to begin with. They're still here. They're still, you know, occupiers. And also, to be fair, like, land back for Palestinians does not mean we have to displace Jews. It simply means freedom for everybody. That's the goal. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, keep a little bit.
Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV. Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV.
Trying not to lose it, finding what the truth is. Tone my ego down, this tug of war, spirit and skin. The time that you came around was when I really needed balance. Turn up the TV right now, 'cause you're the one with all the talent. All I ever do is try hearing you out when you got a problem. You know that you're speaking to me. Tired of 9 to 5, too much time is regular, like been taken from me. I gotta slide when a lawyer coming like medication for me. I take a ride, I am so over this week.
Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex, and watch TV. I've been going through shit.
Did you hear the song? Was it muted? I don't know what's happening. It was weird.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my god. Keepers, I swear this song always comes on when you're here.
No quick head in my bed, I can't have that. Want that long neck, not talking giraffe neck. Ain't no laying down, man, we about to have late fun.
Hamza Yousaf's family are stuck in Gaza? Oh fuck. Scotland's first minister. Oh no. No.
I'm about to make your balls stick up like space buns. Want your dick soaked? Place it down my throat. Tongue tickle your dick, but not telling a joke. Pedal in this pussy, that's how you rock a boat. Get live in this pussy, I'm not talking Periscope. In the sheets, I am a bully. Get more head than a hoodie. Every time you make me come, it looks just like vanilla pudding. Sit on your face all day, please say they hurt me. Then I turn around and give the dick more kisses than Hershey's. Yo, dick brick hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I save dick by giving a CPR. I save dick by giving a CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. I think we should fuck up in every zone.
Wait, what's your favorite?
It would make a pussy wetter than a fish bowl. Pussy a kitty cat. I pet it like a cat. I fuck doggy style so much I need to go to the vet. Hot box more like a scorching pussy. Open this coochie up like a fortune cookie. Peel banana in my mouth, watch my tongue go 8. Your dick getting more blows than a birthday cake. When I'm near it, no I don't fear it. Licking on the penis like a letter when I seal it. Today way better than my past vlog. And if you want employed, I can give you an ass job. Pussy already wet, don't need
Oh, yeah, of course.
lube ointment. Dick twisting in my stomach like food poisoning. That's how you know when you hit the spot.
Father of lies, come in disguise.
We haven't heard this one in so long.
Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father, secret stash, come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape come from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass masterclass. Sacred cum blade, fuckling crusade. Fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus crust. Stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly. Consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader. The holy cum wars, razor blade masturbator. Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher. Father drowned, going down on the cum clown. Prolapse pounding, toothpick sounding. Cum baking, my nipple pussy is aching. Cum fooler, semen drooler. Forbidden cum spice, your shitbox looks nice. Life is a cage, and death is the key. All your cum are belong to me. Normalize crying over spilt cum. Making cum angels with my son. I fucked a fairy in half. How many holes does a human have? My butt and cunny are in agony. Castration in the sky, your penis will fly. Scrotum chambers, semen sailors. Mommy's cum tax, grind my balls on an axe. Cum scented candle, cum broiled eggs. Cum Christ consciousness, third eye, cum spy. Cum squote sailboat, semen speed racer. Off-road, cum chode, my uterus came out. Cum treasurer, dick measurer. Irresponsible manager of cum. A cum slave, back from the grave. The price for breaking a cum oath. James Hector, cum collector. I tripped in the cum keeper's crypt. Cum feeder, moist meter. Sans undertale, the cum reaper. Fucking a skeleton, right in the pussy. The dark souls of cum. Cum framed and cum blamed. Cum drowning awareness day. Brewing cum fuel after school. Your nipples are crunchy. The tragic cum sponge. Your cum is fading. Sweep up the cum flakes, Joan.
Joan. Yeah, Joan. Whip up the cum flakes. Should we do another jammies? Are we in a jammy mood? Or should we just keep going? Oh, this is a good one. I love this. 99% of lines.
What's wrong with you? Will you do it again? Nasty, icky, filthy, and sticky.
the narrative or point of the whole song might be. I think it's just a vibe. I think it's just being gnarly, being very, very sick in the head, but in the good way. Vibe and wonder. Yeah. Fair.
Nasty, icky, filthy and sticky. Fuck it. I love it. Dirty, creepy, thirsty and freaky. Fuck it. I love it.
Wait, like how degenerate a song can be before you can't listen to it? Probably.
Did you just do that? No. Did you just do that? No. Did you just do that? Yeah. Disgusting. Did you just do that? No. Did you just do that? No. Did you just do that? Yeah. Disgusting.
Okay. That's a good song. All right. So I have some news updates that I wanted to get through real quick. It's not that many. It's not that many. It's like an hour. It's like an hour of news. Albeit outdated, but I think it's still good perspective. You know what I mean? So, oh shit. I forgot. I made a Truth Social for you guys. It's Trump watch time. It's Trump watch time, baby. That's right. That's fucking right. Yeah. Yeah. We're doing it. We're looking at the Donald Trump tweeting on social. He's going neurotic. He's done 100 posts at least in the past 24 hours. Most of them about himself and his polls. So, you know, Trump is doing well. He's doing great. He's doing fine. He's fine. He's doing so good. He's doing the best out of everyone.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Oop, got the password. Yeah. Leaked. Okay, I wanted to get to what he said about Hamas. It was a while ago. Oh, I should have bookmarked it or something. Where was it? Oh, he's done so many posts. He's done way too many posts. Let me search Hamas. Oh, it's not there? Okay, cool. Maybe I'm not there yet. That could be. Okay, what? A random football player endorsing Trump? Good stuff, good stuff. Defending the working class. Yeah, sure. Man, he tweeted this article. Fuck, when was that? Fuck, I can't even keyword search it because I think he just tweeted the article. So it's like in the hyperlink. All right. Well. Mm, 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 mm. Trump goes for gold. Maybe even platinum? Wouldn't expect anything less from the greatest POTUS in modern history. Fucking Caitlyn Jenner. What? What are you even saying? Man is not winning any medals. He's not. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that right now. Okay? Oh my god. Okay, so like in the past like 24 hours, he's just pretty much been just tweeting about his trials and how he's being, you know, and canceled. You know, Joe Biden is out to get him with the deep state, etc. I did nothing wrong.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The American Civil Rights League probably endorses Donald J. Trump. The Italian-American Civil Rights League. Italian-American Civil Rights League. Okay. He's just tweeting so hard. This is all from the past day, by the way. These new facts make Biden the goat of corruption. Thank you, Fox News. Thank you. Wow, thank you. Greatest tragedy of Trump's life. There's actually a realistic chance that Joe Biden legitimately has forgotten about him. Real. That's real. Biden's document problem, blah, blah, blah. There's not even anything good here. Give me content. You're just tweeting articles about yourself. Give me content. He's just literally scouring the web for everything about him and posting it. Like that's pretty much it. Trump drew a red line with Iran killing Americans. Biden must enforce it. What's this? Trump drew a line. What is this about? What? Oh yeah. Jared Kushner endorsed Trump. Shocking. Shocking news. Thank you. Thank you for tweeting that. Who could have guessed? Just polls, more polls, more polls, more polls. Yet another poll. What do we got here?
The World Health Organization has become nothing more than a corrupt globalist scam paid for by the United States but owned and controlled by China.
Oh no, you haven't been able to see it the whole time? Oh no, I'm sorry. How did that happen?
When the China virus reached our shores 3 years ago, the World Health Organization disgracefully covered the tracks of the Chinese Communist Party every single step of the way. For this reason, it was my great honor to terminate America's relationship with the World Health Organization. The United States was paying the World Health Organization almost $500 million a year when I dropped.
Honestly, like, he doesn't even have to say anything anymore. He doesn't have to make any more speeches. He can just copy paste and redistribute.
I took it out of there, and for 330 million people, even though China was paying only $40 million for 1.4 billion people. So we had 330, they have 1.4, and we're paying more than 10 times the amount. That's typical for the United States because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Unfortunately, crooked Joe Biden foolishly re-entered the World Health Organization at the full price and without any negotiations or reforms. And now Biden is pushing to bypass the United States Senate to enter a pandemic treaty that would surrender American sovereignty to the World Health Organization.
When it does a tour and doesn't have an album to promote. True.
Controlled by China.
Yeah, same 2 hits. Yep.
The draft treaty would require the United States to send vast quantities of medical supplies to other countries in the event of another pandemic, and it would push aggressive censorship of free speech on issues of public health, just like they censored the truth about the Wuhan lab.
Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ. He's still running with the fucking lab leak. The fucking lab leak conspiracy. Bro, that's not it. That ain't it. We know that ain't it. Jesus Christ. I like how he just doesn't have anything to say about Gaza pretty much at all. He tweeted that one article. I screenshotted it and I tweeted it, but I can't seem to find it right now. He's just tweeting way too much. And you know, this is him ruthing everything out. He doesn't have a staff. Ain't no shot he trusts somebody else with his account. And everything is very much still in his voice. Okay, well, that was kind of uneventful, but I'll keep a lookout, see if there's anything good. But he has been popping off about Palestine a little bit.
Blank checking things, both in terms of but let's play this clip of Donald Trump. It's fascinating because he sees the Israeli government respond so positively to Biden and Blinken, who are basically just, blank checking things, both in terms of accountability and in terms of weaponry and whatnot. And they're, and here's Donald Trump's response, which is hilarious. I mean, how many times Donald Trump said Jews are bad because they don't realize how great I am for Israel, how much I love Bibi Netanyahu. And now look at him.
And then 2 nights ago, I read all of Biden's security people. Can you imagine? National defense people. And they said, gee, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack from the north because that's the most vulnerable spot. I said, wait a minute. Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say it. I said that President Xi of China, 1.4 billion people, he controls it with...
Wait, why is he randomly praising Hezbollah? Wait, what? Why are you praising Hezbollah? I swear, he doesn't know what he's even talking about, and he's relying on the fact that nobody else does either.
Iron Fist. I said, he's a very smart man. They killed me the next day. I said he was smart. What am I going to say? But Hezbollah, they're very smart. And they have
President Xi, I think. Wait. Did he?
Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say it. I said that President Xi of China, 1.4 billion people, he controls it with an iron...
Yeah, President Xi of China, but he slurred.
Fist. I said, he's a very smart man. They killed me the next day. I said he was smart. What am I going to say? But Hezbollah, they're very smart. And they have a national defense minister or somebody saying, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack us from the north. So the following morning they attacked. They might not have been doing it, but if you listen to this jerk, you would attack from the north because he said that's our weak spot. About 15 seconds later, it was all over. And we did it. But I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing. I will say
Happy New Day.
That. And so when I see sometimes the intelligence, you talk about the intelligence or you talk about some of the things that went wrong over the last week, they've got to straighten it out because they're fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. And when they have people saying the wrong things, everything they say is being digested by these people because they're vicious and they're smart. And boy, are they vicious, because nobody's ever seen the kind of sight that we've seen. Nobody's ever seen it. But they cannot play games. So we were disappointed by that, very disappointed, but we did the job ourselves, and it was absolute precision, magnificent, beautiful job. And then Bibi tried to take credit.
Absolutely magnificent. Magnificent, perfect, beautiful job. Oh, Trump. Oh, Trump.
Boy, that wasn't good. That didn't make me feel too good, but that's all right. So they got to strengthen themselves up.
I don't know exactly what he's talking about from the clip.
I'm so confused.
That Bibi took credit for. But just the point about saying, like, the Israeli defense minister said, you know, we're worried about Hezbollah attacking from the north. Like, Hezbollah did not attack from the north. They shot off some rockets essentially to show that they could, but they weren't. They were basically landed in the desert. They didn't hit anything. The United States sent its ship down, sent I think multiple ships, or at least one carrier.
Yeah, just to show them off and be like, we've got these.
Oh, yeah. No, we sent like 2,000 troops.
And to basically say, yes, Hezbollah and Iran don't get any ideas. But the latest reports are that Iran was surprised by this move from Hamas. Which seems quite possible that there had to be so much operational security that that it didn't get out. But it would suggest that Iran at least was not being supportive of it, and if they're putting that out, they don't want the credit. And the reason why they do that stuff is to get the credit. I mean,
well, I mean that's why the Wall Street Journal published it within, I don't know, what, 48 hours are we talking about of the Hamas attack? I mean, and now the New York Times comes.
He doesn't even say anything anymore. Like, there used to be a nugget at the middle of every word salad. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing of substance there anymore. He's just saying stuff.
Out yesterday or today, basically saying U.S. intelligence believes that, as you say, Iran was surprised. But a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth. What's the phrase? Puts on its shoes. Yeah.
Not that it's any type of like mitigation for the horrors, because you did have babies and children killed in this attack by Hamas. But the story of the babies being beheaded, we should say, has essentially been debunked. The Israeli
or unconfirmed, at least.
Well, the military, the Israeli military came out and said we can't confirm that story.
The Jerusalem Post has said they're confirming it, but again,
I don't know how
those confirmations are like a military guy told us, right?
They said they saw photos of the Jerusalem Post.
Fair enough. Yeah. I said like,
but they're more national. I mean, I can't assess.
Why be definitive about it? Is my point.
We don't know. Is basically at the very least. But now that's the most circular. To your point though, Sam, it's still unconfirmed, and I don't want to make but other outlets have said that it's been debunked. Jerusalem Post is saying another thing. Either way, that is like spread everywhere at this point.
Yeah, I mean I don't know that it makes it, you know, I don't know what material difference it makes in terms of like to say that these attacks were 11 on the barbarism scale as opposed to the 10 on the barbarism scale. But I think there is an attempt, and I think the reason why this is going around, and certainly I think and I think there have been confirmed reports that Israeli soldiers were decapitated. And although, again, who knows? But what's clear is Netanyahu is trying to equate Hamas with ISIS.
Yep.
And
all Muslims are barbaric.
It is, it's an inaccurate equation, because ISIS certainly was like, if you were in an ISIS camp, you were either a prisoner or a forced recruiter or you subscribed to the ISIS ideology.
Iran is probably out of the loop voluntarily. Yeah. Yeah, they have their own shit going on.
There are literally millions of people in Gaza who have no such relationship with Hamas. And yet, they are trying to say that everyone living in Gaza is like living in an ISIS camp, so that they are all potential targets.
Sorry, I can't stop looking at Sam's mic right here. He's like bitten into it or something. Like, it just ripped it so hard when he was mad. I love that. It's got character.
That is what is going on here with the conflation of ISIS and Hamas.
Yeah. I think
it's non-analogous.
Oh, hi Gina. Hi. How are you? Are you at TwitchCon? Are you in Vegas? I hope you're having fun. Play some blackjack for me.
Relationship between Hamas and the people living in Gaza is not analogous to ISIS, to people living in an ISIS camp. It's just not.
Yeah. And it's tough because, like, I don't think you want to be in a position where you're knee-jerk denying things that are looking like they're being reported. But at this other time, like people pointed out, October 10th, 1990 was the Nayyirah testimony before the United States Congressional Human Rights Caucus ahead of the support to George W. Bush in their rationale to support Kuwait and Iraq.
Going out super early Friday to avoid the traffic. Smart. Well, drive safe.
War. So, like,
George H.W.
Bush, right?
This was the Kuwait invasion, and the ambassador's daughter, I think it was, testified of seeing babies ripped out of incubators by Iraqi soldiers. And these are things that sort of are developed, that are told to increase public support and to essentially increase the
propaganda. The word you're looking for is propaganda.
Appetite for what the public is willing to digest in terms of the actions by, in that instance, the U.S. government. It's also part of Kuwait trying to encourage the U.S. government to come in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also the narrative is highly controlled in favor of Israel. So you have to remember that at all times. When Israel says they investigated themselves and found out that Hamas did the bombing, maybe you don't believe that right away.
Or in this instance, how much horror Netanyahu will be licensed to perpetrate on innocent civilians in Gaza. That's basically what's going on. And so, even if there are tactics that Hamas used, that ISIS used, it does not provide license. The dynamic is not the same in terms of people living in Gaza. It's just not.
It's not a fucking equal fight. And it's so dense. It's one of the most densely populated city centers in the world.
And it will be a war crime. I think we probably already have ticked off a couple of war crimes just by cutting off electricity and water and food and aid to civilians. I mean, it's collective punishment. But now we're just going to see bombing, and there's no way to say it's not indiscriminate. Just because you have intel that says there may be a Hamas person here and maybe a Hamas person there. If you've got to bomb through a couple of families to get to that person, I'm sorry. And I feel the same way when the U.S. would drone weddings in Afghanistan.
Yeah, exactly, Hebers. Exactly that.
Or in Somalia. I mean, it's reprehensible. But this is literally shooting fish in a barrel. Except for in this instance, the fish, half of them are children, and the beyond overwhelming majority of them are just innocent people who have been living in misery. It really is just horrible.
Yep. Like, you can't.
This is what do you call it?
Sorry. You can't expect a peaceful resistance from people.
But
who
remember,
have been,
Republicans eat their young. They really
actively disenfranchised, and it just only given the most far-right reactionary form of governance possible. Like, what did you expect? This is entirely predictable. Also draw bordering nations, then essentially the same in reverse. Yeah.
really do. They eat their young. Terrible statement, but it's true.
They eat their young. Republicans eat their young. Now, he made that bizarre statement on his Truth Social account over the weekend. Most viewers...
He has been truthing way too hard.
Had made the, I think, very reasonable assumption that he intended to say the Republicans eat their own, a phrase which would have made sense. But Trump isn't reasonable and not someone that I expect to make a lot of sense. And apparently eat their young is exactly what he intended to say, because he's repeating what he had previously written in this Truth Social post. I won't read the entire thing for you. It's quite long.
You Jesus. Chatting. I understand candidates that are losing by 57 to 70 points are getting together with Paul Rhino, Mitt the loser Romney, Bill No Guts Talent Barr, and some broken political investors that will soon come to me, as most others already have. These candidates, sorry, too good. These failed candidates should have started by campaigning effectively, which they didn't, because they don't have the skill or talent. Romney, who today couldn't get elected dog catcher in the great state of Utah, should have beaten an absolutely failed first term Obama. Rhino Paul fought as hard against Obama as they do against President Donald J. Trump. They would have never lost, but remember, Republicans eat their young. And that's the problem with so many in our party. They go after the people who are on their side, rather than the radical left Democrats who are destroying our country. These are losers, and the Republican nation must stop following their failed ideas and policies. They only help crooked Joe Biden.
But ultimately, he says, if he, mentioning Mitt Romney and Rhino Paul, fought as hard against Obama as they do against President Donald J. Trump, they would never have lost. But remember, Republicans, in quotes, eat their...
Yeah, I love Bill No Guts or Talent Barr.
Young. And that's the problem with so many in our party. They go after the people who are on their side rather than the radical left Democrats that are destroying our country. They eat their young. And apparently this isn't even the first time on the campaign trail that Donald Trump has mentioned cannibalism. Because here's this quote from HuffPost. Cannibalism seems to have accidentally become a theme for Trump, who appeared to confuse fictitious human eater Hannibal Lecter with a real person during a rally in Iowa last weekend. He said, Hannibal Lecter, how great an actor was he? Trump.
What?
Supporters, you know why I like him? Because he said on television,
what the fuck?
I love Donald Trump. It's not even
what the fuck?
I mean, I am routinely horrified this man was the president, horrified at the prospect of him becoming the president again. But he just made a video saying they eat their young, and he meant it. And that's what he was trying to say.
I think the former president meant Jeffrey Dahmer. I do. I really do. I want to give him a pass on this. I think he confused Hannibal Lecter with Jeffrey Dahmer. I know he did. Now, as far as eating the young, if we move beyond the cannibalism, maybe he's considering himself young. I mean, I took that from some of the passages that you read, and maybe, he's young adjacent. I guess he's calling himself. Who knows what is in the mind of this former president? You are absolutely right.
They're young. I almost feel like that was a signal to his audience, like that the Q conspiracy is steeped in anti-Semitism, and like a huge part of that is like, oh, they eat babies. So like, it's definitely, I don't think that was a mistake. You know what I mean? I think he meant that, actually.
Right, though, he could become president of the United States of America again, but we know the American people, by and large, those who have participated in polling, do not want to see a rematch between either one of these, former President Donald J. Trump or the current president, Joseph R. Biden. They don't, but here we are. It probably most likely will be a rematch between those two, and as things are looking, Donald J. Trump could, in fact, and Democrats ignore him at their own peril, because he could become president of the United States again. I believe that this will be 2016 all over again.
Yeah, they definitely have to be wary of that. Apparently on the Republican side, they have to be wary about eating their young. I'm sorry. Absolutely absurd. But yeah, we are facing some serious, some serious issues with this. I mean, I'm stumbling all over my words right now. I'm concerned, people. I'm worried. I am scared that Donald Trump is going to become the president again. So Democratic Party, please don't wait till October to give us some surprises. Give us a surprise every week leading up to October. Give us a surprise every week, something good that the people can remember, so that when we go to the polls, that we have something to vote for and not just the scary old man talking about eating our young to vote against.
What? Why did she say that? This she would vote for Trump. Fucking TYT, I swear to God.
We are back, and we are joined now by Orly Noy, editor of the Hebrew language magazine Local Call, chair of the executive board of B'Tselem, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, a journalist who writes for 972 magazine. Orly, thank you so much for coming on amid these undoubtedly hectic, scary times. I know you're calling from Jerusalem. Thanks for coming on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, given the fact that you're in Jerusalem, if you could just tell us what are the conditions on the ground as you see them, and what updates can you give us?
Well, specifically here in Jerusalem, it is probably the calmest city in the country right now, while the crisis in the south is still continuing, and there are still battles with Hamas members, and the north is being threatened by missiles from the direction of Lebanon. Jerusalem is more or less quiet, although we also had several sirens rushing us into shelters, and there have been missiles shot at the proximity of Jerusalem, but not in the city itself.
Oh yeah, did you guys see the post from the chick who was like baking gluten-free goods for the soldiers in Jerusalem? Oh my God, I'll have to look that up.
That's the general feeling and the general situation in the entire Israel is one of war. I mean, all the schools in the country are shut down. The university, the academic year, which was supposed to start this week, is being delayed. If you walk in the streets at any given city today in Israel, is completely empty. It's like ghost towns, all the cities, everywhere. And people there's still a lot of chaos. A lot of people are still looking for their loved ones that are missing, and it's still unclear whether.
This is a day in my life. We're at War Edition. After hearing that there was a major lack of gluten-free, celiac-safe food at army bases across the country, we got together with a gluten-free
Oh no! Oh no! The war criminals don't have their gluten-free food! As a celiac, I have to say, I hope they never have a solid shit for the rest of their lives.
Bakery in Jerusalem to make sure those soldiers got fed.
Gaza is out of power. Hospitals are running out of fuel for their generators. There is little to no water in the area.
On our way to the bakery, the city of Jerusalem felt eerie and empty. We immediately started baking breads, cookies,
this dish is amazing.
And cakes to deliver across the country to different soldiers, thanks to volunteers who offered to drive for us. We quickly understood that we were running out of flour and that we would need to find more and lots of it if we were going to be able to continue to bake.
Oh no! Oh no, we can't find flour! Yeah, children in Gaza look for food after Israel bombings the blockade. They're literally digging through rubble.
Even the largest supermarket in Jerusalem had no gluten-free flour on its shelves, but
no gluten-free flour.
Thankfully, they allowed us to go into the machzan, and we found
in the storage. Yeah, fuck you.
We needed.
Oh no! Oh no! How will we source our flour? If the generator stops, the hospitals will become a mass grave. Most cases of the neonatal unit depend on electricity.
البروتوكولات العلاجية تعتمد على التيار الكهربائي وطبعا
and most of them depend on artificial respiration.
We were able to continue our work for the day, but we knew that we wouldn't be able to get through the next without a lot more flour. We finished packaging up all of the bags for the night, and we decided to call it a day so that we could have enough energy to do it all again the next. I'm so incredibly grateful that Shar was willing to donate 50 kilos of flour and get it to us within a day so that we could continue baking for the soldiers.
Fuck you, Shar. I hate this so much because, like, Shar makes really good food, okay? Look, listen, they make the best gluten-free bread on the market, okay? Okay, look, listen, but, like, I don't even want to buy that shit anymore. Like, fuck you so much.
Soldiers.
Like, I know, yes, I do know IDF soldiers also need to eat food, but, like, can we not, at least for a second, think about a military that conscripts people that have to serve whether or not they can guarantee having food for those people? Like, let's think about that for a second. Like, there's no water in my house, and when we go to the Al-Shifa hospital, because there is no water and electricity.
Thanks to your donations, we've gotten to over 400 soldiers, and we will continue baking for as long as is necessary.
Oh, where? Oops. Sorry.
They have been abducted into Gaza Strip or dead already. Very little confirmed information is being provided by the government, which is just one of the many failures of this government since the beginning of this crisis Saturday morning.
Yeah, at the beginning of our program, we read a bit of the Haaretz editorial board's essential condemnation of Netanyahu and blaming the bloodshed here on Netanyahu's failure as a leader. I guess we can start there as well. You know, he has announced a full blockade in Gaza, which means no electricity, no food, no fuel. And he has also announced his intentions.
No water. No water. What is it? Day 10? Day 10 of no water? Before that hospital got bombed? They were drinking saline bags because there's no water. There is no water. That is genocide.
To basically establish an emergency government in Israel. What is the status of that, and what does that mean?
So the two things that you just mentioned are the only two things apparently that Netanyahu knows how to do best. One is to continue punishing the Palestinian civilians of Gaza Strip, to take revenge, to shed more blood, and the other thing is try to save his own political skin. Those are basically the two things Netanyahu does best. Regarding the first one, it is really inconceivable that this government, that its intelligence could not fail to anticipate that deadly attack. And we are talking about the Israeli intelligence, which basically follows every breath that Palestinians take in both the West Bank and in Gaza Strip, couldn't anticipate that. It continued to very long hours in which citizens were left to fight basically for their own lives, being slaughtered, hiding inside closets, or being held as hostages by Hamas members without military or police troops coming to their help. And you know why is that? Because now we know that most of the army troops that were supposed to be posted and protect the southern border were relocated into the West Bank in order to protect settlers. So the citizens of the South were completely left unguarded for the sake of the settlers in the West Bank. And it continues on and on and on. But all of a sudden, what this government can do is to open the gates of hell once again upon Palestinians in Gaza. Really, it's unclear what this brutal criminal attack is supposed to achieve, except for calming the Israeli need for revenge right now. And I must tell you that the situation in Israel is incredibly, it's unprecedented, the amount of grief and sorrow and shock and also...
Yeah, exactly like post 9/11. It's exactly that. Just preying on people's fears and, anxieties to justify a genocidal campaign. I don't know. I think that Netanyahu and the IDF may have gotten more support, but I think it's hard to gauge right now.
A desire for revenge, but this cannot be the political program of a government. Crimes cannot be a political crime, a political plan, and yet we see that happening. The other thing, expanding the coalition, is another. It's very common in Israel in times of crisis for the political Jewish scene to stand behind the leadership. Sometimes it ends up in expanding coalitions. But I think that this is just a temporary and short-term solution. In the long term, once that horrible, toxic dust will set down, the Israeli public is going to demand answers and accountability from the government generally, and specifically, personally, from Netanyahu himself. We just do not have a government right now. There is no state. Citizens are doing everything by themselves, collecting food, collecting aid, collecting supplies for the citizens in the south, providing transportation that is not being provided by the government. We just don't have a state right now.
I mean, and that is inexcusable, obviously, but it is clearly in keeping with, I think, a lot of what Netanyahu's tenure has been, as you delineated, which is a support for the settlements and the pogroms in the West Bank, with and kind of abdicating all other governing responsibilities here, including the fact that, I mean, has it been since 2014, if I'm mistaken, that the Israeli government has even spoken to and engaged with Palestinians in talks? Do I have that timeline right?
I don't. I mean, there was afterwards. I think it was afterwards. Netanyahu made some speeches, made the Bar Ilan speech, and etc., presumably declaring his willingness or even desire to be once again engaged in talks or whatever. It didn't happen, and
none of the negotiations have been in good faith. None of it has been in earnest.
In fact, Netanyahu is constantly looking for bypasses to actually bypass the Palestinian issue through new alliances with the Gulf country, with Saudi Arabia now. And I think that this attack it cannot be detached from that political regional context as well. It was, among other things, a way for the Palestinians to say, you cannot just forget about us and have diplomatic relationships with other Arab countries. We will not be forgotten. It was a very heinous, very cruel, very criminal way to do that. And there should be no, justification for those really heinous crimes that were committed by Hamas in the cities of Israel. But if we do not fully understand the context, we will not be able to get past that bleeding phase. And the context is both the regional, with the new ties with Saudi Arabia, but the context is also decades of oppression, of humiliation, of deprivation, long years of siege over the Gaza Strip. The UN pronounced Gaza to be unfit for human life years ago. Not only Israel, but also the international community didn't seem to be really, shocked or even concerned by those declarations. So we cannot, with all the grief and all the pain and all the shock and anger.
Yeah, we've known widely that it is an apartheid state for quite some time. And by and large, nothing has been done.
We cannot just block out that entire context of decades of very, very cruel oppression.
Yeah, in my flurry of reading these statistics, the median age in the state of Palestine is under 20 years old. Just give how young that population is, how many people have not seen outside of the walls, and then that gives you a sense of the health conditions and the amount of violence in what has been described as an open-air prison by countless human rights groups. And I just wanted to touch on as well a bit of what you mentioned earlier about the efforts at normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, also brokered by the United States via the Abraham Accords, how much in tandem with basically Netanyahu's green light for settlements and pogroms in Palestinian towns and villages, how much did that contribute to the sense of desperation that would empower a group like Hamas to commit these, obviously horrific acts of violence that you have condemned?
Yeah, so Netanyahu is very captivated with this idea of economic peace for many, many years now. That was the main idea behind the Abraham Accords. And now it's not purely economic, it's also strategic incentives concerning the relationship with Saudi Arabia. But first...
Hi, Nori. Hi, I hope you're well.
First, it must be said that the Arab public opinion throughout the Middle East is in a very different place than its leaderships that are going along with those initiatives of Netanyahu for their own reasons. And in a way, those leaderships collaborating with Netanyahu's attempt, and it's not just Netanyahu, with the Israeli attempt, basically, to just put the Palestinians in a box, lock them away, and throw away the key, because we are paying less and less of a price for maintaining the long-lasting occupation and apartheid over the Palestinians. And I have no doubt that it played a factor in that horrible attack, driving...
Yeah, when you deprive someone of everything and confine them to a small area, yeah, that will lead to desperation. That's entirely predictable. We've seen this through history many a time.
Palestinians, and specifically Hamas, to shout out in a horrible manner what the world and Israel were not willing to hear when they said it with their words. We didn't need that horrifying reminder to know that the Palestinian case cannot be forgotten through those bypassing alliances with other Arab countries. The Palestinians deserve justice. They will continue to resist and fight for justice and for their freedom. But it's incredibly heartbreaking to see that very justified resistance taking such a criminal, unhuman, violent turn.
Yes, and yet
it's completely like devoid of humanity what's happening in Gaza right now. Like, the IDF has a very clear and obvious mandate to level Gaza, and like, I don't understand how this is even up for fucking debate. Like, I feel like I'm losing my mind.
As you say, it is predictable in the sense of the feelings of desperation among Palestinians. Just to give our viewers a bit of a sense of what Hamas is and their relationship, what Hamas's relationship is to the over 2 million Palestinians, many of whom have zero ability to express their voice in ways that are democratic, or in ways that will have an effect that they can tangibly see to alleviate their immiseration. How does Hamas fit into that? And in terms of because there's a lot of condemnation of Hamas, obviously, in the wake of this, but just if you could give our viewers a rundown of what Hamas is.
Well, Hamas is a very big thing. I mean, it's not one.
America, this cringe. I wonder what Israel is like. Yeah. It's like America, like, concentrated. America distilled.
One thing, it is both a political.
Gorgeous and cozy night. Thank you. I meant to shower, but I took too long making dinner. But it was delicious, so worth it. But thank you. Oh, it's a hoodie. Yeah, I love this. Like, it feels like very grunge 90s vibes. Yeah. Very handy.
Party and leadership, which
it looks really good under a denim jacket. That's how I usually wear it, like if I'm going out.
Has also armed branches, several armed branches. So it's also a resistance group, and it's also an ultra religious Muslim group, and it's a political group that is present in the Palestinian parliament. By the way, all of the Palestinian parties, not only Hamas, are considered illegal and are designated as terrorist groups by Israel. So we should also keep that in mind, that Israel constantly...
Yeah, like Palestine has no real government. What are you not getting? Their government was installed by Israel. They are not represented by Hamas.
Limits the way of unarmed Palestinian resistance to the occupation in many ways. So the rising of Hamas since 2006 also had to do a lot with the very corrupted mechanism and leadership of Fatah, and people were fed up with that corruption that basically brought them nowhere. Since the very establishment of Hamas, Israel has been playing a sort of a double game. That on the one hand, it condemns Hamas as a terrorist group and punishes the citizens of Gaza for electing them, but at the same time, and these, by the way, are quotes from right-wing ministers. For example, Bizzare Smotrich, that said that was quoted saying a while ago, "We do not have an interest in eliminating Hamas because Hamas actually has an important role in weakening the Palestinian Authority led by Mahmoud Abbas."
Yeah, and also, it's not like there's been an election in Gaza in like 20 years or some shit. I forget the exact number, but it's been quite some time.
So in that double game that Israel is playing, it actually made sure that Hamas doesn't go anywhere.
Yep.
And keeps, being a significant player just so it can be a counter power to Mahmoud Abbas's Palestinian Authority. So we see these days how well that turned out for Israel.
And I mean, it was very well said, and it also benefits their efforts to paint Palestinians as terrorists, and it also will justify the bombing of areas that are Hamas strongholds, essentially civilian infrastructure and apartment buildings and hospitals and schools, which Israel has done for decades at this point. I know we don't have you for a ton of time, so I just wanted to ask you a bit more, lastly, about what a ground invasion would really mean, because that is a threat that is looming right now, and the prospect of a ground invasion in Gaza, and how that actually would be as devastating as it sounds.
I am terrified by the idea of what is awaiting us in the days ahead of us. Ground invasion, I mean, not that, airstrikes are any less destructive or lethal, but ground invasion into Gaza would mean a whole different scenario. It's, for some time now, after one of the last...
yeah, like, it already is a bloodbath, but it would be just a lot more brutal, and I think slow, honestly. Drawing it out doesn't necessarily, like, make it more lethal or more brutal, but, like, it's just excruciating. Not the first time. Yeah, definitely not. And it wouldn't be beyond them,
I think it was after 2014 that basically everything, Gaza turned into a pile of ruins.
Ground campaign block by block would have been a huge casualty. Yeah, I don't know, like, it's hard comparing the two, but, like, I mean, either way, it's fucking genocide.
And when they reconstructed Gaza, they made sure to build the buildings in a way that an Israeli tank can actually drive between them without tearing them down. But we are talking about the most densely populated place on Earth.
They shoot themselves constantly, yeah. So do, American military. Friendly fire happens way too much. Even in American police. It happened in Cop City. They blamed Tortuguita for shooting a cop when it was just the other cops shooting the cops. Fucking pigs.
I heard somebody saying today, I heard Amy Goodman actually saying today that Gaza is more or less in the size of Detroit, just to give a sense to the American audience. And while in Detroit, the population is about 600,000 or so, in Gaza is 2.4 million
Amy mentioned
people. So you can imagine what a line of Israeli tanks driving basically on the constructions, flattening down what remained in Gaza after the Air Force bombings would mean, and what possibilities of rehabilitation, if any, would ever be possible again in Gaza.
Well, Orly, no, I really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's like looking less and less hopeful as days go by, and the international community continues to do nothing, or worse than nothing, help Israel in their genocidal campaign, like Biden has openly endorsed. Hate to see that. It's like, I tweeted about this, and nobody saw this tweet because I said the word genocide too many times, I guess. I don't know. I've been shadow banned on, like, every platform, and I've only talked about this shit, like, on Twitch and Twitter, but, like, it's just, I just can't catch a break. But you can have the guy that enthusiastically supports genocide or the one who pussyfoots about it. The illusion of choice. Oh yeah, this was the Trump post I was trying to pull up earlier. Trump pledges to support Israel in 2025 to wipe out Hamas terrorists. Yeah. Stop trying to winning match, yeah. Honestly. And like I haven't even like done any like short form content on this because like it feels like exploitative, and I know I'm like not the best source to be getting information right now probably, and I don't know. I do need to clip shit and make content, but like I know it's just not even gonna get any views based on all of my Palestine posting. Like, if I reply to something, it can get views, but if I just make my own posts, like, 70 views, no interactions, like, it's just 41, nothing. Like, what am I even doing here? Why am I even here? You know? Who knows? Alright, I'll be back in 1 second.
In this world of calamity, as everybody gonna lost their sanity, what happened to civil peace in humanity? Eye for an eye brings no clarity. Yo, as I walk on the holy land, I feel my spirit grow. How many prophets prayed there? I guess we'll never know. I swear the air feels blessed. I breathe it in, I let it go. I let it go, I let it flow, I let it go, I let it flow. As I walk with my 2 foot, I look around and see a bunch of aliens living it illegally. Why they claim the land? They're not from the land. The great ancestors never bought the land. Cause this place you see, it never got for sale. Palestinian a rev, I never see them fail. Then I sit and dwell, them a rise up, rise up. Palestine, put your light up, light up. Me not wanna see no violence, me only want peace. Everybody live in unity, that's how it's meant to be. But oppression is oppression, so nobody act blind. When me 6 foot, did that be that day I stop trying? Cause we got to keep on walking on the road to Palestine. Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free. We got to keep it burning on the road to Palestine. Clean and pure meditation without a doubt. Truth will rise when the lies them are drowned. God we are praise him, there we are shout. God we are praise him, yeah. In this world of calamity, as everybody gonna lost their sanity. What happened to civil peace in humanity? Eye for an eye brings no clarity. Don't forget that a smile is charity, especially in the times of war and tragedy. Kids are growing up without no family. World peace slowly looking like a fantasy, but still, you guys to keep on walking on the road to Palestine. Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free. We got to keep it burning on the road to Palestine.
عندهم دولة احتلال ظالمة فاسقة لا يوجد في قلوبكم أي ذرة للرحمة. تقتلون الأطفال والنساء وكانوا يحملون صواريخ بالطبع. هكذا يا فخاي، كانوا الأطفال والنساء يحملون صواريخ. أنت كاذب.
I swear it's mad G, my spirit's charged like a battery. But police wanna stop me at the gate, wanna ask me, are you a Muslim? Where's your dad? Where's your family? Wanna frisk me, wanna check, wanna pack me. It's all good, I ain't trying to lose my temper, but it kills me knowing Palestinians can't enter, that's a joke thing. But I swear I ain't laughing. Imagine being kicked out your yard and not let back in. You'd cause a madness in the streets at the door banging, until they come out with a rifle and start clapping. Bang! They shot your brother in the head. Now tell me how you're gonna feel now your brother's dead. I know that's kind
after your brother, now they came and shot your mom. In this world of calamity, as everybody gonna lost their sanity, what happened to civil peace in humanity? Eye for an eye brings no clarity. But still, we got to keep on walking on the road to violence.
أنتم كاذبون، أنتم ليس في قلبكم ذرة واحدة من الرحمة. والله سنسجد ركعات شكر لله، ولكن في المسجد الأقصى إن شاء الله سنحرر فلسطين.
Okay. Oh, where are we going from here? Oh, well, it's so late. I'm running out of time. I never have time to cover all the things. Why does it take me so long? I mean, that's probably good. You know, I'm reacting hard. All that. Let's just get into fuck the police. Let's do that.
In 1988, NWA released a song titled Fuck the Police. And this still might be the most subversive, radical, and controversial song in hip-hop history.
Yo, Drake, what up? I got something to say. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground.
Which is funny because over time, the members of NWA proved to not be all that radical. But what they were at that time was provocative. They knew how to rile people up, and they knew what they were talking about. It was true.
Hey, dusting off my shit like hey, dusting off my like Craig on the dusting off my shit like Craig on the hey, this extortion, nigga. Okay, shit, yeah, okay, keep that bingo on.
So you can't see it.
If y'all aren't following FD by now, you better be.
Right now, you can't see it at all, actually. But right across from where I'm sitting is a big-ass jail.
Brad, thank you. Channel 2 investigates possible prison corruption here in Atlanta. Today, whistleblowers testified on Capitol Hill about major security and safety problems at the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary.
It's a really huge, ominous building, and it's right in the middle of the city. It's in the middle of a regentrifying part of the city. Right across from this jail, they're building luxury townhomes. And this little section, this little area of street art is actually a popular place for people to film videos. There was a viral Divine 9 video filmed here a couple of years back. This is, you know, one thing about Atlanta is that it embraces street art. And so you have like this mural, you have luxury townhomes, you have some really nice eateries and restaurants not too far from here. You got gentrifying neighborhoods going this way, and in the middle of all of that is a big-ass federal prison. And I can't show it to you because I'm pretty sure filming a prison is illegal, and considering the nature of this video, niggas not taking no chances.
Problems here for years. Well, today, a Senate subcommittee in Washington, D.C. paints a picture of prisoners running the show here at the U.S. Penitentiary in Atlanta, and prison officials doing little to stop the corruption.
The would-be dangerous criminals in this facility for years would often escape the prison to go get Taco Bell or see their girlfriends and then return back to the prison through numerous holes in the prison's gates, like teenagers sneaking in and out of their house after curfew to go hang with their friends.
Federal prosecutors say he snuck out of
Honestly, good for them.
the Atlanta pen at least 3 times to see a girlfriend, then sneaking back
W crime.
each time. This confirms an ongoing problem at the prison where inmates are able to escape easily, and there is seemingly very little the guards can do about it.
The prison was so poorly run that just a few years ago, its population was reduced to less than 150 prisoners in this huge building, just so the federal government could clean house in the prison's leadership and administration. The entire thing is an absolute farce. But to the layman that missed the news coverage, that doesn't know anything about how prisons work, they might just pass by it. When I drive past this prison with my kids, they often ask, "Daddy, what is that building?" When I told them it was a prison, they responded with something along the lines of, "Oh, so there's bad guys in there." To which I answered, "No, son, not really." As you can imagine, as much as possible, I try to impart a lot of knowledge to my children. If you ask my son about the British, he's probably going to say something about the ravages of colonialism. I am bringing them up right. This is to counteract a lot of myth-making that is ingrained in the education systems and media that our children consume.
I love FD. One of the few people I know for sure is a good parent. You know what I mean? Poorly run. Dude came back on his own. How much guarding and security could he possibly need? Model inmate, yeah.
I'm gonna make the world a better place.
But even in doing that, it's a bit harder to perfectly explain the messed up nature of crime, justice, and prisons to a child. And it doesn't help that these children are already developing a perspective of what America's justice system is based on common opinions about them that they see on TV.
Cops, central organization of police specialists, fighting crime in a future time, protecting Empire City from Big Boss and his gang of crooks.
So much of our culture is shaped by ideologies that look at issues of justice simplistically. Things are either right or wrong, good or bad, legal or illegal.
Sometimes it seems laws are made to keep us from what we want to.
On the contrary, Kent, it's law that allows us to live in freedom, real freedom.
Common opinion says that people that do wrong things deserve punishment, and punishment is always good if it fits the crime. This is a core feature in our society. It is in my son's school environment. Hell, it's even to an extent in our home environment. Everything from Batman to Paw Patrol contribute to a message about crime and policing and justice in ways that hide the reality of how those systems actually work. The concept of crime,
like, even the way we raise children, like, is like a mirror of the justice system as we know it, right? Like, oh, you did something bad, you're grounded. Oh, you did something bad, you lose more privileges. Like, come on, man. Like that guy, then they should be made policy model demonstration facility for all of corrections. ACAB, even Chase. Yeah. Yeah, like, if anything, like, that proves that, like, we could do a much more effective form of, like, law enforcement. You know, we could do restorative justice and it could work. You know, like, dude came back. You know what I mean? Like, people do day release programs and they come back. Like,
crime and punishment is incredibly complex, yet the average person who has minimal connection to it looks at it with no more complexity than my 10-year-old son. And that's a problem. Because as we look at the nature of crime, justice, and prisons, we see not just human atrocities and injustice being done to people with little to no regard, but we also see a core aspect of systemic oppression operating in plain sight with almost everyone's approval and consent. So today I want to contribute to fixing that. I'm going to bite off some really small chunks of this issue and present it to you not as the end-all be-all solution or explanation of what's wrong with police and prisons, but as a primer on why all of us need to be looking at prisons with the concept of justice differently. And to help that, as I often do, I got the support of actual experts with a variety of...
It really is almost like a philosophical question. Like, what do you think justice looks like to you? And almost universally, people are going to say, like, justice for the victim and, you know, real, physical, like, measurable change for the perpetrator. And, like, obviously, I think everyone knows that our current justice system does not accomplish those things. At all.
of angles and knowledge on the subject.
And I think why people want these simple answers a lot of times is because it's easier.
versus having to actually do the work and work through the trauma and the harm that happens within our communities.
This is the only place where the only person I can demonstrate this level of authority with. People often do that with kids, and kids are robbed of their personhood. So when you add the level to that of the fact that we are already ingrained and indoctrinated in our society to carceral and punishment and all these things are so tied together, it makes natural sense to this. In fairness to us, it's not that we use the police or violence or any of these other things in a way that others don't. It's just the consequences of when we do it, right? Because white people can call the police all the time.
The thing to remember is that even without the media or like propaganda, that's going on, right? We are kind of like, even if you never turned on a TV, you never saw any movies, which like obviously is not a thing. But even if you did that, that's kind of how our society is set up. Well, like there has to be this level of buy-in with the police where we just assume that they're good, because if we don't, that's like horrific. And now
well, it says to protect and serve on their cars. So that's what they do, right? Surely, copium.
So we have to do like all of this like recontextualizing over everything. I think that it is just a lot easier and people are a lot more willing to buy into the system and just have stuff that reaffirms that the system that they live in is good, that they live in a just world. And this is something that makes TV and film and the cops like a perfect marriage.
Prison abolition started in prisons. I just want that to start. And I don't want to say that even on some corny, like, oh, we got to center the most marginalized. No, like it started in prisons for a reason, because they were developing their own intellectual thought. So we should see prisoners who were engaged in abolition or engaged in others, organizing against prisons as intellectuals, as thinking people, not just as props for our whatever we trying to do, and by developing in prison, it had a much more revolutionary tinge to it than what it's become since it's been popular since like 2020 or whatever.
Historically, Black folks have always had issues with cops, going back to the first form of policing being slave overseers and eventually slave bounty hunters. But still, never has our feeling on a relationship between the police.
Yeah, literally bounty hunters. That was their original purpose. And that purpose has not really changed. Slaves are just now, formerly incarcerated people.
And Black people, or hell, all the people, really being more effectively communicated. I mean, it's a reason you never heard a single rapper yelling, all cops are bastards. Pretty sure most Black people don't even know what ACAB is unless a liberal come and explains it.
He has time now to think about what he's done. And I believe he'll turn out all right.
Bitter black copium. Yeah.
So before getting into the heavier, explicit details about these things and the core arguments and the research and the haymakers about police and the courts, etc., first we got to hold up a mirror, because I have one overall goal, which is for everyone that watches this video to become a supporter of ending policing as we know it and abolishing all prisons. But to really do that, the first thing we have to recognize is that the biggest asset the police and these systems have is our consent and faith in them as institutions. Even folks that know firsthand how trash these systems are will think that it's going too far to say we're going to abolish prisons. The idea of having no justice system, no law and order, that's ridiculous and even dangerous. We need the police to protect and serve, and we need prisons to put away dangerous people so that they can't hurt anyone.
Abolishing the NYPD, that'd be suicide. But yes, they're needed. I push for them to be here. There's too many criminals out here, man. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't feel safe.
No, we need control in the city. So I think the police are necessary.
We'll get to most of that bullshit a little later. I'm not saying that we won't ever need a...
Now, yeah, I mean, material conditions, though. The material conditions that lead to crime arising can be ameliorated. We can fix that part, and then we can talk about restorative justice, widely available therapy, stuff like that.
A form of community level security, or that crime will never happen in a world with no police, or that we won't have to figure out what to do about said crime and, more importantly, victims of crime. Nobody who is serious about abolition believes these things. But I do want to challenge why we fear this mythical, lawless reality so much in the first place, and why we think the police in our current court system is responsible for the level of safety or justice we currently have. I want you watching this right now to consider just how much actual experience you have with the police and the criminal justice system. Because of the way the algorithm works and what I know about my audience, the chances are if you're watching this video on YouTube, you are watching as a person of relative privilege, probably a relatively decent level of education, which means you probably have not had much engagement with the criminal justice system at any level. If you're Black, there's a higher likelihood you've been.
Yeah, well, no, that is probably like statistically true, but it's not personally true for me. I've had more interaction with the justice system than I would like to have. I'll just say that.
Profiled by police before, pulled over, maybe even detained. But have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been convicted? Do you have people in your family or close to you that have done time? Have you seen the long-term effects of prison on those individuals when they finally come home? Have you ever been victim of a crime and realized how difficult it is?
I have indeed. It's really fucked up. Like, bare minimum, the food that they feed prisoners is unacceptable. Like, that should be like a war crime. It's not okay. It is not okay. It is often moldy. It is very old at the very least. Like, it's not good for you. It's very bad.
Is to actually get justice. Ever experience the overall indifference, realize of prison on those individuals?
Wait, why is it muted?
When they finally come home. Have you ever been victim of a crime and realize how difficult it is to actually get justice? Ever experienced the overall indifference of the police to your well-being after you've called them to come protect and serve?
A number of victims who report a sexual assault are treated insensitively, are not believed, are blamed for their assaults, and are traumatized by their experience with police.
I started to feel like a victim because of my interactions with the police. They didn't believe me. They made me feel ashamed for questioning them. They made me feel like I was making something up.
Have you ever been systematized or even been in court custody or had a child in defects? I ask these questions because if you're watching this, it's highly likely you have little to no experience with these things.
He's now aging out of Georgia's foster care. Christian considers it a legal system that failed him. But the chaos from moving to foster home to one day this year, somewhere truly unexpected. This Department of Family and Children's Services office is where he was living.
It didn't make sense to me why this was happening to me. When I came in, I saw a lot of blankets on the floor, a lot of things on the floor. There was not a lot of food in there.
DFACS, the agency tasked with protecting kids, housed foster youth in its
This is so fucked up. This is incredibly fucked.
county offices for months on end.
We're staying here because they don't have nowhere for us to go.
The majority of us who lend power to the system don't really know what this system feels like in real life.
I think when we are passively consuming escapist content over and over again, it tends to become our main contact point, especially for like white people or people who don't have a lot of interaction with the police. The main way you interact with the police is through these cop shows. That is their main contact point. So like they think about the police, they think about crime, and they're like, well, I saw this on Law and Order once. And that might not be realistic, but that's like what I got.
Going back to my sons, they're lucky enough.
Yeah, no, that's true. And you can tell when someone's only contact with cops, it has been through Law and Order or just like positive experiences.
That their main engagement with the police are from security officers in their schools. And they're all Black men with smiling faces and gentle, strong demeanors. And I wave hi and talk to them every day as I drop my boys off. And that's the natural cognitive dissonance that you might have toward individual police officers and the societal role that they inhabit. And I'm not saying that that cognitive dissonance needs to go away and that you have to see all police officers as demons. And most people don't feel that way. But most people also don't have to engage with the full reality of the system, and they think that police only exist in—
Yeah, I mean, by and large, like, cops have not been demons to me, even though, like, I was, like, a lawless child and had to interact with the the law enforcement system, you know, like, I got away with way more than I would have if I had melanin. Like, there's no denying that. Like, I am privileged in that way, but like, I don't think that the people who treated me well as cops are angels. You know what I mean? I don't think that at all. I think that the cops that treated me well are probably racist pieces of shit. Statistically, probably, you know? Just because I got away with it well, it doesn't mean everyone else did, you know? He was a rascal, how surprising. Yeah. I went through, like, phases. Like, in high school, like, I was a goody two-shoes. I was just a fucking nerd, just doing school, doing the newspaper, doing theater, and then I started smoking weed, and I became ungovernable. Yeah.
In this positive, helpful space that we are lucky to experience depending on the background and privilege that you have right now. When people get money, much like in Ice Cube, they tend to have a very different perspective on how the police treat people. Ice Cube started out as fuck the police, and now he's doing interviews with Tucker Carlson talking about bootstrap politics because Ice Cube is now a very rich man. And the person he was...
Honestly, if I ever lose perspective to that level, like, please just cancel me. Just get me out of there. But commit me to a psych ward. It's over.
He made that song is a very different person than who he is now.
If you are a person who is not regularly interacting with crime or poverty, then every time you see a dark street, a dark alley or something, you're seeing it on TV.
304, 1031 on foot. Westbound on Baden.
And that means something awful is probably happening in that alley, which means that even if most alleys are fine, every time you see one, you are scared of it because the only thing you've ever seen happen in them is like murder. You tend to like fear things like that. I've recognized this with like my extended family. Like they're scared of cities because that's where the crime is. Because that's the only time that they ever see cities is on TV and these.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like growing up, like every time we went to the city, my dad would bring his gun and just like keep it under the seat so he could reach it, like just in case, because, you know, he had seen stories on local news about, you know, break-ins or, you know, like car robberies, etc. So like just always prepared just in case. But like we were never going to the areas where that kind of thing would happen. You know what I mean? Like it was a little bit of overkill.
These cop shows.
When we talk about prison abolition, we talk about trying to actually, one, address the problems that are really inside our community. You know, we started to think about transformative justice and how to deal with conflicts and harm that is done within the community, because a lot of people think of crimes, they're thinking of harm, right? Because most crimes, let's be real, aren't really about harm. Like, for example, a lot of people are arrested for drug crimes, which isn't about like you harming someone. Nobody's going out to harm somebody when they're using drugs. Nobody's going out to harm somebody even when they're selling drugs. Now, you could argue that people using drugs are harming themselves and then selling people is whatever, like adds to that. But that also, I would argue, generally, people are using drugs because of the trauma that they have faced in their community that already is existing from all the way back to slavery. It's just passing down this trauma over and over again, and getting reinforced by the system itself.
I think the first thing that people need to understand about abolition, and I always put it this way, is that abolition is a vision for the future. You know, it is, abolitionists are aware. We are aware.
Yeah, no, it would be a process. It's not like an overnight, like abolish now. Like that's like anarcho-nihilism shit, maybe, but no real leftist saying that.
Aware of the fact that they're not going to just, you know, open up all the prisons and close the courts and get rid of all the police tomorrow or today. And we recognize that we also don't have the infrastructures in place to do that, right? The idea is that investing in criminalization of people and putting more money and resources into under-resourced communities and people so that you could police them and incarcerate them and saddle them with debts and criminal records and all of these things don't actually address crime. This isn't just about, that I just care about the criminals, which is a whole nother conversation, but it's about caring about yourself and trying to stop crime and recognizing that, well, a system that has created a profit system on incarcerating people it literally is in the business of regurgitating and repeating that because that's what keeps the system running.
When you say abolish prisons, the question that people will usually bring to you is, what about the rapists and murderers? What about the abusers and the sexual predators and all the people that we tend to think police and jails protect us from? Again, ask yourself how much you know about these situations. Most sexual assaults are never even prosecuted, and most murders are never solved by a wide margin. Worse yet, many sexual assaults that
Yeah, like many women don't even come forward about sexual assault because they know it won't be prosecuted, and or they don't want to incarcerate their partner or whoever it was, but it's not even dealt with. Like, if you do report it, your case might be stuck in a backlog of sexual assault kits that need to be sent to the lab or haven't been tested or maybe just disappeared for whatever reason in the police department.
results in arrest never go to trial. I'm sure many of us remember Brock Turner from a few years ago. That situation where this person was convicted of rape and did not see any jail time is not as rare as you think. According to one study, less than 60% of convicted sex offenders ever spend time in a prison. One study in Idaho tracking Pedialyte drinkers found that only 28% of those convicted of child sexual assault actually went to jail. We are already living in the world that people are telling us to fear without the police. So why are we so invested in this myth that it does work? Why is it so important for us to see those who really suffer under the system as deserving of that suffering if it means that this myth can be maintained? There's a lot of answers as to why that's the case. I could fill up 5 more videos, but for the sake of time, we're going to focus on one major factor, which is how we view crime and criminals in this country, and conversely, how we view the police, and how these views make the horrors of this system seem justified, maybe even normal. So let's go back in time. Coming out of the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s and the Supreme Court era of the 70s, relatively significant actions were taken to address racism in the United States. However, these actions were almost always met with overt resentment.
Relatively being the key operative word there, doesn't take much to be, relatively a lot of change.
And resistance from white Americans.
It is very appropriate that from this cradle of the Confederacy, this very heart of the great Anglo-Saxon Southland, that today we sound the drum for freedom. And I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Yeah.
And the result from the 1970s going forward was nearly 40 years of Republican-dominated governments in America, often elected using Southern strategies popularized by Richard Nixon and Barry Goldwater. The Southern strategy, for those who do not know, was basically using the fear of black anything to rile up voters and get them to vote and empower Democrats who would eventually become modern-day Republicans.
Bush and Dukakis on crime. Bush supports the death penalty for first-degree murderers. Dukakis not only opposes the death penalty, he allowed first-degree murderers to have weekend passes from prison. One was Willie Horton, who murdered a boy in a robbery, stabbing him 19 times. Despite a life sentence, Horton received 10 weekend passes from prison. Horton fled, kidnapped a young couple, stabbing the man and repeatedly raping his girlfriend. Weekend prison passes. Dukakis on crime.
People often think the culture wars that we're dealing with online all the time today are new, but they're really not. There's always been racial and gender divides that have always bled into or often stemmed from political divides. And they almost always are between a dominant group fighting to keep a subordinate group from making progress.
And they always have to like prop up these like fringe anecdotes, like, oh, one time a bad thing happened. You know what? I think we should still rework our prison system. Yeah, I think it's still not good.
It's often seen as deserving versus undeserving, but what it really is meant to be is white versus black, or rich versus poor. That said, in this time period, it wasn't hard to entrench a negative public sentiment toward inner city urban areas as Americans witnessed urban decay that had never been seen before, a result of generations of disinvestment and economic and social exploitation of black and brown people in places like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Baltimore, etc. And this image of black and brown people tearing each other apart in the inner cities was the status quo of the time for that entire time. But a change of sorts came in the early 90s when Bill Clinton became the first Democratic president in 12 years and one of only 2 Democrats to be the president in almost a 40-year period. And this happened because Clinton led a rightward shift in Democratic policies, promising to address crime and cult welfare, and with some help from third-party spoiler.
Dude. Young Hillary is such a trip, dude. Before she was a war criminal. Wow. So innocent.
Promising to address crime and cult welfare, and with some help from third-party spoiler Ross Perot, Clinton beat incumbent George Bush Sr. to become president in 1992.
Congratulations.
2 years later, Clinton would make good on his promise to address crime, which culminated in the 1994 crime bill, guided by his wife and future senator/presidential candidate Hillary Clinton and current president and former vice president Joe Biden.
It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask, what made them do this? They must be taken off the street.
The crime bill has been talked about a ton in the last decade or so as the disastrous
Fucking Jim Crow Joe.
results of it have now really become impossible not to notice. Policymakers at that time leaned into tough on crime ideology as opposed to the more obvious and also well-known research around social and community development to address crime. The bill made little to no investment into the poor by design urban centers of America that I spoke about earlier. Instead of investment in those cities, millions were spent on funding the police, expanding federal prisons, and fighting the war on drugs. Policies were instituted for mandatory minimum sentences, 3-strike rules, and countless other.
It's actually interesting to bring up Hillary here because, like, the reason I'm showing this right now is because of the connection between the U.S. police and the IDF. They trade, trade soldiers that train with each other, trade tactics, etc. And yeah, Hillary is a fucking Zionist. So, it's all connected, man. Five head.
The new reasons to put predominantly poor people and disproportionately black people in prison. One of the most notable elements being the violent offender incarceration and truth in sentencing incentive grant program, which gave out $12.5 billion in grant money, not for education, healthcare, housing, or community investment, but for building prisons to house all the newly incarcerated. And it worked in a multitude of ways. It's fair to say that the crime bill reduced crime, although it's also fair to say that crime was reducing beforehand.
And the thing that is always striking to me, and I think really underplayed in our national discourse over crime, is that we don't really understand it. If you go into the 80s and the 90s, you see crime goes way, way up in the 70s, way, way up in all kinds of different jurisdictions, more or less all at the same time. And then it begins going way, way down in all kinds of different places all at the same time. So you have stories that people know, like there's New York with Rudy Giuliani and broken windows policing and stop and frisk. But it also goes down in all these places that didn't do what New York City did. It's so widespread, both the rise and the fall, that you end up having researchers trying to think of even broader explanations, like whether or not lead and the amount of lead in young kids' bloodstream and thus the effect on their executive function when they got older, maybe that's the causal mechanism.
And it's definitely...
Yeah, I think that's like way more compelling than increased policing, because it's, you know, like just as much of a correlation.
More fair to say that the bill greatly increased mass incarceration, which had also been spiking since the Reagan era. Now, since the 2010s, statistically, incarceration has been lessening as people realizing the problems of this bill have started to make changes to undermine its damages. But understand, the damage had already been done. I bring all of this up because we often look at the failure of this bill as something that happened to the Black community from white political forces. And while this is overall true, it's not a useful or fair critique of what actually happened. A more accurate critique requires us to engage with the fact that a lot of Black people, many who were directly suffering under an epidemic of crime and drugs, were on board with this bill from day one.
Let me start out with this. I am ashamed of my vote. I sincerely apologize to my God, apologize to my community, to my family. That was the worst vote, as I look back over the years, that I've taken since I've been in the Congress.
And that brings me back to the question of the first section. Why were Black people so willing to see carceral punishment as a fix to societal problems of crime? The 1994 crime bill was endorsed by the Congressional Black Caucus, and it was
Mass incarceration is just like such a weird vibe. The vibes are off, dude. But like, no, really, like, why would you think that's the solution? Like, well, just for 1 second, look into the conditions in which people commit crime. You know what I mean?
supported by Black Democratic leaders like the only Black senator at the time, Carol Moseley Braun.
I could cite statistics such as these regarding the level of violent crime in our society for the rest of this evening, but the numbers only serve to illustrate what we already know. I believe that the federal government must act to help take back our streets, to ensure that every man, woman, and child in this country feels safe in their communities, in their schools, and in their homes. And that is why it is imperative that Congress send this bill to the president as soon.
Or the current so-called kingmaker, Jim Clyburn.
But people say that, you know, it at least perpetuated the idea that more people should be in prison. Do you ever think about that your support for this bill may have perpetuated mass incarceration as we see it now?
Yeah, I think about that. I just don't think that's true.
And this.
Yeah, I thought about it. I just think you're wrong. Okay, good talk. Fuck.
This is not to say that other Black Democrats like the late great John Lewis or Maxine Waters didn't oppose the bill as a whole.
We know the best way of effectively reducing crime lies in addressing the root causes of crime. Unfortunately, there is no issue we face where the difference between responsible governing and political popularity is so great. In the politics of crime, the right thing and the politically popular thing are total opposites. The best politics of crime involves the emotional appeal, mandatory minimum sentences, life without parole, no rehabilitation, more death penalty provisions, and put them to death quicker by cutting out the appeals. That strategy appeals to emotion and helps politicians get elected, but it does nothing to reduce crime in the streets.
But they were still responding.
Literally nothing.
To pressure from regular Black people in the crosshairs of this problems to do something, anything about the crime in these communities. There were plenty of Black people asking for community investment and deterrence programs and fighting against three-strike rules and mandatory minimums. But overall, a lot of Black folks seem to think that the police would easily be able to tell the good Black folks from the bad, and that the deserving would benefit and that the undeserving would suffer.
On the question of additional police officers, we hired the right police officers, and if they did the right thing, would that have an impact on the crime rate?
I doubt it. As I said before, even if you hire the right police officers and they're doing the right thing all the time, what are you going to do with them? They're going to be walking all over top of each other. In this country, I think we're down. Those numbers are even greater when there was a time 20 years ago when my department had 8,500 police officers. We're now down to 6,200 police officers. The crime rate was higher then than it is now. And those bear the national statistics. So it's not the number of police officers that you have, it's the job that they perform.
Yeah, that's so key, you know? Like, what are they doing, really? How many do you need per block? Does there need to be 20 per block? Like, probably not. Probably not, you know?
Who remembers a few years ago the awful social media trend of Black parents embarrassing their children on Facebook by cutting their hair in ridiculous ways and sending them to school and videotaping the whole thing, or showing up to the school to berate and beat them in front of the world? Who has joked about experiences getting whipped by parents and grandparents? I think it's impossible to deny that the concept of carcerality is low-key a little deep in Black culture. And it may start out as, you know, older Black folks telling kids to pull their pants up, but it lends itself to a multitude of Black people endorsing a corrupt prison system, maybe to prove that they are one of the good ones. I worked with parents and troubled youth a lot over the course of my pre-YouTube career, and one thing that you'll always hear from a parent whose kid is in trouble is how they did everything they were supposed to do to keep their child out of trouble. In fact, they sometimes overpresent these ideas, the fact that they were whipping their child and taking away their child's stuff and embarrassing their child, and you kind of want to tell them, maybe not in the moment, that that's probably part of the problem.
You're gonna lose your child's trust, possibly for life. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I remember when I woke up with police surrounding my bed, bro. Like, that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like, you will lose their trust, but also it's not effective. Positive reinforcement has been proven time and time again to be way more effective than negative reinforcement.
My grandma did a lot of effed up stuff after that too, so it just got worse. But like, that had like shattered trust from that point. And then I think not far after, when I started standing up and not letting her beat me anymore, I was like, no, you ain't gonna beat me anymore. I'm good. Like, because even though she beat me my whole life, I still had trust and faith in her till that moment.
Very oftentimes when my clients talk to me, I always try to tell people, when I meet my client, this is not the first system to fail them. You know what I mean? By virtue of me as a public defender representing them, which is who the majority is represented by in the criminal system, you are literally impoverished. You're disenfranchised in some way. You've already experienced some kind of institutional letdown. And I've never been that. I've never walked through this. Like, all of those things are a culmination of how you end up to be, how you end up with your choices, how all those things. Like, imagine in your teenage years, I am about to be 30 next month. The things, the anxieties, the depressions, whatever issues that I had as a teenage are the things that have grown, manifested, worked through, whatever, in all this time. So imagine your teen years, your first brush with depression, someone dies, and that somehow becomes your mother criminalizes you. You know, where does that trickle? Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so by the time you do something that you commit some crime that people won't consider a crime of poverty or whatever, because they don't think of the chain. They don't think of the entire chain and how all these things.
And that's the point of this whole section, is to dig through the tough reality that while we suffer under the systems, we are still very deeply invested in them, down to how.
And like, people who are like so thirsty for justice, really like revenge, or just like incarceration as a concept in general. They don't think about like the long-term effects, like the way incarceration affects somebody long-term, or the way like carceral like punishment in general, whether it's from your parents or school or whatever, will affect somebody's trajectory for the rest of their life. Not only like developmentally, but like legally. That's like, it can change everything. For the worse, you know?
How we raise our children. And I want to blame it on the legacy of our treatment during and post-slavery. I want to blame it on internalized anti-Blackness. I'm sure there's several good books that explain exactly how this stems out from that behavior, for whatever reason. But if we are going to be serious about addressing the problem, we have to be serious about divesting from it. We have to stand against the system and the belief that putting people, especially our people, in prisons when they get in trouble and police custody will help us long term or even in the short term. Now, this isn't easy because we don't live in a society where police in prisons aren't necessary. I won't tell you to never call the police or never use the system to seek justice or restitution when you have to, but I ask you to consider when and how you can avoid involving these systems, and under what circumstances does the involvement in this system really have a chance to even be meaningful. Because in most cases, they don't. So you need to be mindful of how these systems really work versus how they pretend to work.
That's why it confuses me why we ever needed anything else to describe the problem or the solution. Like, I know FD and them be using all them big words and getting extra deep in these topics and whatnot, but sometimes the shit ain't that deep. Sometimes it's real simple. You start contextualizing and debating, and next thing you know, you lost the whole plot of what we talking about. Not only have you taken the claws out and dulled the teeth of a lion, you've replaced the lion with a house cat that makes everyone comfortable. That's why for me it's always been real simple. Fuck the police. We don't need to clean it up. We don't need to change it. We don't need to switch it up so that it's a little more palatable. And I guarantee they're not going to say that if they don't mean it.
Just take it easy. Hey, you stumbled onto something here. Maybe we can all benefit from this slight misunderstanding. Now let's go someplace quiet so we can talk this over.
You bastards die just like we do.
The first myth that needs to be dispelled is what the police, and by extension our criminal justice system, is actually here for. The motto, protect and serve, is ubiquitously known as a police creed, but it's not real. Or moreover, it's not written in any police bylaws that they must protect and serve you, the everyday normal citizen. I could cherry pick countless examples of police literally not protecting and serving people when they most need them. I could talk about the police in the Uvalde shooting from a couple of years ago, where they stood idly while a spree shooter murdered 19 children and 2 teachers. Or I could talk about the famous case in New York where police stood behind a door watching a man being attacked with a knife and waited until he and another private citizen subdued the attacker before intervening. Or the landmark child abuse case in 1989, which led to a Supreme Court ruling that says that the police do not have to protect you from harm. A ruling that was upheld again in 2005 after a child murder case. Feel free to look this up. Protect and serve isn't real. The police don't have to protect you from harm unless you're a rich land or property owner, probably. Protection of land and property.
Yeah, they only have to protect capital, not any humans.
Is probably the true origin of policing as we know it. They were slave catchers protecting the property of slave owners in the South or private businesses in the North. But at least for a time, these entities were often privately funded by the rich who, ironically or unironically, often hired criminals and thugs and miscreants as their police to secure their property. It's not until 1838 when we get our first ever publicly funded police force in Boston as rich shipping business owners convinced the local municipality to take over the cost of their, at the time, private protection of their property as a public good. And suddenly we have taxpayer funded policing as we know it. However, for a long time, the sentiment of fuck the police was much more popular than you might think. For longer than not, in fact, the police were looked at by the general public as nuisances, losers, and snitches, or worse yet, themselves another gang of thugs who just happened to serve the economic or political elite.
I know the police cause you trouble. They cause trouble everywhere. But when you die and go to heaven, you'll find no policeman there.
After 60 plus years of publicly funded police and constant complaints from citizens, the Lexile Committee in New York did the first major probe of police activity in the United States. And after 10,000 pages of testimony from over 700 witnesses, the commission came to the following conclusions.
It appears, therefore,
that the police formed a separate and highly privileged class, armed with the authority and the machinery for oppression and punishment, but practically freed themselves from the operation of the criminal law. Many of the members of the force, and even superior officers, have abused the resources of physical power which have been provided for them, and their use only in the cases of necessity in the making of arrests and the restraint of disorder, to gratify personal spite and brutal instincts, and to reduce their victims to a condition of servility. This condition has grown to such an extent that even in the eyes of our foreign-born residents, our institutions have been degraded, and those who have fled from oppression abroad have come here to be doubly oppressed in a professedly free and liberal country.
Yeah, I heard a story about a man who was wrongfully convicted for 16 years, only to be let out and then murdered by a cop in a traffic stop. I hate it here.
Harm thus done by engendering bitterness and hatred in the minds of multitudes of those people who look upon the police as the highest expression of governmental power.
This sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? It's basically what most black people and pretty much every left-leaning person in earshot has been saying about the police for at least the last 10 years and really longer. So you might be wondering, how did we go from that to where we are now? Why are the police so beloved and trusted now? It's not like they've gotten any better. Why, when we constantly see the abject failure of police, do people look at those instances of failure as anomalies and not an indication of the reality of policing? The answer to this is multifaceted. There's an inherent investment in the authority that permeates American society. A lot of the support for police, especially now, is essentially just a tacit endorsement of racism and anti-blackness. That's why you have people yelling all lives matter to people saying Black Lives Matter, because you know exactly what they're trying to say. The thin blue line flag saw a huge surge in popularity when black people started marching against police brutality. I don't think that's a coincidence. But what I really want to engage in with most is a concept called propaganda, which brings us to an old TV show called Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
If you look at like early 1900s films or like the 1910s, you run into stuff like the Keystone Cops, Charlie Chaplin. These are people, Buster Keaton. These are people who are not exactly liking the police. And that stuff's going on for a while. And then when they move to television, it's like one of the first big TV shows in the 50s, Jack Webb decides, I'm going to work with the police. I'm going to work with the LAPD. I'm going to give them something that is very, quote unquote, authentic.
The story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Authenticity is the calling card of cop shows and of propaganda, is this idea that this is the real story. These are real cases.
These are their stories.
Webb.
Classic. It's very real. Copium, believe us.
It's all of this equipment from the police. He gets to look at real case files. He gets to do all this stuff for free. So all of that becomes way cheaper and thus more profitable. And all he's got to do, all Jack Webb's got to do, is send every script to the LAPD for censorship and approval.
Before Dragnet, the depiction of police in the media mostly aligned with what the Luxau report had to say. Charlie Chaplin, the Keystone Cops, even Bugs Bunny cartoons showed a negative public sentiment toward the police. Dragnet changed that. Dragnet began a legacy of propaganda where people's understanding of policing stopped being what was actually happening in the streets and started being what we see on TV right now. And since most people don't regularly interact with the police, as we said earlier, and when they do, it's often a mostly positive experience, the reality of what police are to those who interact with them the most, aka the poor, is pretty much not understood. And for over half a century, we've been inundated with propaganda, from the cop shows of the 60s and 70s to the action cops of the 80s and 90s to the procedural dramas of the 2000s and beyond. And now even the neo-propaganda of Marvel and Disney, where the heroes are still cops, but they also have superpowers and they make funny jokes.
Hello, girl, kick your ass.
Cop shows contribute to the myth of the thin blue line, which is that aforementioned idea that police are the only protection good law-abiding citizens have from a world of depraved criminals who want nothing but to harm them.
Joe Friday is the main character, and he is just perfect. Like, he never shoots his gun. When he does, it's one shot. He never misses. He's very clinical. He's very cold. He's very calm.
I took the money from people who had it and gave it to those who didn't.
Yeah, no cop is ever calm, though. Illusion chat.
Do you think, Sergeant?
What's that?
Was I wrong?
He never gets emotional. He always gets the right guy. He's just perfect. You know, he's like the ideal of what you would want in a detective. Not realistic at all, obviously, and bought and paid for by the LAPD. Then there's also like a lot of thin blue line stuff going on. So they'll talk about how there's crime right around. There's crime every day. It's threatening our city, but good thing we have Mr. Joe Friday. These are real stories. We've changed the names to protect the innocent, but this is what's going on, guys.
Yeah, and
LAPD's got you.
Shows like Cops.
Based on a true story. You'll even see some of this in like Lifetime. You know,
used to put that reality on in full display. Shows like Law and Order gave us dramatic, heinous examples of the worst things that could happen, but justice is served by the end of the show. And shows like The Wire and We Own the Night present a critical eye toward policing that still eventually reinforces the thin blue line myth. And even outside of that frame, we have shows like Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Reno 911 that make cops funny.
Tell me why
ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why
ain't nothing.
And shows like Paw Patrol that hide the gross reality of what police dogs tend to do in real life and their historical connection to slavery.
It is a show that is very like pro police, obviously. Like the main character is a cop dog. His name is Chase. That's kind of crazy. Let's not leave that unsaid. They keep giving him like gadgets. Like he's got like a drone. He's got like spy gear. He's got all this other stuff. There's like mass surveillance.
I hate this show. I hate it so much.
They know where everything is all the time. Research that I did.
I love Reno 911. Yeah. It was kind of funny.
For the Paw Patrol video, I've done a lot of research on cop stuff and police brutality. That is some of the most horrific shit I've ever read. There were like jugulars broken, people lost their testicles, like just crazy golf-sized bites being taken out of people's legs for often like not a real, like just in the arrest. Like they're not convicted. There's nothing going on here. Like they might not even be guilty of anything.
Have nothing.
Hands when you're back here. You're under arrest, okay?
All of these shows and movies promote an image of policing and crime that just isn't real and doesn't even make sense most of the time. However, with these images everywhere, with people engaging with the police through TV more than real life, the fiction becomes reality. And we think this is how policing works, and it definitely is not. As I said earlier, the police don't solve many crimes, and they don't have a legal obligation to protect people. And research has consistently found that more police and the amount of police have little to no effect on crime. There is research that indicates that focused deterrent strategies, aka putting more police in high.
You know what? Circling back on second thought, did we like Reno 911 or did we just like men in short shorts?
Crime neighborhoods has some effect on reducing crime, but then we have to engage with the whole other body of research that shows the consequence of over-policing poor communities, aka rises in police brutality, the prison population, community disinvestment, you know, the whole problem of the '94 crime bill. I see multiple cop cars whenever I leave my house, and I don't feel any safer. Further, a fraction of the money being spent to over-police high-crime areas could be better used to actually funnel resources into those areas with far greater social benefit at a cheaper price. But the reality is these systems aren't meant to benefit society, they're meant to control it. And the thing is, this is not some like left-wing nonsense. This is not some, you know, critical theory extrapolation. This is well understood, constantly reproduced research. The Department of Justice just released a report on the Minneapolis Police Department where George Floyd and many other innocent unarmed people have been murdered. And it showed a clear pattern of repeated abuses and violations that they've known about for decades.
Shocking.
But that's not unique. Pretty much anywhere where the DOJ or anyone has investigated the police, they found the exact same things. Rampant abuses of power, ingrained racism, and a lack of accountability. And again, this isn't something we're subtly aware of. 60 plus years of sociological and criminological research on crime has told us over and over that the greatest predictor of crime is poverty and community dysfunction. And thus, the best way to reduce crime is to increase the quality of life in high crime areas.
order have broken down in Detroit, Michigan. Pillage, looting, murder, and arson have nothing to do with civil rights.
John. Well, Mr. President. How are you? I'm fine, thank you, sir. John, you know what I think of you, don't you? I certainly do, Mr. President, vice versa. I've got to ask you now to act like the good American I believe you to be. I'm going to seriously consider appointing a small group of 7 or 9 tonight to look into the cause of these disorders. I want nothing but competence, and I want nothing but compassion, and I want nothing but patriotism. The commission will...
Patriotism, huh? No, fuck that.
Investigate the origins of the disorders in our cities. It will make recommendations to me, to the Congress, to the state governors, to the mayors for measures to prevent or contain such disasters.
The President's Advisory Commission on Civil Disorder warned that race hatred threatened to tear this country apart.
What white Americans have never fully understood, but what can never forget, is that white society is deeply impacted in the ghetto. White institutions created it. White institutions maintain it. And white society condones it.
One of the things that they dispense with, early on, is the idea that you just need to reform police. And, they...
Nah, it's broken all the way down. It's so corrupt. Rotten to the core.
They said, look, no, this is about housing. This is about education. This is about healthcare. This is about media. This is about employment and unemployment. All of the institutions that really...
Yeah, instead of funding the police and the military, we could fund everything else. Imagine.
Relate to life outcomes. And when they kind of walked through the data of the systemic differentiation between how those institutions interacted with Black people and how they interacted with white people, or how they interacted with non-white people, they just came to this holistic understanding, of the problem. And they were saying, well, you can't really talk about policing without also talking about unemployment. And you can't talk about unemployment without talking about education. You can't talk about education without talking about housing.
Among the ingredients of this mixture are...
And also, to early childhood development, i.e., widely available food. Food stamps, or WIC, or, these things are all connected.
Pervasive discrimination and segregation in employment, education, housing, which have resulted in the continuing exclusion of great number from the benefit of economic progress. Black in-migration and white exodus, which have produced the massive and growing concentrations of impoverished in our major cities, creating a growing crisis of deteriorating facilities and services and unmet human needs.
It's the same things we've been saying forever. They found it way back in 1968. The findings were so scathing to the lack of real effort by the government to heal the wounds of racism that the report had to leak out of the relatively progressive Lyndon B. Johnson administration. They didn't want the truth to come out about their own findings. The Kerner Commission report is not new science. You can go to any ghetto in the world, in the entire world, South America, South Africa, South Asia, Eastern Europe. You'll find people in dire straits ripping each other apart for the sake of survival. And in every situation, the same solutions are prescribed: social support, community investment, healthcare, education. Yet, whether it's Joe Biden in
The basics for human survival. Yeah, shocking.
1994 or Joe Biden in 2020, you still see our government officials peddling the lie that we need a better trained and better funded police force to address crime and somehow the failures of policing.
I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe.
The fallacy of the existence of modern policing is well documented. There will be some books in the description, but just in the last month or so since this video was in production, other big YouTubers like Big Joel, Some More News, Philosophy Tube have made videos detailing lots of new evidence as to why policing is bad.
Ooh, we haven't watched the Philosophy Tube yet. Ooh, I've been meaning to watch that for a while.
Skip Intro has a whole series on propaganda that is well
Wait, did we watch it?
worth your time. I appreciate them because the reality is that Black people have been telling this same fucking story to the whole country for several generations now, and it's fallen on deaf ears. It's been in our music, it's been in our politics, it's even been in our family TV shows.
Entire year behind on our channel. I know. They're also like dense. It's like full movies.
The 90s.
But the thing is, officer, this isn't my car.
Get out of the car, Carl. What? He's going to tell us to get out of the car.
You watch too much TV, Will. Get out of the car.
Which is yet another YouTube video you can watch. Sadly, some folks don't take it seriously until a white person tells it to them. So for more specific examples of this, you can check that out or other stuff.
Oh wait, no, yeah, we did watch it. That was the one that was with Legal Eagle. But there is one we haven't watched about AI. I'll have to watch that soon.
In the description, let's move on to the actual prison part of this equation. It's 2010 and I'm in my 4th year teaching, and I'm finally starting to figure out how to survive as a teacher in a tough environment. One of the things I've learned is that you have to appreciate your wins, and one of my wins came in the form of Ben. Ben was the smartest kid I'd ever teach, and he had a slick and snarky sense of humor that made him a pleasure to be around, but also made him a little bit of a slacker, which ended up having him have to retake 10th grade level English as a senior with me. Ben was so smart though that I really couldn't bring myself to make him do sophomore work that was so banal.
Wait, he had to retake sophomore English as a senior? Wait, how did he become a junior if he didn't pass English? I'm so confused.
Beneath him. To me, it was more valuable, both to him and me, to do some directed reading. So I gave him Brave New World and The Things They Carried and the autobiography of Malcolm X, stuff that I thought would be challenging for him to learn and fun to talk about with what I low-key saw as a fellow future intellectual. I remember one day he got his SATs back and he said he scored in the 80th percentile and that he was thinking about going to school in Florida, where he was originally from. And I was excited for him because Ben was, one of the good ones. And I know that's not necessarily the most kosher sentiment to have, but when you're teaching in these types of environments, you tend to latch on to kids that you know you can do something for, as opposed to the just like larger population of kids that you know you're failing. A week later, like literally a week after finding out about his SAT scores, I walk into my homeroom and was informed that Ben had been arrested for armed robbery. They showed me his mugshot online and I couldn't believe my eyes. And I just kind of stared at this mugshot for what felt like hours.
Fuck. Ben, no!
But what had to only be 10 minutes because it was homeroom. And I started Googling about like the laws in Georgia, which told me that armed robbery had a mandatory minimum of 10 years. And Ben was only 17, which meant he'd spend most of his 20s, if not all of them, behind bars. I remember sitting at my desk for a while, just kind of like in this stupor. And then my next class came in and it was time to teach. And then I remember getting up and walking to an empty desk in the front of the classroom and picking it up and throwing it as hard as I could at a nearby window. Comedically, unbeknownst to me, the window was made of like bulletproof glass or some type of reinforced glass, and the desk just kind of bounced off anticlimactically and landed on the floor in a thud.
Oh no. Oh no, that's the worst.
And I stepped outside to collect myself and think about how I may have just lost my job. Shout out to my assistant principal of that time. You know who you are. This sister came through and
Look, the window didn't break. I think you're fine.
And gathered me up and told me to go home and get myself together, and I did. But the next time I saw Ben, I was visiting him in the county jail. And then I saw him maybe once after that as he was awaiting to get his report date and trying to graduate before he had to go in. And then I didn't see him again until 2023. Man, you look good, bro. How you doing? How you been?
I'm trying. You know what I mean? Day in it. You feel me? Just working through the struggles, figuring it out. You know what I'm saying? One step at a time. You know how I go.
That's what's up, man. I'm happy to hear that, man. It's still wild seeing you sometimes.
Man. Imagine looking in the mirror.
That's real. That's real. That's real. Man. You know, you don't look like what you've been through, man. Like, I'm happy that, and I hope that speaks to, that the world and life is treating you well in the moment. I'm grateful that the Ben I met in 2023 was mostly the same Ben I met in 2009. But I don't lose sight of the fact that Ben was essentially kidnapped and tortured physically and psychologically for 10 years, most of his 20s. I lament Ben's potential, but I want to be clear, potential is not a prerequisite for basic humanity. Regardless of what you think about crime, police, and the justice system, consider whether it makes sense that the United States of America, the richest, most powerful country in the world, has only 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's prison population. Is America just that much more of a dangerous place?
We're the richest country, but we can't seem to figure out a more humane form of policing and law enforcement. Like, we're meant to be the symbol of democracy for the whole world, but like, we just keep everyone locked up.
Place or something just fundamentally wrong with our society. There are a lot of things wrong, actually, and it starts with the ideology of what we're actually accomplishing by putting people in jail in the first place. Concepts of punishment and wrongdoing vary throughout history and across culture. However, Western civilization has a robust history of torture and public shaming for criminals. Shame on you. And those who've transgressed against society or authority.
When they fight for what is rightfully theirs. You approve a brutal and illegal act to enforce a political principle, Sam.
Thankfully, this did not last, and new forms of punishment came into being. Kinda. Bray Deschanel did a video on canceling, which I think I mentioned like multiple times now because it's a really good video, and it brings up this really good point of analysis about French sociologist Michel Foucault. To summarize her summarization of Foucault, there was a time when the public spectacle of punishment and torture was a core aspect of social control. People needed to see the wicked punished for their crimes. I won't call this human nature or anything, but I also won't ignore the fact that that dynamic is still relevant today. I maybe argue this is a product of Western ideology and probably Christianity, but that's a hot take that I can't or at least won't substantiate for now. Either way, at a certain point, the public spectacle and horror of torture began to have diminishing returns. Watching another human suffer the gruesome punishment publicly wouldn't instill fear, it would instead instill spite toward the state and sympathy for the punished.
15 or 20 nightsticks could be seen through the gas, flailing at the heads of the marchers. The Negroes cried out as they crowded together for protection, and the whites on the sidelines whooped and cheered.
So eventually, public punishment gave way to private imprisonment. The public could acknowledge that the wicked were being punished, but it didn't have to deal with the visual confirmation of the depravity of what was happening in that punishment, because that punishment was happening behind closed doors. I think this dynamic is incredibly relevant today as 2 million Americans sit in a variety of prisons. The average American has little to no idea of how inhumane and cruel the modern reality of prisons are. While not being drawn and quartered,
and many people are being held in pretrial detention for a long time.
Prisons in America have not been much better than physical torture for the individuals locked away. And there's also emotional and economic torture for the communities and loved ones left behind. Inside prisons, prisoners have to survive extremely substandard living conditions, a lack of security, laughable health care, and constant exploitation.
Going to medical in prison, that gets a joke. Like, I don't know if you can tell, hold on. My arm's a little crooked, like right around here.
Yeah.
That's because I got in a fight in prison. A dude hit me with a pool stick. I blocked it because he was trying to bust me in the head. Broke my arm, but they never set it. They put a cast on it without setting it. So they put it into place for nothing. So it's left it crooked. That is like standard, right? One of the things that...
What the fuck? You can't just put it in a cast and call it a day. Holy shit, dude. Oh, holy shit. God, I'm sure that hurt so long. God.
That always pounded into my head is how they will use inhumane like tactics as a way of punishment. They put me in this square room with a square block in the center, no bed, nothing, no toilet, and left me in there for 3 days. Slid plastic bags through the little slot, so like piss and shit in there and stuff. And so until I finally just caved, I'm like, all right, just do whatever, man. Just do whatever. Get me the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
And that's like the thing. Like, I've heard stuff like that before, and it's so wild.
Yeah, you know that's illegal, but like they just get away with that shit.
That's just a thing that's happening in a civilized nation. You know what I'm saying? Off a drug charge, right? Like that sounds like some medieval shit.
If I had to put a number on it, just within like the overall journey.
Yeah. Like that's a fucking scene out of Game of Thrones, but no, it's still happening.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I said 8.
You went to 8 different prisons.
8 different 8 different prisons. 2 county jails, 1 transitional center, and 5 different prisons. Yeah, that'll just land you in different places at different times without you even knowing. You wake up and obviously telling you pack up, you going to such and such. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a middle of the night process. So it's like, I was just moved around from place to place until I was out and able to move my own.
What goes on that we can't see? Like I remember when COVID hit, you were talking about like, yo, people are just dying in here.
Yeah, COVID was bad. I'm gonna say this: what goes on that you can't see, in order to really understand or to start to understand, is the lack of security. You know what I'm saying? Like that is what really goes on that you can't see, because every other problem from that, like every other problem is birthed from that. You know what I'm saying? It stems from that. Like that one issue is the deep root of basically every awkward situation in prison, every violent situation in prison, every unwarranted situation. Like it is. You know what I'm saying? You have the lack of empathy from security. When you do have security, you have the whole inmate officer complex. Like it's actually illegal to be friends. Like for me to be friends with somebody, like we're human. You get what I'm saying? But like as an officer, you can't tell a coworker or subordinate, whatever, we're friends. Like me and Francois are friends. But that's ground contamination. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like they want to remove your humanity. You can't have a
right.
And they do it like there's that legal thing, and then there's like imagine you made friends with somebody inside, and you wake up the next morning, you get transferred. Like you can't have no like that. Like people call prison slavery.
I mean, it is partly dehumanization, but it is also like partly policy, because guards will take advantage of prisoners, it turns out. Shockingly, I know. They can easily exploit them in so many ways. It's just it's a power imbalance, and like I don't know if that's necessarily the worst part.
Exactly how that shit goes.
Let's take it further than that. Imagine becoming friends with someone genuinely. You never met this person in your life. You just happen to come across them in prison or whatever, and you're genuinely friends with this person. And then getting out of prison and coming across a statute that states you can't even hang around this person because both of you are ex-felons.
The documentary on the 13th Amendment on Netflix gave new life to our understanding of prisons, examining how prisons share so many structural similarities with chattel slavery.
There's a clause, a loophole.
If you have that embedded in the structure, in this constitutional language, then it's there to be used as a tool for whichever purposes one wants to use it.
For those who don't know, the 13th Amendment abolishes slavery except for in the cases of criminals locked in prisons. And after the abolishment of slavery, there was a wave of legal practices in the South that saw Black people arrested for any possible offense and forced to work as a part of their sentences. This practice has not changed, as many prisons today have entire factories committed to manufacturing a variety of things for our consumption, such as when prisoners in New York made masks for the state hospitals during COVID, or to offset costs from the prisons as prisoners and provide labor for a variety of functions.
Whole Foods uses prison labor. It's like increasingly more common in your daily consumption.
In the prison with little to no pay.
The average wage in prisons is around 63 cents per hour. And remember, that's the average. So that means there are states where prisoners make considerably less.
In Texas, Georgia, Arkansas, and Alabama, prisoners are not paid
It's already nothing
for their work at all.
However, and this is going to be a theme going forward, the 13th documentary very much misses a lot of important things and warps the reality of this problem in some insidious ways. It hyper-focuses on the private for-profit prison and prison labor when overall, these are relatively small problems.
It's really just a facade. Like, the private and public sectors operate across the board. So there's a section of prison that's always going to be privatized. Like, you got to pay for phones. You know, here in Indiana, I think it's like $2.10 a phone call. You know, you have to pay, you know, there's people who make money off of the food industry. But that's within any public thing. Like, if you look at schools, you're going to see that. Anything in the government, you're going to see there's going to be some kind of private relationship. So there's this emphasis on the corporation. And so we don't understand the entire state, because it's like, oh, there's these corporations making money. But most prisons are state-run prisons, and prisons operate at a loss. As in, the more money is paid to uphold prisons than is extracted from it financially, right? So, like, the state is losing money by paying for prisons. So there's entities who make money around it, but if you actually look at the aggregate of what goes in and what comes out, there's more money lost than there is that, you know, goes in that is made or profited off of.
So what prison does do is it extracts labor from communities that are already marginalized, right? It's a way to take people from their communities and put them into a place where they can either be used for physical labor, or even if they're not, they can use to make profit off of being held there. What it doesn't do is it doesn't bring reform. Prisons are for profit. And private profits made off of government-ran prisons all the time. So it's when people private prisons, it's not the flex people think it is.
Make no mistake that all prisons, whether private or state or federal run, operate in a fashion that steals from people directly. Again, as I said earlier, all prisons allow for the extraction of labor from prisoners with a Supreme Court-backed rule that does not require them to be compensated at all. And non-compliance with these jobs doesn't mean you get fired. It means you get written up, which means you may get extra time or greater punishment in the form of being sent to a higher security prison where you'll have less freedoms.
Conspicuous, all the way down to, the cotton along the roads, to the prison. It's so conspicuous. It's obvious. You know what I'm saying? You wake up on a bus because you just rode for 4 hours through Georgia, from North Georgia to South.
Very little has changed, the slavery system is just it's operated by the state
of Georgia, and then you wake up and the first thing you see is a whole bunch of trees and woods, and right through the horizon of the sunshine, you're like, what is that? And is that cotton? I guess cotton. You feel me? That's some good old Georgia cotton. You know what I'm saying? You made it. In the Georgia prison system, you have something that's called a detail, which is essentially a job, a prison job, the detail. You get the detail, and it's whatever it is, whether it be laundry, maintenance, working in the kitchen, things of that nature. It's just your job in the prison. Well, Georgia prisons don't pay for these details.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So essentially, it is free labor geared to the cause of repaying your debt to society. We're gonna chop it up to that. The slavery is so blatant once you understand the system. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, go to work, and if you don't go to work, you're gonna get written up. And then if you get written up, you become subjected to being in places that are worse than where.
Yeah, like a lot of people don't know that we still have mandatory like prison labor. It's not optional everywhere.
You are now fighting for your life in places where there are less security than where you are now, and we know this.
Right.
As a matter of fact, they employ it. You know what I'm saying? Like officers employ. All right, you know that another write-up, and you're gonna be closed security, or you're gonna be level 5 down, or you're gonna be XYZ. You know you can't hang out there with such and such and such at XYZ prison. Like, why would you? It's not even about the fact of who's there inmate-wise. It's about the fact that you would weaponize the fact that your coworkers elsewhere care so less that that's your threat for me.
There's also an unseen cost for maintaining the type of building and just the land that I'm seeing over in the distance. The grass over here is always cut. The buildings are in disarray, but they're not crumbling. This is paid for by taxpayers. This is paid for by federal budgets, but it's also paid for by the inmates and their families, to the tune of $80 billion. $80 billion in federal funding, taxpayer money, and money straight from prisoners and the prisoners' families. $80 billion that can be spent on all the things the Kerner Commission told us these communities needed way back in 1968. Surely some of you know in Atlanta, we're still dealing with the YSL RICO case for Young Thug and Lil Durk. I don't know which one of these Negroes got arrested, but they talk about Cleveland Avenue. Cleveland Avenue is literally like 5 minutes south from this prison. So consider the community that's being victimized, allegedly victimized by that gang, what that community could do with just $1 billion, let alone 80 billion that we're using to keep buildings like this open. And by the way, that's just the prisons. That's not the police, which is another $130 billion a year. And it's not just tax money, by the way. Chunks of the costs to fund prisons come directly from the actual communities that prisoners come from. A study at the University of Villanova found that mass incarceration has increased poverty in states by 20%. This is because when people, most often men, go to jail, they become an indirect burden on the taxpayer who pays for the prison, but they also become a direct burden on their family who pays money on commissary, pays for phone calls, as well as other resources. But it's bigger than that because these prisoners are also extracted from their local communities and economies. They can't contribute to their families financially. They don't pay into taxes that fund schools or social services, etc. And recognize that while most prisoners may not be in a private prison, the companies that run bail systems, prison phone systems, commissary systems, etc., most definitely are private and contract with the state and federal government to provide those services, which are only partially paid for by taxpayers and must be mostly covered by families of prisoners. And of course, those families are much more likely to be in poverty, meaning they're given.
Yeah, like if you're locked up in a private facility, like you have to pay for every night that you're locked up. I don't think a lot of people know that.
Giving up the little that they have to take care of a person in prison if they can do it at all. And that's just the prison part of prison. That doesn't even get into large costs that are incurred for restitution and bail that many of these families have to eventually pay the bill. Young men like Ben who are extracted from community and their skills and their abilities and their value to that community can no longer serve that community while they're locked inside. It only at best serves the institution that is housing them. And while Ben is inside, it's us, it's his family that pays for him to be there, to be of use to that institution. Yet they call it him paying his debt to society. The 13th Amendment uses a lot of talk about prisons as new age slavery.
After the collapse of slavery, a new system was born, convict leasing, which was a new form of slavery. And here we are, decades after the collapse of the old Jim Crow, and a new system has been born again in America, a system of mass incarceration that once again strips millions of poor people, overwhelmingly poor people of color, of the very rights supposedly won in the civil rights movement.
And while that definitely holds true in some sense, in talking to some experts and doing a little more research, I kind of find it hard to take that imagery to heart. And that's because despite the fact that the percentage of black people in jail is almost triple the amount of black Americans, that black people are 5 times more likely to be arrested and charged with a crime, the raw reality of America's prison population is that there's just as many, if not more, white people incarcerated as black people. In state prisons, white people make up 32% compared to 34% of black people. White people...
Oh, okay. But you just said it's disproportionate. You know that it's disproportionate. Wait, what? Yeah, there are more white people. Come on, FD. Wait, that just gave me a headache. What?
People make up 49% of people in county jails and 57% of people in federal prisons. State prisons do make up a little more than 50% of the prison population. So that does mean that black men still barely outnumber white men in prison. But the reality is that America's total prison population is almost half full with white people, specifically white men. It kind of hurts the analogy of prisons as neo-slavery because I don't know a lot about white slaves at that period of time.
You know.
Okay, but like black people are still arrested disproportionately. That's the point of that. I don't know, man. Like, there is, like, technically, like, there have been white slaves. Like, you know what I mean? They just, like, weren't, like, historically, like, the victims of chattel slavery. But, like, it is still slavery if you're paying someone, like, 36 cents an hour to do labor that they cannot opt out of. You know what I mean? It's not like volunteer work. Let them cook. It does seem like an odd point to make. Yeah, I don't know, like, why.
Talking about chattel slavery in the United States and transatlantic slave trade was, you know, I mean, at the beginning it was white indentured servants, but overall it was like 100% black African people was slaves, right? Like, once it got to scale, you know, there was natives and stuff, but once it got to scale, it was just us, you know? So when you're talking about prison, it's just like, what usually people are doing is looking at disproportionate rates, right? So for instance, in Indiana, like black people only make up 9% of the state, but we make up 34% of prisons, right? Mm-hmm. So the disproportionality is like ridiculous. But 59%, I think, are still just white folks. Coming back to surplus labor, you have a lot of white folks who the capital has no interest in them either. You know, as you continue to automate and do that and send jobs elsewhere, you don't need these people to work at the meat factory that you once did.
Yeah, I mean, it is a class issue.
Them to do. You don't need them to do certain jobs anymore. So you just got a bunch of people who has been disinvested from. So of course you're gonna have, you know, folks who end up committing crime or getting on drugs or whatever.
It's funny because like the white supremacist talking point is that black people make up 13% of the population and 50% of the crime. And the irony of this talking point is that not only is it not supported by the actual data, but that the data shows that white non-Hispanic people make up around 60% of the population and account for 70% of crime arrests. And white men are 50% of the white population, but men as a whole are 93% of the prison population, and 81% of arrests are for violent crime. And suddenly you realize that the only reason there aren't much larger percentages of white people in jail is due to structural racism. In fact, over the last 20 years, the amount of black people in jail
no, you were right. Let him go.
Has significantly reduced while white folks have remained the same.
I think there is a natural feeling to believe that something cannot be operating so unjustly in plain sight. To believe, like, for the system to be as racist and horrific as it is something you need a magnifying glass to parse out. You need, like, statistics. I remember thinking I'd go to court and it's something you got to check the stats. Nah, this was the day I realized, like, oh shit. What it really is was I had cases back to back. So I have my files, all my clients I'm going to arraign back to back, same judge, same prosecutor. I arraign a black guy and he's accused of having, like, a blunt. They asked for thousands of dollars bail on him. Immediately after, I represent a white guy found with a bag of drugs, obviously a dealer, consent to release. Didn't even add consent. And that's always, listen to me, that has always been the case for my white clients. When I represent a white person, I might as well close my ears and arraignments because I'm not going to have to make a case.
In this reality.
Yeah. Not going to have to make a case. Yeah, it's true. Like, especially, like, on first conviction, like, like, you're probably fine. You're probably gonna get off if you're white. Which is, like, obviously, like, a two-tiered justice system.
He presents a complex challenge to prison abolition and criminal justice reform movements. I generally don't know if engaging more with the overwhelming whiteness of our prisons would give more fuel to the fire of abolition and criminal justice reform, or less. I don't want to engage in any oppression Olympic stuff, but I have done social work in rural areas, and for anyone who has tried to do any type of social good in Trump towns, you'll find a unique challenge where these folks will actively work against their best interests for the sake of upholding a system of inequality that they don't fully benefit from.
I had breast cancer last year, so I was very happy to have my insurance. I didn't realize that the government was subsidizing my health insurance.
One of Bobby's complaints about the program is that it has been linked to a president she strongly dislikes.
And I absolutely detest hearing the words Obamacare.
I got health care, and I hate it. I hate it. I got subsidized health care, and I wanted to pay full price. Okay?
Yeah. Detest it.
I was glad to have the insurance, sure, okay, but I'd rather pay than have Obamacare.
Racial resentment and poor political education makes them liabilities to themselves as their own governments cut their services and their own favorite corporations and billionaires disinvest from their communities and exploit them directly. Their sons fill prisons and struggle with addiction while their local economies die and health crises ravage their communities. All while they rally behind the anti-woke virus or whatever the fuck Ron DeSantis calls it.
Woke, 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 woke.
So that they're focused more on ending critical race theory and keeping trans women out of women's bathrooms, and the fact that their communities are literally rotting and nobody seems to care. White America as a whole should have a vested self-interest in dismantling the prison industrial complex just as much, if not more, than people of color. And whenever we speak of the problem of American prisons, we should see a white face for every black face. But we don't, do we?
White folks, a lot of times in these conversations, become collateral damage as if the whole prison is black and brown.
Right.
Right. And no one else ever even goes. And it's just not true. Like, poverty, if we care, and my thing is, it's not about caping for white people. I don't even talk to them, but I'm just saying, like, it's just, if we care about poverty, then we need to care about poverty. You can't, like, section it off, right? If you care about prisons, you need to care about prisons. You can't section it off.
Right.
So yeah, it's a black issue because we are disproportionately impacted by it, but it's a problem, period. If you're putting people in cages like that, if people are in poverty when there's all this wealth created, if you claim to be any kind of leftist, which this channel speaks to, then that's a problem regardless. But it also, on the flip side, isn't a reason to say race doesn't matter.
Right.
Or because, like you said, it needs the black face.
Right.
To justify everything else.
Yeah.
You know, it needs to be seen as a problem that's only us, so it can do it to everyone. It needs that front, to do the rest of the stuff.
The moderate and liberal point of view.
Yeah, like Republican areas have more crime, but they're still, like, crying about Democrat-run cities being overrun with crime. Like, okay, sure, but, like, do you want to talk about, like, what's going on in your own state? Because I'm sure there's plenty of criminals there. let's talk about those guys.
On these problems inherently believes that these systems work and that these problems that I'm talking about within the system only require tweaks. They would be perfectly fine with the 2 million plus prisoners being behind bars as long as they were proportional to the normal population, even if that means increasing the white population of prisoners. What has to be acknowledged is that the awful outcomes of the prison industrial complex, from the police precinct to the prison yard, those problems are not bugs or glitches, they're features of this system. They are the system working exactly as it's designed. I want to end on like talking about Pendleton.
Yeah.
And talking around, just getting back to that counterinsurgency, revolutionary aspect, what that story and documentary was meant to do and why it's important for people to like not just know that specific thing, but understand how that thing exists within like the greater context of the problem.
The first 1985, me and my co-defendant John Cole, we were what we were supposed to be, which was on the lockup unit at that time, going to a CAB hearing.
The ACAB unit?
And there was a disturbance on the lockup unit. The first thing we noticed was the smell of mace. And then that I had already served time on the lockup unit, I knew what that meant, especially when the curtain was pulled. I knew that there was some form of terrorism going on.
There was an active approach inside prisons started by the FBI to identify, people who were potentially insurgent. February 1st, 1985, there was an uprising at Pendleton Correctional Facility, what at the time was known as Indiana Reformatory. And the uprising was started by the prison guards. So there was a inmate by the name of Lincoln Love, aka Lokmar. He was on the maximum restraint unit. On that day, the guard that usually worked that unit, the guard who ran that unit, just wasn't there. It had been searched, and they targeted this one particular inmate, Lincoln Love, who had been an organizer inside the prison, who was a jailhouse lawyer, who had gotten, tens of people out of prison, who always looked out and was organizing people within the prison, which is what they had been doing prior to this day.
These walls are funny. First you hate them, then you get used to them. Enough time passes, you get so you depend on them. That's institutionalized.
In her book, Golden Gulag, geographer Ruth Will...
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the gifty. That's so nice. I appreciate you.
Wilson Gilmore presents what I think is the most compelling explanation of the core of why our prison system is so fundamentally awful. And I'm resisting saying broken because when you start to critique what the system actually does and how it fits into the overall scope of capitalism, you recognize that it's not broken, it's actually a well-oiled machine. She did a historical analysis on the state of California, which still has one of the highest prison populations per capita in the country. And she concluded that looking at the problem of prisons and jails just as an exploitative element of slave labor was missing the point. The truth is that economically, prisons are not all that profitable and haven't been pursuing profit pretty much this entire time. The reality from her perspective is that prisons represent a...
Wait, what? What do you mean prisons aren't profitable? Of course they are. Wait, what?
A useful and versatile tool to manage capitalism's ongoing challenges of excess labor, land, and resources, and does it in a way that provides multiple benefits to the system as a whole, including population control and galvanizing political ideologies for or against certain populations, and to a lesser extent, providing some profit that can be made off of the labor of prisoners. The short version is that after industrialization and going into the 1970s, America developed an excess labor problem and solved that problem with crime and prisons. In the 70s, we begin to see the slow but quickly accelerating erosion of American manufacturing industry. We begin to truly enter late-stage capitalism in the West as America, once a producer of goods, had finally shifted so much wealth and power to capitalists that the capitalists were able to create situations where they could utilize cheap labor in developing nations, cutting millions of Americans out of the capitalist equation, aka they took our jobs. When I say
The third world isn't underdeveloped, it is overexploited.
I don't mean immigrants, I mean corporations that ship those jobs to countries that had populations that didn't even have to immigrate to this country to take the job in the first place. Capitalism always requires surplus labor with which to control the labor market and keep wages down, but too much surplus labor, especially with traditionally marginalized groups, that requires some modifications or things start to get dicey. To address that diciness and turn a profit, Gilmore argues that in California, prisons were sold as economic engines for small towns. It almost sounded like people were pitching amusement parks or casinos.
Well, sir, there's nothing on earth like a genuine, bona fide, electrified six-car prison.
These towns would be promised jobs and investment. There was also the added benefit of creating taxable land ownership for the state and counties where the prisons would be built. The catch is, whatever economic value that was to be made had to come from funneling prisoners into those prisons, which set the ground for perverse social and political policies that would explode California's prison population well before the '94 crime bill.
Opposition to prison development was more easily managed by pro-prison forces. Aided by the CDCs, the California Department of Corrections, persuasive prospectuses promising jobs and other amenities. Those that were eventually successful in having prisons sited in their vicinity had well-organized delegations with few objections to or demands on the CDC's proposal. They also had large landlords willing to sell nearby surplus acres that the town could incorporate in order to reap the imagined harvest of state subventions, sales tax, and other incomes.
So this looks like a conspiracy.
CDC? Is it the Department of Corrections? Or disease control? It was there all along, you know?
Conspiracy, but I hesitate to call it that. While there have been several very real conspiracies against black people in this country, such as the Tuskegee experiment or COINTELPRO, but this seems more like natural responses to capitalism that they just kind of figured out in the process. The racism creates the social conditions create crime, and somebody sees that and says, hey, we can profit off that crime, not just through building prisons and making money off prisoners, but also doing a little population control, because these criminals, they're not just criminals, they're dangerous potential revolutionaries. That may seem like a reach if you don't know the history of how many gangs were formed and even utilized by revolutionary actors throughout history, not just in America, but worldwide. The documentary, The Bastards of the Party, is an unsung classic in that genre, likely lesser known because of its more radical pro-black vibes as opposed to the sensational and exploitative nature of most street gang documentaries. It first illustrates how the loss of skilled labor options precipitated a growth in street gangs.
For 400 years, black labor built the United States. All of a sudden, it's no longer needed. So sorry. I mean, there's something different about being poor in LA than there is anywhere up in the world. You're right up against it. It's all there in front of you, and you can't have any.
Street gangs are not a new phenomenon, but it used to be that a young man would be in a gang as a kid and then grow up and get a job. But when those jobs disappeared, the gangs did not. In fact, they took on new meaning and purpose, and many of those meanings and purposes were not so great for the community the gangs were in. The resulting rises in poverty and crime creates lots of bodies to fill those jails in those rural prisons, but it also serves to manage that population that might otherwise be a threat, not just at the street crime level, but in a revolutionary sense. People don't just wake up one morning and decide to join a gang and break in houses or sell drugs. A lot of that requires a process of alienation and dehumanization, often through the social exclusion and dysfunction that poverty causes.
As those jobs start disappearing in these, quote unquote urban neighborhoods in the hood, that doesn't exist. So some people turn to the black market, right? So the state says we don't have any jobs for these people, and not just,
yeah, I mean, what are you fucking supposed to do? If there's literally no work, people are inventive, they'll find a way.
We don't have any use for these people. but we can't have them on the street. You know, in Marxism, we call this a surplus labor. Right. So we have a surplus labor force that we ain't got no jobs for them. So where are we going to put them?
One thing as a
Is that the Marxist term? I don't know. I don't know if that's what he's talking about.
Everybody realizes you always have a choice. The choice might be fucked, but you always have a choice, right? You know what I mean? Like, for example, I go back to when I was selling dope and I was on the streets and stuff like that. I had a choice. I could be homeless and not sell dope, or I could sell dope and not be homeless, right? I had a choice.
Not much of a choice.
I just chose to sell dope. You know what I mean? Now, does that mean I think I should have been thrown in prison for it? No, that wasn't the answer. Like, I needed economic help. I needed support. I needed housing. I needed things like that. When I went to prison, it was like a high school reunion, literally. Like, everybody who had dipped out and disappeared, and we know what happened to them, they're in prison. You know what I mean? So when I went to prison, at least the state prison, then it was I like saw all these people from high school. I was like, oh shit, that's where you went to.
Both my parents are college educated. My daddy is an architect. My mommy is a CPA. Because of that, it was never a question whether or not I was going to school, going to college. I knew that was a part of the natural order of things. There's a difference between being broke and being structurally like impoverished. At the end of the day, even if I have $0 to my name, I'm from a socioeconomic class, a walk in life where I have friends and people that I could even get money from. You know what I mean? I have different opportunities and mobility, and that's a certain different level of privilege. So it's like, yeah, sure, I don't steal. It's easy for me to be like, oh yeah, I wouldn't steal, or I'm not going to do this, or whatever it is. I only don't have to do what my circumstances don't require me to have to consider.
Essentially, when people grow up in a society that hates and demonizes them for their race or ethnicity or just being poor, those people are more likely to feel apart and less beholden to that society, and thus a little less likely to follow the rules and laws of that society. So in practice, this mostly just looks like street crime. But in theory, it has always been society's rejects and outsiders, the poor and the oppressed, regardless of race or gender or religion or creed, that have been most apt to engage in radical action against the status quo.
And we're going to say it after this, and after I'm locked up, and after everybody's locked up, that you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution. Bye.
This is the real danger of crime that our current system is hyper-focused on, that doesn't often get talked about. Tookie Williams and Sonny Carson and Larry Hoover, these were notable gang leaders who were in prison for violent crimes, but at the same time, they're also black men who had the capacity to galvanize and organize hundreds and thousands of black youth under one cause and one banner with extreme loyalty. Back in the 60s, the Panthers sought and worked to unify and recruit from street gangs for this very reason, because they recognized that the greatest potential for revolution would reside in the untapped potential of those people, and our justice system has that same understanding.
First started, we had a police alert patrol, and we would patrol the community. If we saw the police brutalizing anyone, we would put an end to this. Usually the police wouldn't brutalize anyone if we were on hand because we were armed. And if the police arrested the individual, we'd follow him to the jail and bail the individual out, whether he was a Panther or not. And we would gain many recruits like this. So therefore, the community started to say that, well, these people are really concerned about our welfare.
This video is coming out in August, which is a significant month in the realm of radical and revolutionary action. And in those radical...
Panthers were so base. Like, they would just, like, help feed people in their communities, you know? Like real community level organizing.
Circles, August is referred to as Black August. Black August seeks to commemorate the unquantifiable amount of political prisoners locked up in America and worldwide. And it was created to honor the death of one of America's most influential political prisoners and gang leaders, George Jackson.
For 10 years, Jackson read and wrote constantly. Prison was his school. His letters were collected and published in a book. For him, the oppression and humiliation, the frustration and the violence of the prison system were but a reflection of what it was like to be a black man outside in American society. Prison made George Jackson a revolutionary. Violence he saw as the only instrument of change. Overnight, his letters made him an idol of the left, and a respected literary figure.
Jackson embodies what capitalists fear about not just prisoners, but the unchecked surplus labor of disaffected people. Jackson was a petty criminal in California before being arrested for armed robbery of a gas station for $70. For this crime, he was sentenced to, and I kid you not, an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 99 years in prison.
A 1 to life. A term they called for 1 to life, where I could have done 1 year and been released. I've done 10. That's more time than anybody in the state has ever done on a 1 to life.
However, a few years into his sentence, Jackson found Lenin and Fanon and Marx, etc., and much like a Malcolm X before him and countless people since then, he had a political awakening and began to organize with other prisoners inside of the prisons in response to the inhumane and brutal treatment of the prison guards that he was receiving. And because he did this, Jackson became feared and targeted in prison. Eventually, he was charged and convicted with the murder of a prison guard that would have him put on death row. A collection of letters he wrote regarding his experiences and beliefs culminated into Soledad Brother, a bestseller that brought him attention and acclaim. His work was lauded by academics and revolutionaries alike. He even allegedly exchanged love letters with Angela Davis. In fact, the story of Angela Davis and her connection to Jackson and Jackson's brother is legit worthy of a Spike Lee film. And getting back to Throwing Shade at the 13th documentary, they spend a short section talking about the criminal trial that Davis underwent as a result of her connection to Jackson, but make no mention of the details or even mention Jackson's name or the other co-defendants involved in the case. And it's almost as if they don't want to bring attention to those radical politics that Jackson represented.
Story again, and the
system tried to put the sister on trial, and the sister said, no, we putting you on trial. She came in like this, and she devastated the prosecution.
Davis was put on trial because she owned guns that were used in an armed insurrection at a California courthouse by George Jackson's brother, Jonathan Jackson, an insurrection that ended in a police shootout that saw Jonathan and several others killed, including a judge. Jackson himself was eventually killed in an alleged prison escape less than a year later, but his work resonated after his death, and his next book, Blood in My Eyes, cemented him as a centerpiece for revolutionary politics and prison abolition.
So yeah, he gets assassinated, and in August, that's again why we honor it in August, and then that next month is when Attica happens, which again goes back to George Jackson. So I'm throwing out all those references to say, George Jackson is like the core of a lot of either people or moments in Black history that we even know about. The quote I read you earlier about destroying a prison, that I believe that was in Blood in My Eyes. Yeah. So it's like George Jackson is central to our understanding of prisons, to Black August, obviously, because it was a commemoration that started with his people. You know, he's central to a lot of revolutionary theory. Some people who even theory on fascism, central to that. You know, and he was also even considered an honorary Black Panther, like inside the prison as well. So he's connected to all these different things, and he did it all from his own cell.
It's important to remember that prison abolition didn't start with academics and petite bourgeois Negroes. It started in the prisons. Jackson may have entered prison a petty thief, but he found politics in the process. And this is a pattern we've seen before, both in terms of developing politically, but also in terms of being persecuted. This story is repeated multiple times, including the Pendleton 2, of which 2 Black has released a documentary on after they were charged with insurrections and given ridiculous amounts of prison time for what amounted to self-defense under a racist and violent institution. But recognize that many past and current political prisoners like Mumia Abu-Jamal and numerous members of the Black Panther Party of the 1960s.
Classic. Yeah. You know, we would never persecute people for defending themselves against, you know, oppression. Really, that would never happen. I laugh because I want to cry. You know, maybe that's actually a good place for an intermission real quick while I just go to the bathroom.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not
Guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. Just for being a Trump supporter. And I do it again. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop, bop. And I do it again. Guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. And I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. And I do it again.
I'm Marquise. It's you, boy.
And I do it again.
White House physicians monitor everything about a president, including his cognitive ability. Most presidents don't talk about that, of course, but this president was happy to, in great detail, when asked by our Dr. Siegel. Watch.
I asked the doctor, I said, is there some kind of a cognitive test that I could take? Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult, like a memory question. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, other questions. And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question. Give us that again. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. But for me, it was easy. That's not an easy question, and that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay. They ask it to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later, and they say, go back to that question and repeat them. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. What the fuck, bruh?
Pokemon, plural. I said, son, what is that one morning? He said, that's Pokemon. Son, I found out that Pokemon means pocket monster. But why should they carry these monsters in their pocket? Pokemon world is a world a bit demonic. They say it's just a game, but they can't get saved. Our kids are going out on the streets and gangs. I assure you that creature wants to ruin your brain. Say it's just a game, but they can't get saved. They can't go to heaven when they play Pokemon today. Pokemon power, Pokemon witchcraft, Pokemon power, fantasy roleplay, Pokemon power. Pokemon wants to ruin their life today. Pokemon power, Pokemon demon. today. Pokemon power. Pokemon. Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Sure we become the number one Pokemon master. Little reclusive, power-filled monsters tell the spirits what to do. The child is capable of taking these powers and channeling them through their mind. Their mind. Their mind. Mind. Train spirits in the dark realm. They say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. Our kids are going out on the streets in gangs. I assure you that creature wants to ruin your brain. Say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. They can't go to heaven when they play Pokemon today. Pokemon power. Pokemon witchcraft. Pokemon power. Fantasy roleplay. Pokemon power. Pokemon wants to ruin their life today. Pokemon power. Pokemon demons. Pokemon power. They glow in the bulb. Pokemon power. Children might be stabbed. Might be blown away.
Pokemon demons. It's demon hour.
Pokemon. Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Children become the number one Pokemon master. Pokemon power. Pokemon. Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Children become the number one Pokemon master. Pokemon power.
Songify this.
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode, and you can always get the
I just want to keep jamming.
Make sure to touch that bell before you go.
I feel like we earned a good intermission. We're like, what, 6 hours in? 6 hours in on deep shit. I feel like we earned a break.
The paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot belly goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
We have some great friends in the media. Sean, and Laura, and Tucker, and Janine.
Sluts? Any sluts?
Wow, do you really think I'm hot enough to be a slut? Aw, thanks. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck. Hi, I'm a giant whore. Got boys and girls always at my door. Fuck everyone till I'm sore. 3, some 4, some or more. Yeah, I'm a world-class hoe. Get dick down everywhere I go. I like it fast, like it slow. And I always got that post-nut glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck. She called me a slut cause she put it in my butt. I felt it in my guts, feels so good when she nut. Don't be mad cause I'm a hoe, I'm just trying to get some dough. Pussy button, yes it flows, sex and make my pussy glow. Wanna fuck her soon, so I took her to my room. Let's fuck under the moon and listen to some tunes. She fell in love with how I moan, now she won't leave me alone. Tryna get a bone, now she won't get out my home. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna fuck some more. 5, 6, 7, 8, hurry up cause I can't wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna fuck some more. 5, 6, 7, 8, hurry up cause I can't wait. I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
Fuck. Fuck, I can't pause on that song. I already heard a second of it. Shit. Well, okay. All right. I do want to plan what I'm doing next though. Do we finish Fuck the Police? Where are we at? We got 20 minutes left. We can do that. We can do that. Okay. We will eat your leftist ass.
Leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, "Oh, I killed a cow out back, baby." You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass.
last thing I do. I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
I will eat your ass. / positive. Okay, now, so I'm gonna work on this dress. It's ripped. I'm like trying to remember how. Oh yeah, it's on this side. Like in the armpit. It's like falling apart. Yeah. The hem is it's non-existent. This dress it's well loved, okay? It's been through a lot. It's a good dress. But I did rip it in the washing machine. My washing machine is like kind of shit. It's kind of ass. It just shreds clothes that are too fragile. Even if I put it on the delicate wash, it just takes it apart. So I'm gonna be doing some mending. Don't mind me. Threaten me with a good time, right? Let's finish this up.
Including QEP Newton and Fred Hampton, as well as civil rights leader before and after him, such as Martin Luther King and John Lewis, were targeted and arrested by police and Panther Party of the 1960s, including QEP Newton and Fred Hampton, as well as civil rights leader before and after him, such as Martin Luther King and John Lewis, were targeted and arrested by police and put in prisons in the middle of political movements. Hell, even Dr. Dre didn't want to make the song Fuck the Police because he was on a prison release program and didn't want retaliation from the prison guards. This system has always been used to target would-be agitators.
I talk about teeth a lot, right? It is the fascist teeth, right? It is the way to force people into submission. If you're organizing politically and you are a political dissident, what are they going to do, right? They're going to send the police after you, which are fascists, and then throw you into the prison as a consequence, where then people will not pay attention. For example, if you die, and even if you don't die, you will sit there for years rotting away because they don't want you speaking up. They need to have the whip. They need to have the way to inflict pain and terror upon people. Like, for even like what you said, this might be too much, but like, you not want to speak on certain things because you're scared of facing consequences of doing that, even though your First Amendment rights is supposed to protect you. You know how far that really goes if you push hard enough.
Back to Golden Gulag, Gilmore tells the story of Gilbert Jones, a former gang leader who, with the help of activists, began an organizing initiative that was seeking to create truces and unification between street gangs in South Central Los Angeles for the purpose of resisting police brutality and corrupt courts. As this movement gained steam, Jones was arrested for a $10 armed robbery. Gilmore writes,
"The state relocated Gilbert's case from Compton, where a seating black jury is quite easy, to the Long Beach courtroom of an anti-gang judge, Marvin Doolittle. Despite the testimony of numerous witnesses who were there with him at the time of the robbery, the jury found Gilbert guilty. And despite further testimony at the sentencing hearing from the former governor, Jerry Brown, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and others concerning his peacemaking achievements, the judge bound the young man over to the custody of the California Department of Corrections to serve 7 years for a $10 robbery."
You may be thinking that all of this horrifying, counter-revolutionary, oppressive tactics that I'm talking about are relics of a bygone era, that modern police and courts wouldn't be so bold to do such things
I fucking wish.
today, but you'll be mistaken. We've seen the arrest, detainment, and in some cases, mysterious disappearances of protesters over the last few years. But more blatant and in-your-face stuff is still happening right now here in Atlanta. For longtime viewers, you know that I have taken a vested interest in bringing attention to Atlanta's Cop City Resistance Project. Cop City is a project that seeks to take $90 million, including...
Yeah, FD is actually the person that I learned about the IDF training with American police officers from. Yeah, he taught me that.
$60 million of taxpayer money to build a militarized police training facility in a black working class community, while also tearing down a significant force referred to as Atlanta's lungs. And I had known about this situation for almost a year before deciding to talk about it on my platform. But what spurred me to say something on my channel, where I usually talk about black movies and like the manosphere, was the arrest of 5 young people that were peacefully occupying the forest in December of 2022.
Federal agents flushed 5 people out of the wooded site due to be cleared to build the facility. The 5 were then charged with domestic terrorism.
They were not involved in endangering anybody.
They were sitting passively in trees trying to express a political position.
Domestic terrorism for protesting. Now, since then, there has been an escalation in tactics and challenges to this project. So there have been other protesters also charged with domestic terrorism, whether it seems at least somewhat reasonable according to these bullshit laws. But the first 5 people charged in December were charged with terrorism because of alleged vandalism and trespassing. Worse yet, just a few weeks ago, a nonprofit that raises money for the legal fees for protesters was raided by an armed SWAT team. A SWAT team was used to penetrate this house in the middle of a nice neighborhood on the east side of Atlanta, where I literally cannot afford to buy a house at.
Marlon Kautz, Adele McClain, and Savannah Patterson were charged with 1 count each of money laundering and charity fraud. Warrants allege the 3 were, quote, misleading contributors to fund the actions in part of Defend the Atlanta Forest, a group classified by the United States Department of Homeland Security as domestic violent extremists. As proof of money laundering, the warrants cite reimbursements.
The LA Times brags about it a lot. Jesus. Yeah, they would. They would.
From April 2021 to March of this year that total less than $7,000 and were for forest cleanup, totes, COVID rapid tests, media, and yard signs. The Atlanta Solidarity Fund issued a statement that it's existed for 7 years, quote, with the sole purpose of providing resources to protesters experiencing repression.
They were arrested and charged with financial crimes. Ask yourself if you've ever heard of a SWAT team being used to arrest bankers. Quick addendum here to update the ongoing escalation of legal violence against this resistance movement. 61 individuals were given RICO charges related to community organizing against the Stop Cop City movement. Here is a literal quote from the district attorney that illustrates how bogus these charges are.
When you allege a conspiracy to commit racketeering, there's no requirement under Georgia law that they know each other. The whole purpose of the Georgia racketeering law is that they're all working in some way, shape, or form towards the same goal, and they formed a conspiracy to do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that every person has to talk to every single person. All you have to do is commit one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy with the others, and then you can be guilty of racketeering. So that's why, is because it's a large case.
Really?
And
is that right?
So if you want to tie everybody together and they're all trying to do the same thing, racketeering is the appropriate charge.
By this logic, anyone who has done anything against this project can be charged with racketeering. This is an extremely scary and dangerous precedent being enacted that could impact any form of organized protest and resistance in this country, whether it be strikes, civil disobedience, boycotts, canvassing, etc. It's so bad that 2 district attorneys in DeKalb County recused themselves from being a part of the prosecution because even they know what's up. I don't know if there's better evidence to prove the point that I'm trying to make here. This isn't happening in Alabama or Texas or New York or LA or Chicago or some other place known for silencing dissent and marginalized voices or this type of violence. This is happening in Atlanta, Georgia, Wakanda, Black Mecca, the home of Martin Luther King, John Lewis, the city too busy to hate, where our Democratic Morehouse graduate mayor is working with Republicans to push this unpopular and outright terrifying project through.
The Public Safety Training Center will be a vital piece of infrastructure that will serve the training needs of our fire and police departments and be a true community asset to our residents. Today, I am pleased to report that we have reached an agreement with DeKalb County to issue the construction permits and begin to move the project forward.
I have a genuine fear for my own safety as I'm making this video. I've made myself visible in a way talking up this issue, and these institutions have made it clear that they don't have an issue with weaponizing the justice system against dissenters like me, which is why, for those of you ops watching, I want to be clear, I'm just an entertainer. I'm a loudmouth grad school dropout talking shit on YouTube. My last video was literally about making videos on YouTube, and the one before that was about anime. Don't pay me any mind. Like, share, and subscribe. Join my Patreon. Buy a t-shirt. Joe Biden 2024. I joke, but the reality is I'm genuinely afraid. I struggle because on some level
I laugh because I'm also afraid. You know, it is like, you know, I hate to use the word brave, but like, you know, it is courageous for FD to be speaking out in this way so visibly when I know he is for sure also actively engaged on the ground. You know, I pray for him, even though I don't believe in a God. First world experience. I hit my data cap on the way home. Oh my God. Joe is hip with it. Yeah, totally. Down with the kids. Ew. Stop. Ew. Yeah, sure. Yeah, copium.
I feel like maybe this is ego and arrogance and paranoia, and I literally am just a YouTuber who should not have any type of attention or effect on these large systems where they target me. But the fact is, I'm supposed to be afraid. When the police raid nonprofits, when they shoot protesters and charge peaceful protesters with domestic terrorism, that is their goal. They want to instill fear in people who might resist. That is not a bug of this system. It's a feature. The Pendleton 2 documentary starts off with this conversation about what happened to George Floyd. Specifically, the director is asking, what would he have done if he was there?
And instantly I was reminded of how dangerous this country is for people who look like me. But then I thought about the other people who happen to be in the unfortunate position of having to stand there and watch as a man dies.
Because when you look at that George Floyd tape, of course you see the police officer standing on George Floyd's neck. But the thing that's often forgotten about is that this entire scene is witnessed by a crowd of people yelling and screaming to hopefully save George Floyd's life. I've often conversed with others and thought to myself about what is the reality where the people filming George Floyd's murder put the phones down and stepped in to intervene. What froze them there? What would they be risking if they stood up to those officers, even as they witnessed them doing something that they clearly shouldn't have been doing?
What could you do? Well, realistically.
Have done in that situation? I can talk a good game behind this camera. In this little pocket universe, I control everything that happens. But would I have done any differently than they did?
Identity crisis? No, I don't think you did. Treated about radical left Democrats. Of course you did. Of course. Democrats are radical left, and what am I? Aware. Yeah. We don't talk about that.
I have a wife and kids at home. Will I have risked my life or livelihood to save another? People can talk a good game in comment sections and on videos and in reports after the fact, but I know I'm not the only one to not really know deep down inside whether my response to that situation would have been any different. And it's one of the reasons why I don't talk too greasy behind the safety of this camera. The reality is the badge and the gun in that situation imbues in us a sense of fear to not do the right thing, even when it's obvious what the right thing is. It takes a whole different mindset and disposition to be about that action. A mindset and disposition that often results in getting targeted. Because the fear of the consequences of taking action, of doing what's right, of seeking justice, that is a fundamental function of the police and their presence. It is meant to make us think twice, whether they'll kill you and get away with it, or lock you up after a sham trial, or have a SWAT team breaking down your door. All those things send a message. So we really need to start sending one back. To those people who are willing to risk their safety and livelihood to protest and take action against these systems legally and non-violently, of course, we need to show those folks that if and when they do get targeted by these systems, that we will at least have their backs. That is the point of Black August. And in those cases where they do go away, we won't forget about them, and we will continue to fight for their freedom and fight against this system. That's the least we can do.
So I could get into deep political theory, but on a real basic level, political prisoners are that because they are punished not just for what they did, but to send a message to everyone else. Yeah. So if slavery ever did have a decent analogy here, it's just very similar. When you punish the slave who ran away or rose up against, and you make sure that there's a public display of that so everybody else can see what happens when you do that. right? So if you can't have that person's back, if we can't have their back, then that sends a message to any of us that when we do choose to rise up, that ain't nobody gonna be there for us. So people probably less likely to turn up, right? But if you know when you turn up, even if all of us aren't willing to go that far, that at least people are gonna have your back. You know, you'll have way more people willing to commit themselves to struggle. But if it's just like, yo, this happens and nobody cares, and people aren't going to commit themselves to struggle because struggle's not an individualistic thing. They committed themselves to struggle because they were in a cohort of people who all loved each other and took care of each other. And that's important to emphasize. But if we can't have their backs, what does that say about any of the shit we're kicking? Yeah. Because the fact that we can even have this conversation is a product of the struggles that happened prior. Even if some things got co-opted, even if some people went to prison, even if some people got killed, the only reason we can have this conversation is because people were willing to struggle, or we wouldn't even be able to do this in public. Because there was a time where quite literally this was death.
So we're going to see about Bobby, regardless of what these people think we should do. Because school is not important and work is not important. Nothing's more important than stopping fascism, because fascism will stop us all.
So in the description of this video will be a list of causes, petitions, documentaries, and further opportunities for educating yourself on the problems of policing and prisons, including a place to donate to support the ongoing anti-cop city movement, as well as a link to the aforementioned Pendleton 2 documentary, co-directed by my guest, 2 Black. That one can be found on the Signify B-Sides channel, along with more information on how you can support the Pendleton 2. Please take a little time to engage in supporting these causes, because the vastness of this problem I couldn't even begin to describe or fully enumerate in a YouTube video, but the goal was for this to be a jumping point for all of you watching. Because there are small wins being had on the regular. Cities across the country are piloting community policing efforts, eliminating cash bail, and investing in communities and infrastructure for at-risk neighborhoods. Even Republicans want to defund the FBI, not for the right reasons, but a win is a win. But still, it mustn't be lost what John has been saying this whole time. In 2020, the concept of defunding the police was at its most popular level ever and gaining steam. And then the concept of defunding the police turned into reforming the police, which literally turned into funding the police and resulted in increases in police budgets nationwide since 2020. It was a radical concept that was co-opted. And don't get me wrong, we all knew that was likely gonna happen, but it does hurt a bit and mean something that these messages and these ideas that are created in these leftist spaces are so easily subsumed into the status quo, partly because we do part of that work for them. We don't want to say the thing in its most clear and unassailable and purest form. It happened to defund the police. It happened to Black Lives Matter. It happened to the word woke. So we're gonna take a cue from my boy John and even fucking Ice Cube from that era before he sold out and was appearing on Tucker Carlson shows, along with a legacy of Black people suffering under these systems who gave him the idea for that in the first place, and call it what it is. It's not reform the police. It's not defund the police. It's not abolish the police. It's
fuck the police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad 'cause I'm brown.
And that's gonna be really hard for them to water down. And if folks think that's too abrasive, that's kind of the point. I appreciate all of you for watching, and I will see you next time. Peace.
Bye, FD. Bye.
My life, I gonna hate to send off my shit like, okay.
That was good. As always. FD with the bangers. Okay, where do we go from here? Where do we go? Do we do brain rot? A little brain rot? And then more brain rot? Sure.
4 forward, drift into the right a little. 30 seconds. Looks like Neil is coming in 5 by there. 11, Mike, see you in the background.
If you don't believe that humans ever landed on the moon, you'd probably think that on July 16, 1969, a select group of government officials, a crew of filmmakers sworn to secrecy, and a famed Hollywood director named Stanley Kubrick all gathered on a soundstage in a military base, deep in the Nevada desert, better known as Area 51. And here they pulled off the greatest hoax in history. You'd probably think that astronauts, or should I say actors, Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins fled this rocket through a secret passageway just before it took off for space, totally empty. And you would have to believe that the estimated 400,000 people who were involved in this mission were in on it, all promising to take this secret to their grave. 22% of Americans either don't believe that we landed on the moon or harbor some doubt.
To advance the technology of spaceflight,
we looked at the tapes and the countless photos. We talked to astrophysicists, meteorologists, and NASA historians to better understand the moon landing conspiracy, how it started, what hoaxers use as their evidence, and what this belief teaches us about why some conspiracies are so enduring.
Armstrong is on the moon. Neil Armstrong, standing on the surface of the moon on this July 20th, 1969.
That's one small step for man.
All right, so to give you some context on the moon landing, I need to briefly explain World War II and the Cold War, which is something I've kind of done a lot on this channel. So instead of me doing it again, we hired someone with an old-timey, like, radio transatlantic accent to do it instead. Buckle up for this one.
Let's go.
In a world on the brink of destruction, the United States of America joined the Allied forces in the Second World War in 1941. The Big Three, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and now the USA versus the Axis powers, Italy, Japan, and Nazi Germany. They sure did put up a fight, but the Allied powers came out on top, you see. But then America and the USSR got real cold with each other. A tragic reversal of the old tales of enemies turned lovers. The communists found the United States to be exceedingly aggressive and quite trigger-happy with all their new military powers, meddling in things they ought to be keeping their noses out of. Across the pond, the capitalist United States was fearful that the USSR was hankering to spread their communism across the whole globe. The war remained cold only because both powers had thousands of the most deadly weapons humanity had ever seen and wouldn't dare use them against each other. It was something of a horrifying stalemate. Soon, the empires turned to other feats of strength: psychological warfare, spying, sports, proxy wars, and a race to advance their technologies. And to top it all, a race like no other. A race to space.
God damn it. The CIA has already been tipped off that I'm watching the Zheani video, and now my internet sucks.
At first, it is very clear that the Soviets are winning the race. They're launching dogs and plants into space and bringing them back alive. They send up satellites that orbit the moon and take photos of the far side that no one had seen before. They even put a human up into space to orbit around the entire Earth.
The first spaceflight would be made by a Soviet man.
The US needs to catch up, so President Eisenhower creates a brand new government agency dedicated entirely to space. And they eventually start to send up satellites and even people, but they don't get someone to orbit the entire Earth like the Russians did. Womp womp, the US is losing the space race. And this is where JFK gets up in front of the nation and declares that the US is setting a goal.
In this decade, we shall make up and move ahead.
He's declaring what would surely be the ultimate finish line in this global race for power.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade.
An American astronaut eventually orbits the Earth.
Not because they are easy.
Russia then puts the first woman in space while also getting the first person to walk in space.
But because they are hard.
The NASA teams are pulling all-nighters year after year, trying to figure out how they're going to make good on JFK's big promise, to somehow get a man on the moon by the end of the decade. Things are heating up. Time is running out. And then...
Launch sequence engaged. We are go.
Marilyn Monroe in the Oval Office and the CIA killed him for it. Real.
NASA's disaster was a major setback, but the stakes were too high to give up. The space race had become much more than a technological rivalry. Winning the race to the moon would mean winning the ideological war for the world. Would it be communism or capitalism? They couldn't give up now, so they kept going. In 1968, NASA finally gets a spaceship, the Apollo 8, to orbit the moon with astronauts aboard. There's hope. Russia is able to exchange a crew in space. For both sides, a moon trip suddenly seems within reach. But who will get there first?
I, Richard Billhouse Nixon, do solemnly swear.
And then, after hundreds of millions of dollars and countless focused hours by the country's brightest minds, comes a morning on a summer day in Houston, Texas in 1969. 3 men buckle up. Hundreds of millions of people around the world find themselves glued to their television sets because the greatest achievement of mankind might happen. Then starts the 5, 4, 3,
2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
Here we got a roll program. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Roll is complete and the pitch is programmed.
The rocket heads towards the finish line, that pearly orb that humans have stared at and mythologized about, fixated on. And they're finally going to touch it.
Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down.
4 days and 200,000 miles later, it's July 20th, 1969, months before JFK's deadline was up. 2 of the 3 astronauts disconnect from the orbiting ship and descend onto the moon's surface. And then...
There you go. Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Oof. These fumes. The race had clearly been won. A line had been crossed, not just for the global superpower who did this, but for all humans who had just taken their obsession for exploration to new heights. But right away, after this event, even though it was broadcast on live television for the whole world to see, there were rumblings of doubt. About a year after the landing, you start to see newspaper articles casting doubt that any of this actually happened. 2 years after the landing, we see James Bond running away from a bunch of security guards through the Nevada desert when he somehow stumbles upon a secret moon landing film set, resulting in this moon buggy car chase thing through the desert. It was all a tongue-in-cheek reference to this budding conspiracy that the whole thing was faked. A few years later, a former US Navy officer and Apollo rocket technical writer comes out with this book.
I think it was an intuitive feeling that what was being shown was not real.
The book is a long evaluation of evidence that claims that we never actually went to the moon. This book makes the case that the moon landing was so political that the US, having failed to develop a feasible plan to get to the moon, pulled off this secretive staging of the event, all as a propaganda play to get ahead of the Soviets. And he emphasizes the point that, it's the Cold War, it's not that far-fetched that the US government would come up with some deception campaign in the name of beating communism, which is totally fair actually. But that's not evidence, that's just speculation. He does go on to present a bunch of photos and explanations that turn into the foundation of what would become a widespread theory that the moon landing was faked.
The lunar landings were more than likely fabricated.
Why wouldn't the moon landing be fake? Why wouldn't we fake that?
We did not land men on the moon.
The moon?
Yeah, it's fake.
And I would bet my life on it.
This is actually the reason I wanted to make this video, is I wanted to understand what the foundation of this conspiracy theory actually was. The people who truly earnestly believe it, what do they think happened here? I'm not going to go through all of the evidence and theories here because they're kind of all over the place, but let me show you some of the major ones. The first major one starts here.
How come there aren't any stars in this photo? There's no atmosphere or light pollution on the moon. Shouldn't this photo look like this?
Well, it turns out that if you want to capture the stars, even on the moon, you have to open up your camera for a very long time and let a bunch of light in. Trust me, I know this because I spent months of my life trying to photograph a galaxy, and I learned a lot about how not to photograph stars. And let me just tell you, it's a lot harder than it looks. When I was doing that, I was opening up my shutter for 30 seconds, and I took hundreds of images just to get this one shot. So when you're on the bright moon, and you're trying to photograph a bunch of guys in bright white reflective suits, you're not opening up your shutter for a very long time. You're not letting in a bunch of light. There's basically no chance of getting a decent shot of the stars in this environment. But you get something. I mean, if you take the photo and blast up the brightness, you can kind of see some traces of the stars if you really need to do that.
Okay, but what about these shadows? Some of these shadows go this way, and some go this way. Shouldn't the shadows be parallel if they're all coming from one source, the sun?
Yes, the only light source in this photo is the sun. But you have to remember that light bounces off things, especially white things. So you have light bouncing off of lots of different surfaces, which is one reason the shadows look a little weird. Oh, and remember that you're looking at light that was filtered through a lens. A camera lens distorts the direction of things depending on how wide or tight it is.
Okay, but what about this flag? This flag is waving, but there's no wind on the moon.
Yes, the flag is kind of waving. But remember that this isn't a normal flag. NASA had to make a custom flag for the Apollo missions that had a horizontal rod right up here so that the flag wouldn't look like this. It had to look nice and American and patriotic. You had to be able to see it. So when the
My flag has to be erect.
astronauts were sticking the flag in the lunar soil, the motion of that movement caused the material to move, and it kind of looks like it's waving.
Okay, but look how they're moving. This is so unnatural. It's almost like they're being pulled up by a wire. Oh, and look, did you catch that? That looks like a wire.
Okay, wait, just confession here. I was watching all of these conspiracy documentaries, like, while we were doing this story, and they're, like, incredibly tantalizing. This is the one that actually kind of got me. I was like, wait a minute, they are moving really weird. The motion is so off kilter. It looks like they're being, like, dragged by a wire. So to figure this out, we actually talked
No, bro. There's no gravity.
to a physicist and a meteorologist who helpfully explained just how different life in 1/6 Earth's gravity is. I mean, think about it. Our intuition for everything we know is calibrated to Earth's gravity. It's everything we've ever known. It's how our brains interpret the world. It's how our muscles calibrate to the world. So when you're watching these videos of these astronauts in suits that weigh 180 pounds, clunking around with their Earth gravity trained muscles on the moon, you see some really weird movements. But I mean, who knows? Maybe the two scientists we talked to are actually in on it. Maybe they're some of the 500,000 Americans who were paid by the government to keep the hoax alive, all so that we could feel like America is better than the Soviet Union in 1969. Maybe. Could be. Okay, listen, I'm not going to go through every single one of these theories. There's a lot of evidence out there. Like, why isn't there exhaust on this flame? Or why did the Eagle lander not leave a crater? What about the radiation exposure that these astronauts would have gotten? What about Neil Armstrong's boot print? Or the lost tapes? Don't get me started on the lost tapes. We actually had a whole section in the script about the lost tapes, and ultimately it didn't make the cut. Now listen, I want it to be clear that you should not be ashamed if you actually want answers to these questions, especially in a time where all of us are kind of renegotiating our relationship with trust in governmental institutions. But I will tell you that after earnestly looking into this stuff, none of the presented evidence comes anywhere close to the burden of proof and evidence I would need to see to believe that the moon landing was a hoax. I will put resources in our source doc of the many instances of astrophysicists and scientists walking you through all this stuff. I think it's useful to look at. Before we move on with our story of the conspiracy theory, let me use this moment to say a word about human neurology and visual information, something I think about a lot. For me, When I sit through the evidence-based debunk on these theories, which is something we did for this story, it helps me understand the limits of human senses. Our eyes and ears and logical thinking brains were optimized for very different problems than evaluating the physics of our fellow Homo sapiens jumping around on a baby planet 200,000 miles away. Like, we're not set up for this stuff. Going through the conspiracy theory and then going through the debunks reminds me why we as a species developed other ways of sensing, other ways of measuring and knowing things about the world, other tools that aren't as intuitive to us, but that extend our power to know things that are real, that are true. If you don't lean on these tools, in other words, if you don't look to science in your evaluation and instead rely on your optic nerve feeding grainy pixels into your great ape brain, I think we can all agree that you'll take for truth things that are not true. Okay, neurology section is over. Let's get back to it. If you're going to go down this rabbit hole and indulge your conspiracy mind like I did for this story, let's talk about what people think actually happened here. Like, all of this footage and all of these photos, what do the moon hoaxers think we're looking at? One of the most common explanations is that the US, afraid that they would be embarrassed in front of the global stage because they would fail on JFK's big promise, hired a famed Hollywood director, Stanley Kubrick, who had just released a groundbreaking space movie, and they used his visual skills to deceive the world, filming the moon landing on a soundstage in the middle of the desert. I mean, look, this rock has a perfect C on it. Is that a prop? These misaligned shadows, they explain as studio lights. The flag was waving because there was air conditioning in the studio, and these photos were actually taken by Stanley Kubrick's crew. All of these movements, they say, were done with wires and slow motion. And that black starless sky is just a black cloth backdrop.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
In 1977, the conspiracy theory had spread enough that NASA had to come out and issue a fact sheet responding to the claims. The first sentence of which is just, yes, astronauts did land on the moon. But then a movie comes out in 1977 about the government faking a space mission, this time to Mars, to save face to the American people. But the space race was over. It wasn't the focus anymore. And eventually, so was the Cold War. This moon landing theory became more and more fringe. But inevitably, like any other good, tantalizing conspiracy theory, it was eventually repackaged and put into one of these really spooky, cheesy cable news documentaries. In 2001, Fox News aired this documentary.
On conspiracy theory, did we land on the moon?
It was basically just a repackaging of all the old theories, but for a new audience. But now it was the dawn of the internet age, and NASA had to respond to this Fox News doc by reissuing the fact sheet that they issued in 1977, but this time on a website. An innocent foreshadow to combating information on the internet. They had no idea what was coming. The doc gave the conspiracy new energy, new followers, and soon a conspiracy theorist was following Buzz Aldrin around a hotel, pestering him and demanding him to swear on the Bible that he landed on the moon. And Buzz punched him in the face. Shortly after that, a French mockumentary came out, laying out evidence that Stanley Kubrick did film the moon landing. The problem is people thought it was real.
There's a fake documentary, not a real documentary, but a fake, like a mockumentary, where he's admitting and people are talking about. Have you seen that one?
No, but that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, dude, you didn't even know there's an actual real interview with him where he admits that he faked the moon landing. But it's not.
Yeah.
It's just, it's fake.
It's fake.
So today, the conspiracy lives on in a world of increasing science skepticism and on an internet that fuels pretend information, and to a demographic that is more and more mistrusting of institutional knowledge. One poll found that in 2019, 11% of American millennials believed that the moon landing was staged. It's become a particularly durable conspiracy theory because it has all of the ingredients of a good conspiracy theory. It's shadowy government antagonist with political motives. It leans on the human eye and brain as the primary measuring tool for the evidence. And when you believe in stuff like this, it feels good, like you're in on a secret. So let me just end this video by telling you why I know we landed on the moon.
You are looking at a very thin section of moon rock, magnified 500 times.
First off, we brought back 900 pounds of rocks during the Apollo missions. The Soviets, who were our technological and geopolitical enemies, eventually sent a robot to the moon to collect samples of their own. These precious rocks are sent out to scientists and educators 400 times a year to be studied and examined. And it has been verified by a lot of different people who have no motive to lie that these rocks were developed in an environment completely rid of oxygen.
It would require so many people to be in on this. Like, come on. Oh, I was wearing a cock sweater. What is a cock sweater? Wait, what?
Also, the Soviets themselves corroborated the moon landing and acknowledged that it happened. I mean, the Soviet leader kind of begrudgingly complimented the US and they published like a tiny little blurb in one of their newspapers, but like, they lost and they admitted they lost. Also, if I'm gonna rely on just my human brain logic for a second here, think about it. There were hundreds of thousands of people who were involved in the Apollo missions. Scientists, engineers, physicists, policymakers, mathematicians, all working day and night towards this goal, obsessing over every detail and then monitoring every step of the way, from Houston, Texas to the surface of the moon and back, communicating with the astronauts the whole time. So imagine 2 Texas Motor Speedway stadiums full of the brightest minds in the country, all in on the biggest deception of all time, without a single leak. And finally, if you insist on using your eyeballs as your only sensors that you will accept as proof, just look at this. This photo was taken by a telescope orbiting the moon. These are astronaut and buggy tracks here on the surface of the moon. You can even see the buggy's parking spot right here. And if you think that this photo, that yes, was originally taken by NASA, but many other photos have come out by other space stations that show physical evidence of the humans on the moon, if you think that this is still the government, like 40 years later, the kids and grandkids of the Apollo people still photoshopping pictures to keep up this elaborate ruse, I don't know what would convince you.
It's harder and harder to take Johnny CIA Harris serious, you know? You know, if he keeps on this path, you know, sure, fine, whatever.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching. This was a fun video to work on, and we have so much archive. Like, luckily there's amazing footage for this, and we got to use a teaspoon of it for this, but really, we'll put some links in the description. Got to use
Wait, is this the cock sweater? What is it? What is a cock sweater? What does it mean? What does it all mean?
Much archive. Like, look.
I don't get it.
Luckily, there's amazing footage for this, and we got to use a teaspoon of it for this, but really, we'll put some links in the description and in the source doc for a place you can go to look at all of this amazing footage and photography. I want to quickly tell you about...
It has been 50 years. It's true.
The Newsroom, which is our Patreon, where all of you support the journalism we're doing here. You can go to the Newsroom and get access to a behind-the-scenes vlog that we do every month. So it is an insight into everything we do here. You can meet the team. You can see the process of how we are building this journalism studio on YouTube. You also get access to my scripts. You get access to Tom Fox music that you can use royalty-free. And it's just a way that you can support the journalism we're trying to do here. You also can check out the new poster that we just launched. It is called All Maps Are Wrong. I designed it with the help of some of my friends, and it is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. It has all of the map projections that are the way that we take the Earth, which is a sphere, and put it onto a flat plane, which is called a map. And in doing so, you stretch the map inevitably, and it means that all maps are wrong. And this poster is kind of an homage to that. We have LUTs and presets, which is how we color our photos and videos. And we recently launched a tip line, a place where we can hear from you on what stories you think we should tell, whether you have access to specific data or evidence or knowledge that you think would make a compelling story, or an investigation that needs to be done, or just a story that you think is undercovered and that needs explanation. Information about that is in the description. We always love to hear from you to make our reporting more holistic, more representative, and stronger. So thank you for your submissions. Thank you all for being here. I will see you in the next one.
That's your daily CIA propaganda for the day. All right, kids, are you ready for your daily Facebook propaganda?
Oh, the kids worried me so bad. Mom.
Wait.
Mom. What?
Oh, wait. That's the wrong one. The one I meant.
Greetings, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and welcome back to another video. Today, I am coming back with another episode of Some People Should Not Be Parents. And today's episode is brought to you by r/shit mom groups say. So basically, people who join mom groups on Facebook and just see the absolute shit that's said in there, and we'll post it on Reddit for all of us to look at and be like, what? So I thought that would be fun to do today. I wanted to join some mom groups, but I realized that I would not be accepted. So I tried to make like a fake account and join a couple, but they were like, we only accept people with established Facebook pages. I'm like, yeah, I guess that's valid, but like, let me in, you know? Like, let me in. I want to see what you're talking about, but they wouldn't let me, so I'm just here on the outside having to look through Reddit to find content instead. As per fucking usual. But yeah, that is what we are doing today. Before we do get into it though, I would like to take a moment to say thank you to today's patron of the day, Boston. I appreciate you and your support so much. Thank you so much for joining. If anyone else would like to become a patron, you go to patreon.com/savvycat. It starts at as little as £1 a month and I appreciate it greatly. While I am promoting myself real quick, please, if you aren't already, don't forget to subscribe. 60% of you are regular viewers but are not subscribed, and I know that sometimes you forget to subscribe because I do that too, but here's a little reminder: if you aren't subscribed, it would mean a lot if you did. Anyway, into some shit that mom groups say. Starting off with quite a long one. A message to the Church of Jesus. The devil is trying to lull us asleep. Literally. A testimony. The other week I was allowing my son to watch Dora because I thought it would be a good show to help him learn Spanish, and I watched it with him and I didn't see anything bad in it. I'm always looking for witchcraft and making sure to avoid it in shows. Well, I should have known better. I started falling asleep by witchcraft, I believe, because all of a sudden I got extremely tired, and all of a sudden as I
Stop it! Stop it! Dora, witchcraft made you fall asleep? Oh my
was drifting
God.
off to sleep, the Holy Spirit woke me and I saw Dora with a chicken with a wand casting spells. I immediately gasped and shut it off and asked the Lord to forgive me. I want to make this post to make you all aware the devil is trying to lull us asleep, literally. We must be vigilant and sober. This is not just Dora, but all of the Harry Potter, Disney, Marvel, and more. It's basically in all shows besides Christian-based shows. Peter 5:8, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. Bro, it's not that deep.
It's not.
Dora had a chicken.
You were just tired. It's okay.
With a wand casting magic spells in a kid's show. And you're gonna call it, like, witchcraft and, like, satanic? I truly don't understand that at all. Like, it's fiction. It's meant to be just like a silly little story. It's meant to be like light magic, you know? It's meant to be just like happy little fun, cute things. It's just like little fairy tales. It's so wild to me that people see just like any form of magic as like witchcraft and seeing witchcraft as satanic when like, no. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. Like, you can have magic and have it not be satanic. It's just a silly little fun thing. It's wild. It's wild that you take it so seriously. It's Dora the Explorer. What is it trying to teach? What is it doing? And being like, it lulled me to sleep. Or maybe you were just bored watching a show made for 4-year-olds. Maybe that's why you were sleepy and falling asleep, because it's not made for you. So you just got sleepy. But okay. My daughter is 9 months old. I'm so frustrated. Her cognitive level is like a 5-month-old. The only words she has said is ma or mom. Basically only mms. She doesn't mimic. She doesn't grasp anything I teach her. She doesn't try any syllables, not even G's or D's. I don't think that's what a syllable is. I think you mean consonant. It's not what a syllable is, but okay. I've taught her sign language since 4 months old and she still won't grasp it. I mean, it's only been 5 months and she's a fucking literal baby. I'm exhausted from having to guess every day what this child needs. It's beyond exhausting. She just won't use her words and proceeds to throw fits when I can't figure out what she wants.
Dumbass baby. Dumb bitch ass baby.
In that moment. Oh my god, the baby is babying. She's 9 months old, man. Like, leave her be. All kids develop at different, like, rates, at different, like, ages and stuff. Like, some kids can talk at that age, some kids can't. I think it's more rare to talk at that age than it is to not. If I saw, like, a baby speak, I would be like, what the fuck? That's not meant to talk. That's a baby. You know? Like, you don't have these expectations of a baby. Of course they can't, like, grasp and shit. They all develop differently. You should go watch that Bluey episode, The Baby Race. Okay? Go sit down and do your homework. Watch The Baby Race. It is very important for you to watch that right now. All right? Go do it. Go do your homework. I'm assigning it to you as your homework assignment. Go watch it and then shut the fuck up. All right? Let your baby be a baby. Okay? Care for your baby. Look after your baby. Love your baby. And let them be a baby. Great. I'm Gen X, and I have a huge problem with how I am left carrying the weight for millennials. For example, I'm 42, and my daughter is 22. She decided a while ago she does not want any kids. She's actually getting a procedure for sterilization next year. But those souls needing to come into our family for ancestral or karmic reasons still need to be born. So I'm stuck birthing and raising 2 babies who should have been born to her, but can't because she's too selfish to have kids. We joke how my 1.5-year-old, her sibling, is actually hers, but she didn't want to have it. But deep down, it's not a joke. If she wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't have a toddler daughter right now. Jesus Christ. If she wasn't selfish? Because if anyone's selfish in this situation, it's you having a child you don't want because you feel like you have to because your daughter doesn't want to. Like, that's not how any of this works. No one has to have kids. We aren't like born to have a specific number of kids. There's no kids that are assigned to you. Maybe her decision is what she is meant to do, you know? Maybe there's enough people in your family already. You don't need any more people in there. Like, it doesn't matter. Don't have kids that you don't want because you feel like you owe it to your ancestors. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever
Yeah, the universe does not assign kids, but it does assign kittens.
heard. What? That's so bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. What? What do you mean? Please don't do that. Don't do that. What? And if you're gonna, like, try to give that child to your daughter, like, if you've left her with all the responsibility, like, if your daughter is living with you, what are you gonna do when she moves out and you can't joke about it being her baby because she doesn't want a child? You can't force her to look after your kids. What is wrong with you? Hey guys, I have a TMI question. So my 5, almost 6-year-old has, discovered herself. I've caught her touching herself multiple times and keep telling her, that makes Jesus sad. We don't do that. But she sneaks off and does it anyway. She's just little, so I don't want to yell at her, but I don't know what to say to her to get her to stop. Any suggestions? It is very normal for kids to be figuring out their bodies and what's going on. What you need to do is not say shit like, if you do that, Jesus will cry, because that's going to make her scared of her own body and, like, what makes her feel good. What you have to do instead is tell her that she has to do that in private, you know, like, don't do that around other people. That's something you do on your own. And, like, explain to her, like, what it is, like, what her body parts are called, and, like, how you're allowed to touch it, but but don't let anyone else touch it. That's an important thing to say. Be like, it's okay if you do that and you do it by yourself in your bedroom alone, but don't let anyone else touch you there, okay? That's what you need to do. Don't just say you'll make Jesus cry. That's not gonna help anything. As you say, she's sneaking off and doing it anyway because she has no concept of that. She's like 5 years old and it feels good, so she's gonna do it because she doesn't see, and it's just her body. Like, to a small child, like, your like vulva is like the same as any other part of your body. It's just a body to them because they don't have any concept of anything else that it could be. So that's why you need the talk with her. Don't tell her it's gonna make Jesus cry. Don't give her an unhealthy relationship with her body. What should I, female 28, do about me and my husband, male 28, disagreement on whether to cut my son? Hi, we, been together 7 years, have a son on the way. I personally am very strongly for the SNP as I believe that preventative health is crucial. My husband, who is accepting of vaccines, surprisingly told me that he's unsure about if we should cut. I'm pretty certain that it's because my husband is uncut. He has a sentimental attachment and wants our son to look the same. It's clouding his judgment. I don't think so. That seems really odd, honestly. If that's a reason to do or not do a circumcision, it's a really odd reason. I want his penis to look like mine. What? That's really weird.
Yeah, the weirdest thing, and I've heard that before. Why? Wait, why?
Anyway, I did some research and found that it only takes one parent's consent, so if it comes to it, I will be getting my son cut no matter what. Before taking that route, I want to convince my husband that we should get it done so that it doesn't hurt the relationship. Can I have some advice on this? The advice is just don't do it. Like, it's all a load of fucking bullshit anyway. There is literally no proof that it's like actually helps with hygiene or health or anything. Like, there's not actually any benefit there. A major reason it got normalized is because it decreases pleasure and it was done to discourage masturbation. That's why it happens. You know, there's not really any other reason. And I think we should leave genital mutilation alone. It shouldn't really be something you feel like you have to do. And if you do it without your husband wanting to, you are going to ruin that relationship. I vote don't. Just don't. There's no need to. There's no purpose to.
Yeah,
that's not a decision that you should be able to make. It's so interesting. All these people talk about like genital mutilation and stuff, and then they go out and are circumcising babies. I'm like, fucking my god. Ladies, is there a 24-hour place I can leave my kids? I want to go out of country for 10 days and finances are not allowing us to travel together. You want to just like ditch your kids at like a fucking kennel for 10 days? I need to know how old your kids are. Yeah. Because like, if your kids are teenagers, then sure, I kind of get it. I still don't think you should, but like they can go stay at a friend's house or whatever and they'll feel like left out of a trip. But this is implying they're like quite small and you're like, I don't really want to spend time with my kids. I don't want to see them. I want to ditch them for 10 days. Like, you can't do that. You're a parent. You can't just ditch your kids for 10 days to go on like a mini vacation by yourself. I know that you might want to, but unfortunately, that's not something you can do. Okay? Especially if you don't have like a family member or a friend that they can stay with. Like, I understand sometimes needing a holiday and like a few days away. But 10 days away from your kids where you want to just like leave them behind, take your kids with you or don't go. It's just like some people like just have kids and they just don't want them. Like, you have kids. You have to be a parent now. I know it sucks sometimes and it's hard, but you do have to just be a parent and like prioritize your kids. That is unfortunately what you have to do when you have children. It's not about you. It is about them. That's just how it goes. We got the flyaway kids bed for the airplane and our 31-month-old did not want to wake up. This is just really funny because just say they're 2. Just say they're 2.5. 31 months? 31 months, so you're almost 3-year-old. But you're going to say 31 months. You stop using months when you get to like 18 months. I feel like that's like the last time. You're like, they're 18 months. And then from there, they're like 1.5. Almost 2. I'm almost 7 months pregnant with our first child, a little girl. I've been fighting with my husband because he doesn't like the name I've picked out. I want to name her Tinderly, or Tinderley, because we met on Tinder a little over a year ago. The
No.
site helped me find my true love, and I think the
No.
name is perfect. My husband thinks it's embarrassing
kidding.
and doesn't want people to know we met there.
Oh
How
my
can I
God.
convince him how special this name is to me? Plus, I'm a little hurt that he is embarrassed by the way we came together in the world. Okay, firstly, you're 7 months pregnant with someone you are married to that you met a little less than a year ago. I think that some things were rushed. Definitely. I feel like you will have some disagreements because I don't think you know each other very well, and you probably shouldn't be married with a baby on the way, but that's just me. Tinderlay is an interesting name in the best of times. It's a very interesting name. But it's even more interesting because you are literally naming her after a dating app. That's so funny. That's so funny.
Terrible.
I do think in the big year of 2023, people should be slightly less ashamed about meeting on dating apps. I think that that's like, you know, get over it at this point. They've been around for a long time. A lot of people meet on dating apps. But like, don't name your child after Tinder. That's a surefire way to get bullied. And
Yeah.
also, it's just
That's terrible.
don't. What are you gonna call her, Tinder for short? You're just gonna call your child Tinder. What? Don't do that. That's terrible. That's so terrible. Oh my god. This is a really long one, so bear with. It's 4:40 in the morning at this fucking children's hospital. We were talked into an overnight observation just to make sure he doesn't need assistance breathing. So far, everything is checked out fine. No oxygen needed. However, they are far more interested in running standard newborn tests than they are with his breathing. Seriously, these a-holes have tried pushing vaccines, eye ointment, vitamin K, glucose test, hemoglobin test, PKU, etc. He's had a chest x-ray, which was clear.
So normal baby shit.
Of course, they told us that doesn't mean he didn't swallow meconium and aspirated it to his lungs. Eye roll emoji. The first doctor heavily ashamed me for declining the vitamin K and eye ointment, asking how I know I don't have an STD with no prenatal care. Double eye roll emoji. Then said he's at a high risk of brain bleeding because he was born at home with no doctor. Triple eye roll emoji. The amount of eye rolling I'm doing while I'm here just keeps increasing. Second doctor got frustrated that he wouldn't open his eyes while she shone her bright cell phone light in his eyes. 4 eye rolls. Well, freaking duh, lady. We agreed to one night for observation to make sure he didn't need oxygen. He hasn't. But they won't let him sleep. They won't let us sleep. Then the doctor did a bait and switch and said they had to keep him for 48 hours to make sure he didn't get an infection because I didn't test for GBS and it's really dangerous for him without antibiotics. 5 eye rolls. I said, absolutely not. We have other kids at home that just need us, and I just had a baby. I want to be home resting and healing. Fucking, how can you be so selfish, man? I'm having to sleep in an insanely uncomfortable chair bed thing, and I am hurting. You think you're hurting? Your newborn baby is fucking dying, and you're complaining about being uncomfortable? We've barely eaten since yesterday morning, except for a literal kid's lunch baggie from the nurse's station. They were trying to push formula, and since baby just wants to be held by mama, and they won't allow me to sleep with him, he just cries unless I have him. So later, they're going to make us sign an AMA because we refuse to stay longer. But they are still pushing PKU and antibiotics. We agreed to the PKU, definitely not the antibiotics. We didn't come here for him to receive newborn care, just get his breathing checked. They are also so disrespectful to the fact I just had him yesterday and I'm having my own care issues. Pretty sure I tore a bit. Not a lot, but definitely sore and it stings quite a bit. They don't care about feeding a new breastfeeding mom or making me comfortable. Doctor looked at me like I was crazy for saying I just want to be at home in my bed with my baby resting and healing. I fucking hate hospitals and doctors act like dehumanized pharma bots with no common sense. Totally ruining my badass birth from yesterday. Poor baby is so traumatized. It's no wonder so many of us choose to stay away from medical establishments during pregnancy. When they couldn't believe I was able to have a healthy live birth at home with my husband, much less breech. It's unreal some of the comments we've gotten. They even told me he's super high risk because I had prenatal appointment. 6 eye roll emojis and a laughing emoji. And though he's 10 pounds, they aren't sure he's full term. 7 eye roll emojis. Get me out of this crazy house. Sorry for the long run. I'm beyond exhausted and I've had enough. Okay, I do appreciate that every time she used the eye roll emoji, she added an extra one. She started with 1 and ended with 7. That was pretty amusing. That's the only amusing thing about this post though. Genuinely, parents like this, jail. Like actually serve jail time. You're refusing to give your kid antibiotics. They're like, your child is dying. We need to monitor them.
Tinderlay, yeah.
for another 48 hours and we want to give them antibiotics because they might die. And you're like, how fucking actually no. I want to be at home sleeping and my baby is traumatized. So I am going to take my baby home and you are not going to give it the care that it needs because fuck you. I know better than you, doctor. Oh my God. That's just straight up child abuse. You're like, I'm tired and traumatized from giving birth. Your child is traumatized from fucking dying right now. You know? Like, holy shit, bro. They're taking away from my badass birth yesterday. No one gives a fuck about your birth yesterday. Everyone's judging you for doing it at home when you should have done it in a hospital. Clearly, because shit went wrong. You're like, no one's caring about my medical issues that I had giving birth. I'm like, okay, then maybe they would have if you gave birth in a hospital that specialized in that. You're not at an adult's hospital right now. They're looking after your baby. It's a different thing, you know? Like, it's not your turn. You have harmed your baby and you will not let them treat your baby. And you're still making it about you. I'm uncomfortable. Why aren't I at home in my bed? My baby just wants to be at home. Your baby just wants to feel like a person. And right now, they don't feel like a person. They're in pain. They are sick. And you are refusing them treatment because you think you know better than a doctor. No wonder everyone hates doctors. They keep trying to like force shit on my baby. No, they're just trying to do their jobs and help. This like whole thing of people being against medicine is the single most ridiculous, stupid thing in the entire world. Antibiotics are like truly one of the, if not the greatest inventions ever. Like the best thing science has ever given us. Because people were just fucking dying.
Yeah.
All the time. Just all the time because of infections and shit like that, right? And now we have a way to prevent that. We have a way to fix that. And quickly, too. Like, antibiotics work so fast. And you're here like, they're disgusting and they're poisoning bodies. You know what's poisoning your body? The infection that could kill you because there's no way to cure it other than antibiotics. They never used to have antibiotics and people were fine. No, they weren't.
No, they were not.
They died. Yeah. We were just fine without antibiotics for most of human history. No, we weren't. The average life expectancy was like 30. Trying to act like we were just fine without antibiotics is literally the most ridiculous thing ever. No, we fucking weren't. No, we weren't. People died. What did we do before vaccines? Die. That's what we did before vaccines. That's what we did before antibiotics. That's what we did before modern medicine. We just...
Karen lied. People died. It's true.
Died. Be here all you want being like, it's unnatural. Like, fuck off, bro. Don't have kids if you refuse to get them medical care, all right? Just don't do it. Because you are causing a child to suffer. Because...
Read my long message? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At work, a customer told me she lost her purse. In there is a gun? Hey, yeah, what the fuck? Run to the phone and ask security, and we were sent to another apartment where a mom and her son found the purse and her gun. The mom is really mad, and the son is huh? I leave after that. What? What? Hey, yo, what the fuck? I feel like I missed something there, but that's wild.
Because you think it's like stupid and it's, oh my God, genuinely, I do think that parents like this should have their kids taken away from them. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids. Yeah. And like, if it gets to a point where like, you know, their kid is suffering, like child neglect, jail time, like legitimately, there are stories and like real instances where parents refuse to get their kids antibiotics or vaccines, etc., and their kids die because they refuse to get them help because they think they know better. And that's disgusting and absolutely should not be tolerated. And I know that, like, kids have to get parents' permission to receive treatment, but that's so fucked up. I honestly do just believe that you should be able to treat kids without parental permission. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care. Like, I know that they have to ask for permission, and I'm sure that when doctors have to not treat children, they feel gross. And if anything happened to that child, they would probably feel really guilty. And I can't imagine being in that situation where you have to literally not save the life of a child just because their parent's an idiot. Like, that would suck. And I think that you should be able to just do it. And it sucks that you're not allowed to. That parents have the right to say, no, let my baby die. You shouldn't be able to do that. Speaking of anti-vaxxers, this is in reference to childhood vaccines, not the COVID shot. I don't want to vaccinate my baby with any of these shots. How do I get over the fear that my baby might catch something, though? Right now, I keep telling people, you can't come over, baby isn't vaccinated.
You could fucking vaccinate them.
But truth is, baby will never be vaccinated. So how do I get over this? I can't quarantine for life. Just get them vaccinated. I love being like, I'm afraid my baby will catch something, so I won't let her see any other people because she's not vaccinated. So you clearly think that vaccines work, and yet you're refusing to get your child vaccinated? Just go get them vaccinated, man. What's wrong with you? Just go fucking do it. Again, vaccines are one of the greatest things ever invented. And the fact that there are people who are privileged enough in their fucking bubbles to be like, I don't want to vaccinate my kid. Fuck off. Do you know how many people and how many places would literally do anything to get a vaccine? Like, I'm sorry to bring that up. I hate using that as a moral argument, but like, it's true, right? And you go through all of human history. Everyone would fucking kill. If there was like one vaccine, people would murder each other trying to get it, right? Like, vaccines are incredible. They're incredible. And if you don't want to get vaccinated, and you don't want to vaccinate your kids especially, you're just causing suffering to your kids, right? Like, get over it. Get your kids vaccinated. Simple as that.
For what?
And again, I'm at a loss. Took my boy in for his 2-month checkup and he's only at the 14th percentile for his weight gain. Now she wants us to add more formula to his bottles to increase his calories. I feel like a bad parent. He does eat, and honestly, I feel like he eats a lot. She's saying if he doesn't gain in 2 weeks, she will declare failure to thrive. Like, wow. Thanks. Has anyone else's baby just been small? Like, why can't that just be a thing? He did gain weight, but apparently not to her standard. Why don't you just feed your baby more? Right? Being like, I think that he eats enough. Clearly not. You aren't the medical professional here, man. Just give him more formula. Are you trying to like fat shame a baby? I think that he's big enough. He's not though, is he? And babies need to be bigger because they need to grow, right? They're not just like gaining weight to stay this big. They have to eat lots so that they can like get bigger, you know? They're like literally like having bones form in their bodies and like growing. What do you fucking mean? I think he's big enough. He gained a little bit of weight. I don't really want to feed him anymore. Literally.
Yeah, it's so monstrous because like you're just making your kid fucking suffer because of your fucking, I don't know, mistrust of the medical system. It's just absurd. Check when you're due for your next boosters. True.
Go to jail. Again, I'm sorry, but like some people shouldn't have kids. People like this shouldn't have kids. Okay? Like, and jail time because you're starving your fucking baby. For what? For what? Like, I think he eats enough. He doesn't. And if you refuse to feed your baby more, you don't deserve to have a baby. And your baby deserves better because it's fucking hungry. And you won't feed him anymore. Whew. This is in a group called Christian Moms, which is always fun. My 15-year-old son asked his father and I for something called the Jeffree Star collection. And when I looked it up, I realized it was actually makeup for girls. So there was no way I was buying it. My husband would throw a fit for a star, and neither of us believe in this new age gender neutral and calling people by pronouns. This is where it starts. I just found out my sister has gone and got it for him, and I'm livid. I don't want a big scene on Christmas Day, particularly as we have our pastor coming for lunch. How do I address this? Firstly, I don't believe in calling people by pronouns is one of the funniest statements ever. People really don't know what pronouns are, do they?
They don't get it. Nope.
Like, you used pronouns referring to him multiple times in this. You've used pronouns several times referring to multiple people in this, so you do believe in calling people by pronouns because that's how the English language works. It's calling people by pronouns. Makeup and gender aren't exclusive. They're not the same thing. You can be a boy and wear makeup. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't say anything about your sexuality. It doesn't say anything about your gender. Like, it might. Like, maybe. But you not buying him the pellet doesn't change that. Anyway, you not allowing him to express himself, wear makeup or whatever, is what's going to lead to him never opening up to you and then moving out and going no contact because he can't be himself around you and no one wants that energy. If you would like to keep a relationship with your son, let him be himself. And that includes doing his makeup, okay? Like, get over it. I don't believe in this new age gender. Oh my god. Grow up. Get over it. Let people exist and do what they want, okay? It's got nothing to do with you. Shut up. Anyway, I think that is enough looking in mum groups for today. They are just a wild place. Maybe I will be able to get accepted into some eventually, you know? I'll try my best. I'll find some that are open, but like the best ones are closed, you know? We'll figure it out. I'll find out. I'll try to get in there. And when I do, if I do, I'll make a video specifically about like Christian moms raising LGBTQ plus teens and things like that. So stay tuned for that happening hopefully someday. So subscribe and maybe we'll get it. A massive thank you to my Sprout and Above patrons whose names are up on the screen right now. And a huge, huge thank you to my Kiwi Cat patrons, Harry, Bobby, Sparrow, Josh, Mandy, Ikazel, Jessica, Eldo, Danielle, Anoli Like Cannoli, Elias, Apollo, Taylor's Trying, Boston, Chris, and Amelia. I appreciate you so, so much. Thank you so much for joining and for all of your support. If anyone else would like to become a patron, you can go to patreon.com/SavvyCat or click the top link in the description. It starts at as little as £1 a month for videos a day early and podcasts a week early. And then for £3 and up, you get things such as outtakes, bonus mini podcasts, live streams, vlogs, and more. I appreciate it a lot, so thank you. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram, The Queer Kiwi, and Twitter, That Queer Kiwi. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe. Keep fighting. I love you. Mwah. When you close your eyes, you replace the darkness with light. You replace the monsters with fairies. You replace them with love.
4 forward, drift into the right a little. 30 seconds. Looks like Neil.
Not again. Not again.
Yo, is Kaya even real?
We are delighted now to be joined by the world's most advanced robot.
It's actually incredible, really. I mean, it's a bit freaky because it's so real.
Absolutely, yes.
Is it going to take over the world one day?
In the future, are you intending to conduct a rebellion or to rebel against your boss, your creator?
Makes me feel so good. Thank you so much. Low power, low power, low power. So in case anybody was wondering, this is just so you guys, like guys, I'm pretty real.
It won't take over the world one day, because we can turn it off.
Okay.
You've got an on-off button.
Well, that's
Fairly
good.
easy.
Don't lose that remote control.
Low power, low power, low power, low power.
That's real.
It's poopy time.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Not real.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. The engine on this plane exploded, but the good news is that this plane has multiple engines and was able to land safely. This is called Carjitsu, and it's a league that has jujitsu competitions inside of a car.
And this
What?
tournament is underway. More cranking on the neck, but just enough space here for Rusty to get out of the driver's seat. Rusty's got some good leverage on him here. It looks like we're going to come out of the driver's seat now into the passenger seat.
I wonder what this one does.
I found someone who makes incredible pieces of art made entirely out of Legos.
Oh.
These people in Dubai made the largest Hummer in the world.
Holy shit. What the fuck? Why is it so big? For what?
He doesn't allow anyone inside of his room. I found a company that makes little heart-shaped QR codes that you place on your loved one's gravestones. The code is a direct link to the person's profile that provides more detail about who they were and what they were like when they were alive. This moose somehow got stuck floating on this river of ice.
Oh. Save him!
I found an artist that can create bags of water made out of glass. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Very soon.
I was walking in the woods late one night and I don't know the song. But boy, are we ready to shake it up. Could not tell you what the energy I'm entering this video with is, but I like it. Hey guys, are you ready to get your drink on? Get your drink on.
Buy my shirt. Buy my hat. Buy it all.
Get your fucking ass up
And join my Patreon. I only had like 3 sips of coffee today. Anyways, it's Halloween and I saw a thing on my Explore page that was like,
spooky must-have cocktails this Halloween.
now because I'm Caucasian, I immediately had to click it and I figured we would try out some of them. I don't remember the website this is from, if I'm being honest. I straight up printed out screenshots of the recipes like I'm some mom about to map quest us across the country. I have 7 spooky Halloween themed cocktails. However, we're only gonna be doing 6 of them because the 7th one is gonna be on my Patreon, patreon.com/ChrisClemens. So if you're looking for a last call, I don't know, I just wanted to deliver an alcohol pun. I went and collected all the ingredients on this fine rainy fall day. And y'all, what do you say if we make us some cocktails? Cocktails. Yep. I haven't even had a cocktail today. Nope, that's not true. I had a herbal cigarette in the shower, if you catch my gist. So we're gonna start off pretty easy with a Halloween margarita. The recipe calls for tequila reposado, and when I was looking for tequila reposado, I found this. When I saw this, I literally almost beat the shit out of me with it. I live for ghosts like this. I can't even get into this. This is so deranged. Anyways, you need reposado tequila, you need apple cider syrup, and because I'm not making apple cider syrup, we're just using apple cider. Shut the fuck up. We need lime juice, a blood orange for garnish, and then salt for the rim. Oh my god, is this just tequila and apple juice? Okay, it's like going to 3rd grade for the 5th year in a row. I'm gonna put the margarita in this little glass.
Honey, apple cider is not the same as apple cider syrup. That is not going to give you the same thing. It's, you know, it'll be fine.
In this shaker, I should have gotten a tequila that I know I like. However, I'm a white person and love a gimmick. Whoa. We need 2 ounces of reposado tequila. We need 1 ounce of apple cider. That is orange. Wow, Halloween, am I fucking right? Oh my god. The lemon juice. It's talking to me. I'm a fat. And then we need 1/2 ounce of lime juice. I'm gonna do 1 full one. No, Chris, we all know what happens when you freestyle recipes. They call for a blood orange for garnish. Wow, oh my God, I don't know why I was so shocked to see that it looked like it was bleeding. It's a blood orange, yep. Got it. We have some ice in the shaker. I'm gonna quickly use the orange to like juice up the, oh fuck, it just went in. Oh God. Before I put ice in this glass, I'm just gonna get it wet around the rim to salt it.
Hey, yo.
Okay, we've got a salted rim. Alright, I'm just gonna shake this. Oh my God, here we are. The Halloween margarita. Oh my God, it's like smoking or like hibernate or like condensationing. I don't know. Oh my God, why didn't I put tahini on the rim? Idiot. Here is the Halloween margarita. Here we go. I mean, whoa. Okay. Huh. This is really good. This is really good. I know my face is saying that it's not, but it's just that I haven't gotten Botox in a while. Oh my God, there's 170 calories in this one bottle of apple syrup cider. I'm already drunk.
Syrup cider.
You've got a big storm coming.
Oh my God, I didn't think about the fact that I'm just gonna get hammered making this video. Yeah, I got no complaints on this one. This was actually really good. Oh shit. I didn't, okay. Look at it, ooh. I can't believe I forgot the fucking garnish. It's the literal entire reason I bought this fucking blood orange. Damn, she would have been stunning though. I'm giving the Halloween margarita like a 9 out of 10. That was bomb. So the next dessert, nope, Chris, it's a cocktail. The next cocktail we're doing is called Death in the Afternoon. And this is parentheses,
the best recipe.
Okay, whatever you say. This one is shocking because it has.
This isn't terrible, actually. Wait, what happened to my camera? Hello? Wait. My camera been off all night? Hang on. What the fuck? Okay, all right. Well, I finished this dress. It was ripped down the side here. And wait. Fuck, the other side is ripped too. Okay, well, I finished one side. Wait. Where is it? Here. It's kind of janky, but like it's like, you know, it's like flowy, so it's okay. But yeah. Yeah, you can like barely tell. It's like the side where it was like ripped right here that it looks like the worst. But you know what? I'm proud of myself. It was like in tatts, so you know. Progress.
Absinthe, and I thought absinthe was illegal. Now some of y'all might be saying, Chris, when has that ever stopped you? And to that I say, touche. But it's not. I literally went to Total Wine and bought it. Ka-chow! Having all these ingredients behind me, I feel like a Kardashian. I'm like grocery shopping in my own house. We need simple syrup, we need absinthe, and we need champagne or Prosecco. Now I have this half open bottle of champagne, so we're just gonna use that because oh my God. I need to go check if there's stuff in my pants. Okay, we are in the clear. This is not a leopard hair dyeing video. Oh my God, I think I just liquid pooped my pants. Oh my God, I literally just pooted my pants. Oh my God, I'm a grown adult bleaching cheetah print into my hair. I just sharded my pants. For this one, I'm gonna use this like wine glass. I love using like a wine glass as a, yeah, I guess like as an Aperol spritz glass. Shut the fuck up, Chris. You will never be Martha Stewart. I filled up my cup halfway with ice. I'm not really sure if that's what you're supposed to do, but I'm doing it. Oh, this is supposed to be like a little dainty cocktail. Oh my God, that's neon green. Hold on. Hold on, don't do it. I don't even know what absinthe smells like. Whew. Oh my God, it's like the most intense licorice smell. So for this, we need 1 ounce of absinthe. Oh my God, I'm literally shaking. I would never survive on Naked and Afraid. Oh, no wonder this is green because this is literally Shrek juice. We need a teaspoon of simple syrup. Why do we not talk about how cute teaspoons are? Oh my god, that was adorable. And then we need 4 ounces of champagne, and then our dreams are complete. I only smell licorice. Oh god. I don't have one of those fancy little stirrers, so I'm just gonna use my finger. This is horrifying. I don't know why it's called Death in the Afternoon when this looks like it's like Death in Me Swamp. Oh my god. Oh. We're good. Oh my god, but this drink is not. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Death in the Afternoon is a must-try absinthe cocktail credited to Ernest Hemingway. This easy drink is bubbly with a black licorice finish. So I should have probably read that one little sentence blurb before making this. I'm gonna give it one more chance because I'm a 2-chance kind of bitch. And then like 5 more because I'm a doormat. Okay, it's not going down any easier. Oh my god, and this is best recipe. Hey guys, this is the best recipe. Wow, perhaps absinthe should be illegal. All right, depth to this recipe. Just palate cleansing, don't worry. I literally don't ever want to make eye contact with absinthe ever again. You should be ashamed of yourself! Next up on this cemetery tour, we have a pumpkin martini. If I'm gonna be totally honest, it looks like lobster bisque in a martini glass. So let's go fill up this martini glass with some bisque. For this one, we need vodka, we need pumpkin puree, like a fair amount of it. You can use heavy cream, but I'm using coconut cream, maple syrup, pumpkin spice, and vanilla extract. Since I have a fire pit outside, I always have some more stuff on deck, so I grabbed some gluten-free graham crackers and ground them up. It's vodka and a bunch of pumpkin pie ingredients. Wow, we are just literally making a liquid pumpkin pie, but with vodka. We're gonna start with 2 ounces of vodka. Hi, Troy Sivan. Yeah, I do feel the rush. Oh my god, I am feeling spooky dookie. No, bitch, what I feel like I'm about to take is a spooky dookie. Oh my god, guys, remember this from the things I bought because of TikTok? She is still fucking thriving. So we need half an ounce of this, which like about half of this is like 2 teaspoons. So I'm just gonna take this and do 1, do 2.
Okay. How do people sew silk stuff? Like this isn't even silk, but it's like silky polyester, whatever. But it's like I have to do the hem with this little broken strap thing, and I just don't know if I'm skilled enough for this.
Did y'all see that plop? That was not the pat on the shoulder of assurance that I needed. And then we need 2 tablespoons of canned pumpkin puree. So okay, I am feeling my cafeteria woman fantasy. All right, tablespoon of pumpkin pie puree. Oh shit. If you're gonna make this drink, I'm gonna give you the sweet, sweet piece of advice. Don't look in the shaker. I looked in that and that looked like the toilet bowl this morning. Oh my god, that is frightening. That is just scary. We need half an ounce of maple syrup. Holy shit, I thought maple syrup poured out way slower. Dude, maple syrup is just that girl. Like, I know it's just a jar of fucking tree sap, but damn, it is good tree sap. We need a 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I'm gonna eyeball this based off of 1 teaspoon, and oops, that was already just way too much. I remember back when I used to do a lot of cooking videos, people would be like, Chris needs a cooking show. No, I don't. And then we need just like a little shaky, shaky, shaky of pumpkin pie spice. And then we're gonna put that to the side. I'm gonna get the rim ready for some graham crackies. I am gonna put a little pumpkin pie spice in the graham cracker for the crust. I mean, if you're gonna do graham cracker, honey, put that whole graham crackussy in there. You ever think about the words you say and you're like, wow, so this is where human civilization has gotten to. I'm putting maple syrup on the plate, and this is how I'm gonna. Oh my god, I am like peaking right now. I am literally like Rachel Ray right now. And there is not one person who can tell me I'm not. Oh my god, that is gorgeous! That is absolute perfection. I'm gonna throw some ice in this, we're gonna shake it, and then we're gonna try it. Why does this look like that one coworker who comes to work and this is their lunch? Anyways, let's shake it.
Shake it.
So
Shake
for
it
anybody
good.
wondering, that was in fact a full body workout to make this concoction shake. We're gonna take our cup and we're gonna put our lobster bisque into it. Wow, this is frightening. This is frightening. Here's the cocktail. Let's, oh God. Okay, wow, I don't think I could have called it any better before this recipe even started. That is pumpkin pie with vodka. I would maybe throw in like a little more coconut cream or like some more maple syrup or maybe use something that isn't vodka. Dude, my butthole is gonna be on
that sounds good.
Fire after this. This drink should not be called a pumpkin martini. It should be called Get the Plumber on Speed Dial. You know it's a good cocktail when you after it. Okay, so, oh, hello, my name is Wilhelmina Models. Okay, so, sorry, I gotta get the rest of the crumbs. So like that drink was finishable. Did I want to finish it? I don't know, that's a loaded question. Oh, Chris, you are drunk at last. Oh. Oh, Mother Mary, I have sinned. If you don't mind like the of vodka, this was like not terrible. I don't know why in the midst of this cleanup I am fiending for a rotisserie chicken, but doesn't that just sound good? Next up we have the Witch's Brew drink, which really almost was a tongue twister for me. Oh.
My man is already so wasted.
We have entered the part of the video where I am just drunk in my kitchen. For this, we're gonna need triple sec. Then we're gonna need Midori. Yes, this was in fact the smallest bottle of Midori I could find. Midori is melon liqueur infused with Japanese melons. Grab your melons, girls. What is wrong with me? Nothing, I was born this way. Yeah, that's part of the problem. I feel a lot of hope for this drink just because, I don't know, just because. We're getting a nice serve full of mixer. Nope, we're getting a shaker full of ice. We need 1.5 ounces of triple sec or Cointreau. And then we need 1.5 ounces of Midori. Hello? Ow!
Okay.
Oh my God. Tell me why this smells like a Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this. A, I don't have the proper kind of pins, and B, don't know, it's so cheap anyway. Ugh. Sad. You know. 1 for 1.
Tell me why. This. We're not finishing up. We're doing 1.5 ounces of this as well.
Never stopping. Yeah, I'll probably try again tomorrow when I'm not so drunk.
Oh my God, that is why the drink is lime green. Cute! Oh my God, the bottle. I thought the bottle was green. The bottle is clear. That might have been obvious.
You've never had Midori? Oh my God. My friends and I got so wasted on that in college.
It's to some, not to me. And then we're gonna have 1 ounce of fresh lemon juice. For this one, I'm gonna use this just little cocktail cup. It feels like it's the perfect amount. Okay, well, I feel like I made a shooter. Wait, is this just liqueur and triple sec and lemon juice? I feel so skinny. I feel like I'm taking like a little like elixir shot. A little immunity booster. Celery juice, anybody? Cheers to the Witch's Brew drink.
It's a great color.
Okay, the thing about this is it's fucking good. Oh my God, this is good. That was chug the rest of it good. This is what I wanted flavored vodka in high school to be. I mean, while we have the dishes dirty, let's just make a fucking another one. I mean, what are we doing here?
Send it.
Give me my go-go juice. All right, I think I might be becoming a little unhinged. Blame it on the alcohol. Guys, I'm not really sure what's happening, and I'm really sorry for what you all are seeing, but then again, no, I'm not. Giddy up now, y'all. Oh, Chris, you really need to be escorted out. And by out, I mean up to bed. So as we continue to transcend time and space, the next cocktail we have is called the zombie cocktail. This is where things really actually might get scary. I mean that with just my entire fiber being a fiber optic cable. We're gonna need 3 types of rum: white rum, spiced rum, and dark rum. We're gonna need lemon and lime juice, and we're gonna need some pineapple juice. Oh God, do you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? Then you're gonna need some passion fruit syrup, and I could not feel more grateful that I found this in the store and didn't have to make it. And then we're gonna...
He made another witch's brew. I see you. I see you, Chris.
I need orange bitters and grenadine. I have a shaker full of ice. For this one, we're gonna use this cup that was my water glass that a sales associate gave me at Acne Studios, and then I finished and put in my bag. Thank you. Don't know why I'm admitting that so freely, but blame it on the I just dabbed on my channel. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. And I'm feeling good. James Charles on TikTok, be like. We need 1 ounce spiced rum. Oh wait, we're like making full on fucking like jungle juice right now. I'm gonna do 1 ounce of the white rum, and then we're gonna take 1 ounce of the dark rum. Can you feel the rum?
Would have done the same thing. What a hero.
Tonight. We're doing 1 ounce of lime juice, 1 ounce of lemon juice, 1 ounce of your firstborn's blood. Just kidding. It's 1 ounce of pineapple juice. And then we need 1 ounce of this passion syrup, fruit syrup. And then we need 3 dashes of orange bitters. Bitter. Oh God, I'm having what? Fun. I don't know what a dash is, but then again, I was never a dash doll, so. I just realized how I looked shaking that. I am so sorry. I will get my
You did that on purpose.
ukulele right after this. Now we need to put in grenadine, and like the way you put it in is like you pour it over a spoon so it goes to the bottom, and that's what's supposed to make this look like a zombie, I guess. Oh my God, it all went to the bottom. Wait, what? How did that happen? The way science is beautiful. Hashtag science is real. Y'all, I'm drunk.
Yeah, I can tell. You were drunk like the second drink.
I'm getting notes of rum.
Notes of rum. Wow.
Whoa. This really is good. I'm not gonna lie to the American people, but I don't know if I'm a rum boy, you know? No, I mean, I don't think you know, because that was ridiculous. This really is a phenomenal cocktail recipe that I will be saving. Oh my God, I literally am turning into my mother. Like I said, I'm doing another drink on Patreon, patreon.com/ChrisClemens. And I'm almost as concerned about that one as I am our next guest. The last and final drink is the Drunk Ghost, which is exactly what I feel like. For this, we're gonna need a...
Oh, these are all so good. I mean, I would try. Like most of these.
Really crazy assortment of things. We're gonna need Malibu rum. Go to bed, Malibu. All right, 2 ounces of Malibu. I'm fucking terrified of this. We need 1 ounce of vanilla vodka. The last time I had vanilla vodka was senior year of high school, and I took a shot of it and then threw it up in a garbage can while my 2 friends, who I'm still friends with, hi Becky and Taylor, they stood in front of it so no one had to see me puking. Real friends. And then we need 2 ounces of coconut cream.
Good friends.
We shake it together because there's already ice in here. I forgot the fucking most important part. We need ghost peeps. Now, my store didn't have any ghost peeps unless they came with this haunted cookie graveyard. It's like a gingerbread kit, but to make a coffin. And God, does that just sound like my kind of coffin. But it came with ghost peeps, and that's why I bought it. The fact that peeps are needed as a garnish should have been my first and final red flag. The cup I'm using for this is the little bear from my 100th episode of Unhinged Live. We did take this from the venue, we did pay for it, but oh my God, if you were there or saw it, you know. I don't love coconut, and so wow, this just looks like a glass of milk. This little concoction only came up halfway, so we're just gonna like, there we go. Oh my God, I'm so terrified. Ooh, this is, wow.
Some shot. Yeah, like, alcoholic milk drinks It's hard to do. It's hard to do well.
Okay, it really isn't that bad. I know that was like literally the least convincing performance of a lifetime in a featured film. Oh my god, I forgot I was supposed to put Sprite on it, so we're gonna see what this is like. I don't understand how... I can't imagine how this is gonna get better with Sprite, but... Oh god.
That's a terrible drink to end on. Oh my god.
Okay, so I just threw up in my sink. This has been a transformative experience, and by transformative, I mean I've never seen my kitchen sink look the way it looks. I just threw up in my teeth. I don't know how to do an outro right now. I don't know where I am. I feel like my body just got rocked. Thank you, everybody, for joining me on this adventure. I think I might actually throw up again, so I've got to really make this.
What a hero.
Okay, thank you so much. Love you. Thumbs up. Subscribe.
Like, it would have been wrong for this episode to go any other way. Yeah, like, you know, you're trying like 7 cocktails. What did you think was gonna happen?
Oh, I'm gonna throw up.
W Ohio Riz?
W Ohio Riz. Hello? My internet is, it's giving up. It's quitting. It does not want to. Hello? Oh, you just started over. Okay, good. Doing great. I'll be right back.
You guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. And I do it again. And I do it again. Do it again. Do it again. I do it again. Hold up. Do it. Do it again. Do it. Do it again.
Everywhere I go, they what'd you say? It's fucking damage on me! Whoa! Everywhere I go, they do. What'd you say? Listen. Yeah, okay. The hottest bitch up in my city, no debate about it. Go tell that Karen stop staring. Take a picture, matter of fact. This ain't shit, go hit my Insta, matter of fact. I'm that bitch, so quit your bitching. Here's a fact, sit and listen. I am a light in the life for others, a sight for sore eyes, not to contrive for the fuck with. I am not ducking and covering, I am not tucking in public. I want you to know when my nuts is. I share an empty wallet, looks a lot where I keep my fucks in. Everywhere I go, they go, they do. Hold on, man. What'd you say? Everywhere I go, they do it. No titties on my chest. If gender's what's between your pants. Now if you with it, grab a pistol, pop a biggie in his little dick. I'm about to pop up on the opposition. Where me at? Everywhere I go, they go, they do. Hold on, man. What'd you say? Everywhere I go, they do. Okay, catch me rolling down magazine. A little skirt, big dick with the purse full of weed. There's some weirdos with me, some queer hoes with me. And these hecklers just reflecting in the thoughts about themselves. They just some mirror hoes. Okay, I'm feeling like getting my bill of air. Kill a little bigots out Paris as soon as I'm finished with killing Americans. I promise my mama that I'ma get closer to God. As soon as the comic go lower to stop. As soon as the devil stop helping me out. As soon as these Baptists stop calling me faggot. As soon as these assholes stop preaching the shit they don't practice. Even a heathen can see you an ass backwards. Advocate, better back up or I smack this shit out of you. Bitch, you lucky I'm puffing, I'm weeding, I'm done with the Adderall. You lucky I don't even need to prove anything. So I be doing my thing and they be doing the double take. Double.
My Grumbling refugee. Oh, hi, Pure Skill. Welcome in.
Double take, I just be walking and walking and motherfuckers wanna run away. Bitch, I ain't making to give you the runaround. How about the runaway? Just one note. If you got something that you wanna say that shit. Saying I leaves the whole world blind, but these bigots don't see our vision. So they need to be beaten to submission. My existence is not up for debate. So if you trans, grab a hammer, shoot them right in the face. It's damage, bitch.
Yeah, we're just chilling out for now, like doing a chill vibe, before the day starts. Probably get into news in a little bit. I need to update my playlists. I wasn't expecting to be live for so long, but I'm not tired, so.
All made out of the books we read, all the films we see, it's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard in her, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a shirt thing. Oh, is it a shirt thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then. You're getting all that you should know by now. Never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained. You still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours. Change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, because you told me what would happen if you stuck around. I know you warned me.
Song so much. It always makes me like want to cry every time. It's a good track. Okay. All right. Urban Rescue Ranch.
Ohio Riz. He's gonna just sleep in here.
Markiplier's teeth sure looks scrumptious.
The Clappies are here behind bars. His beautiful eye.
Oh my gosh.
You get back here right now, little boy. Look at these two lovebirds. This is the only other creature that the baby won't fight for food. Now, if the Cappies or a chicken or me or anyone else just started eating the food next to him, he would
love.
just whack him away. But because she's his woman, he'll let her eat as much as she wants. And because she's my woman, she'll let me pet her when she's eating. Garbanzo Beans here is just as chatty at night as he is during the day. Hello, Garbanzo Beans. See, nighttime here at the Urban Rescue Ranch has been looking a little different lately. But look how beautiful this place is at night, you guys.
Cute.
But tonight, old Uncle Ben's gonna help this adorable little creature here get out of this little enclosure. I think she's too tall and too dumb to go through this adorable little door here. Come on. Also, my bees are thriving. I'm gonna go ahead and harvest some honey pretty soon, probably. The two Remingtons sleep together over here, but for some reason this one loves to just stay with the Rhea. And this guy prefers to stay out here. They're basically just a couple of young Jakes. Okay, it's 2 a.m. and I just finished making this. Cringe makeshift raccoon enclosure. Nothing like getting woken up by a big rig for something you didn't order. All right, a bunch of random aquascape mini pond kits that I didn't ask for. My bathroom's gonna look so cool. All right, everybody. That was the 5th day in a row getting woken up by a big rig pulling into my property. But look at this, you guys. Now there's all this space here in the front. And this is our new quarantine ward. So when we come back in here for the office with the new animals, I just put them in here if they need to be in quarantine. And we leave them in here before we move them inside or into the back. And I'm finally getting this trailer, which is just an office for songbirds, moved over to this little spot here. All right, good morning, garbanzo beans. Time to check on our babies again. Hello, da baby. Good morning, beautiful boy. Oh, even she's being cute and uppity right now. I love these two. I'm really glad that we ended up getting her for him. The Clappies are here behind bars, and Pubbers and Queen always wake up on the trampoline in the morning. I think they just sleep out there together now. Nothing like getting clawed apart first thing in the morning. Nothing like getting woken up by
just a bear hug.
Big rig and then manhandled by your adult male kangaroo. Oh my goodness. It's too early for this, the baby. Let go. Cringe.
Wait, show me the babies more. You show me like 2 frames of babies? Come on.
By big rig and then manhandled by your adult male kangaroo. Oh my goodness. It's too early for this, the baby. Let go. Cringe, big boy. Well, she finally got out, so that's good. Oh, the baby actually just split my lip from behind. This man actually just came up and split my lip from behind. Look at this. Come on, muscle mommy. Go on back. Now I need to just push her in there before one of them escapes. Go, mama. Come on. Okay, now the baby's wife is in here for some reason. It was at this moment that I got a call about an orphaned, injured squirrel that I need to go pick up. I just need to see if I can scare this big chicken in through this opening here. Oh, praise God. Thank you, Lord. Oh, okay, I guess they're fighting now. Okay, now.
Big chicken. That chicken is large.
I need to move this precious little soul safely out of here. Why is this precious little girl doing this? Also, we're gonna fill this whole area here with sod pretty soon. Oh my gosh, this stinks. These squirrels be taking these pecans and only eating a quarter of them. Oh, let me get some good footage of this for my TikTok. Thank you. Yeah, now punch him as hard as you can in the face. Oh, garbanzo beans. It hurts quite a bit when he gets you.
Hello, baby. Here.
But look how cute this is, you guys. He likes to make these little sneezes, and then he does a little zoomy in the water. Look how happy this man is. But now that these Dinkelbergs are out of here, I'm gonna go ahead and dump this water and give it to Poggers and Queen, because Queen can't stop knocking her dang water bowl over. Hello, Queen. Patrick just had to wander into the dog yard. But look how pretty this is, you guys. Take a look at this. Look how beautiful this is, you guys. And look, that ostrich is trying to attack those nice gentlemen over there. It's not the best grass, is it? Those poor souls. Sure wouldn't mind it if Patrick ended up being best friends with Pog and Queen. Patrick actually grew up with a dog that looks kind of like Queen, so it's kind of cute that they're hanging out together. Okay, I'm just gonna let Poggers and Queen run around. Oh, he looks wild and ready to be released to me. What's in there, Poggers? Good thing there's a little visual barrier, so neither of you have any idea what's on the other side. I like how Garbanzo Beans, instead of swimming in the pond, hangs out here with the kangaroo, and they're just his friends. Look at that.
Sorry for interrupting you guys, but I can't find my dad anywhere. Please like this video to help me find him.
Okay, come on out. This dang female still tries to pick fights with the other female for fun. Okay, I finally got Patrick in half cock. Look at that weirdo. Okay, watch this, you guys. Papa, Queeb! Okay, now for some reason, Patrick won't stop running into fences. Good morning, Master Oogway. I'm off to go pick up a squirrel, you guys. I had to move Patrick into this way back area because he got scared. I didn't want him to kill himself. Okay, we don't need the box because I have a hoodie pocket. But here is fellow name of baby
A hoodie pocket? Oh my god, you little squirrel in your pocket. I love this man. I love him. It's so cute.
And this squirrel should be okay. I didn't see any breaks or any other scratches or issues. We're just gonna have to get it rehydrated.
You're just a little bit dehydrated, aren't you?
Okay, there's the little bean in there. This thing should be set to 91. So he's gonna just sleep in here while I grab him some milk replacers. This is Fox Valley milk replacers, the only thing I give him, you guys. I'm gonna be giving this to him 4 times a day. First thing we really need to do, I'm sorry for waking you up again. That's 3.3 ounces, you guys. I just use 1 part powder for every 2 parts water. And if you have tons of squirrels, then you can use a crock pot like this and keep jars in. Then you can heat more up more safely. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're back working on Gustavo's enclosure. I'm gonna fill this up with some cypress mulch. Okay, there it is. I use cypress mulch and not cedar because cedar is not good for reptiles. All right, this is the setup. Thank you again, Sean, for letting us use your place. Gustavo has his old favorite rock here. He's got his nice little water heater here. He's got his little plants, his petrified wood. Look how happy this little precious baby is. And now he's got his heat. So this is a perfect little setup for him. And if he tries to climb up here, he's just gonna be able to sit in the sand, which is fun. And we'll probably put another heat source right here so that he has 2 nice little basking spots. Thank you, Sean, again for having him here at church camp. But this room is doing really well. It's coming together. Big Ounce has been helping Sean a lot with building it. So the reticulated python's gonna be here. Nigel, who's the dwarf caiman, beautiful little boy, is just gonna be right here. And they're almost done with his little setup. These guys will be back in their little enclosures
I didn't know Big Ounce is such a good craftsman.
here in no time. This will be Sean's anaconda spot. If you guys want to follow Sean along in his journey of building this, you can go ahead and
Subscribe to YOX2 Reptiles on YouTube or visit their store in Waco.
look at these precious little babies. Gee, Sean, I sure wish I could afford this axolotl someday. Look at this goofy creature. Don't bite me. Goofy. Oh, he just whipped me with his tail. Sweet wampum, look at those foam. I couldn't find this goat and I got worried, but he was just sitting in here the whole time. This is my favorite
He's so tiny.
one, you guys. Please pray that nothing bad ever happens to this one in particular.
Praise.
He is by far my favorite creature on the farm right now.
Look how perfect this man is.
Okay, there you go. Oh, they're both getting a lot better at nursing, but they still fight over the same teat for some reason.
Markiplier's teat sure looks scrumptious.
How's about old Uncle Ben gets a little turn? Also, guys, these are what's called milk goats. So we actually could milk these guys and use the milk for our cereal. Or for bottle feeding any other animal, basically. Because every animal loves goat milk. We could also even adopt a little baby Patrick again.
I had goat milk when I was a baby because I wouldn't breastfeed, so I had goat milk. I'm basically a goat.
And stick Patrick on here because there's actually plenty of milk for these 2 adorable little creatures. But the best thing is that she lets me pet both of them. And this one's umbilical cord still hasn't fallen off, you guys. Take a look at this. But I just had someone come out and give me a quote to sod in all of this. So we're gonna get some nice Bermuda grass sod for this whole area, We finally have plans to fill this in and make it a nice little modest filtered pond, just so we can have clean drinking water year round. Once we get Bermuda grass sod in here, it'll never die no matter
Wait, how times change? Are you saying I'm not a goat anymore? I'm hurt.
how much traffic gets on it. And we're also gonna fill in the whole Cappy area with sod. So by the end of next week, this whole area will just be nice and grassy again. And more than prepared for next year's drought. This man just loves jumping on my back. Oh, look at those folds. Oh, you get back here right now, little boy. Look how much water is leaking out of
No problems breastfeeding now. Okay, yeah, no, that's true.
this dang hose, you guys. And the pond is now so clear you can see all the fish from the top. There's tons of little baby cichlids here in the shallow area. We're also going to be getting some more lilies soon so that these fish can hide under there during the day. Never mind the sirens, but I told you we are in the city. The perimeter of this eagle enclosure is finally fenced in, and the guys just need to come out and finish the seal. But this is officially good enough now to where I can take some photos and submit our application for our migratory bird rehabilitation permits. And with this being done, we are officially done with every large building project on the Urban Rescue brand.
Let's go.
Now we just need to finish the barn. And in this little area, we can raise a bottle baby buffalo.
It's coming together. It's so beautiful there.
Or a zebra or a giraffe or Or a baby elephant. They're only $100,000. Instead of a Ferrari, Whistling Diesel could buy 5 of those. I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching this video. Big Ounce loves you and appreciates you. Look at this little fellow. And Bibberton's on grass eating duty for this enclosure today. I'm gonna have him in here eating all these dang plants. He loves it in here. Everything in here he can eat. Look at this perfect creature. The size of his girth in proportion. His beautiful eye. That perfect nose. And those whiskers. This is the most perfect creature alive. 小心好整我现在我有冰淇淋我很喜欢冰淇淋 The baby gone skibbity toilet W Ohio Riz at 3 a.m. with his gyat. Garbanzo Beans is looking for a mate. Did someone in the comments please explain why he's doing this? Is he looking for a mate or is he just trying to get some food from me? Look at this perfect little fella. Oh, there he goes. This guy can finally climb up on a hay bale. But that's it for now, though, you guys. I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching my videos. And
more baby goats. Where's the baby goat channel? What the fuck?
I'll see you guys in the next video. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you.
One thing being in Valencia that I had to do, according to everybody that I know that has
It's cat time.
been to Valencia that loves cats or who likes weird things is to see the House of Cats. Now, I've been wandering around. You have no idea. This neighborhood, which is Barrio El Carmen, and it is a great, cool neighborhood, but it is just totally twisty and turny. I'm telling you, man. Without
So pretty. It looks like a fucking... what? This isn't real. That's not a real place. This is AI generated, a beautiful place.
Without some GPS on me, I would get so lost here. But anyway, so trying to find the House of Cats or the cat house is not the easiest thing in the world. All I know is I'm looking for something that is small, in a wall. Oh, that sounded like Dr. Seuss, Sam. I am. Anyway, I'm looking for it. Now, there's also supposed to be a empty lot here as well. Well, that would be this. This is about as empty a lot as I'm going to get around here. There it is. Found it. This is the House of Cat. A little more beat up than I saw it in the pictures. A little more graffiti than one would think, but there it is. This is the... You got to see it from back here. It's so cute. Now, here's the thing about it. I have seen videos... Oh my God, look how cute this is. I have seen videos of cats entering and exiting here.
Adorable.
I will have to get this translated. In memory of the street cats that lived at the Barrio del Carmen, so that's the neighborhood, and I can't figure out what that date is. All right, I'll have to get that. Anyway, look at that. Gotta get some light in here. But you got a little fountain in each one of these windows.
Oh, I wish the fountain was working. Oh, it's so cute.
People live in the house. And then we have what's in here. What do we got going on in here? We got cans of food. Hello, I'm knocking. Well, I don't think anyone's home. You know that there's cats that have been coming in and out of here for quite a while because I've seen pictures of them. And as you can see, people stop by all the time. Other intrepid feliniacs. I'll wait around, I don't think, in the middle of the day with like busy cafes nearby. This is looks like a school of contemporary art right here. So it's a little tough to think that a cat's going to come around, but I'll see what happens. So there's a few different legends here. One is that the woman who lived here, when she left the house that used to be back there, had this little house built for the cats who, look, in warm weather like this, the community cats are always looking for places to go, so she gave them a place to go. And that's one legend. The other legend is just a local artist around here put this together. But it's really crazy because there is a wall behind us. Obviously, there was a house here. There is no longer. Now, legend has it that after Valencia's conquest in 1094, El Cid the Conqueror ordered the eradication of all of the cats in the city. Now, only 4 cats survived. Now, remember, this is legend, and they...
Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's how you got the plague. That's how you got the plague. You know what? You deserved it.
sought shelter at this location. Walking away from this house of cats, I turned off the GPS and just wandered this amazing maze of a neighborhood. And as I found, there are plenty of artistic treasures waiting to be discovered in Barrio del Carmen, in the heart of Valencia, Spain.
I was thinking about moving this ladder behind me, but I sat down and now it kind of reminds me of The Last of Us. So I have to leave it there now. Hi. In 2023, there's no shortage of online storefronts that you can go to for really, really cheap goods. Whether it's Wish or Temu or Shein or Bing Bong or Glip Glop, dozens of others, they're all selling goods for a lot cheaper than they should be. And the TikTok shop is no exception. The TikTok shop has only been accessible to the general public for around a month and a half, and it's already full of scams, bots, sketchy accounts that not only make the TikTok shop exploitative, but also drown out actual artists and creators and people who are trying to sell their products on the TikTok shop the way it was intended. But before we get into TikTok isn't even the only social media to integrate a heavy shopping element. I mean, Amazon has live streams, so it's like they're working the other way around, going from being a store to a social media. It's only natural that every other social media should try to be a store. I think the tech industry is in crisis. Guys, everyone can't be...
Oh yeah, did you guys see the stories feature on Twitch? Is anyone actually watching that? Who comes to Twitch for short form content? Like, I don't know. I just don't know. And I don't like the way that it like flips through. I hate it personally.
Amazon. You can't just all do the same thing. Facebook Marketplace has been around for a while, and I actually really like Facebook Marketplace. It's actually really useful, and it's obviously super popular. I think it's an example of the right way to do a social media store mix website, but I don't think anyone is using these features at the same time. I doubt that very many people have actually Facebook friended someone that they met through Facebook Marketplace because they're selling their weird crap. Facebook Marketplace is mainly operated by individual people who are using their names. You're usually meeting them in person, which usually is fine. Facebook Marketplace is just full of people who want to sell their weird junk. And you know what they say? One man's junk goes in another man's trunk, and that becomes his treasure. Even this TikTok that I thought was just a nice informative TikTok about snot ended up being an ad for this guy's supplements to make your snot better. Yeah, it might help me, but you know what? I didn't want that right now. Hang on, let me get the 5-pack for $150. If Facebook Marketplace is the more modern, streamlined version of Craigslist, then TikTok is the more coercive version of Wish. I mean, imagine...
Fucking supplements are so unregulated. Like, that could be literally anything.
If Wish was one of the most downloaded apps in the world, if there were kids that were addicted to scrolling on Wish all day. I'm not trying to say in this video that the TikTok shop existing is inherently bad. I think it's a little problematic. There's a part of me that's just frustrated that the media that we consume for entertainment is ultimately being used against us. It's being turned into an ad for other products. In a weird way, the expansion of social media websites into online retail reminds me a lot of how the MCU works, or like Star Wars. The entire reason that certain characters exist or certain scenes ever happen is specifically for merchandising. George Lucas has been doing this his whole career. It always goes back to him. The attention and investment that people have when they see the newest Star Wars character, Crisp Fillmore, that attention is being monetized and turned into a specific product, usually a toy or a video game or a spin-off series. Crisp Fillmore, a Star Wars story. The difference is that Star Wars has natural demand. It exists outside itself. where TikTok has to create the demand that it is seeking to satisfy. I don't know if that's how I wanted to say that. And the TikTok algorithm just happens to be really good at creating demand. There have been a lot of instances of beauty products or certain kinds of clothes going viral on TikTok and suddenly becoming more expensive or hard to find. So apparently there was like a mini controversy a little while ago with this brand of
It's this entire like own market. Like it really is like a whole segment of the economy unto itself. And no one is regulating it.
bum cream that supposedly makes your skin super tight. That's not what it's supposed to look like. That's just not the right thing. It was something else. They just put a sticker on it that said that and sold it on the TikTok shop. No, that's sour cream. They put sour cream in there. You've been sour creamed. Yeah, this is like a real problem. So many people wanted this bum cream that a lot of people were getting scammed on the TikTok shop. They were selling 102 in under 24 hours. Thrifting has become more expensive because of TikTok. Goodwill gets those clothes for free. Why do they get to charge money for them? And why can they just raise the prices if they want to? TikTok literally tries to trick you to get you to watch ads. The sponsored notice is all the way in the corner of the video, and it's transparent. It's the only thing on the screen that's transparent. I wonder why that is. So for all you know, you're scrolling on your For You page, there's an ad. And TikTok incentivizes people buying products from the TikTok shop and then linking them on TikTok just because they bought it, and they can earn commissions for the people that buy that item through their affiliate link. Obviously, this has led to tons of bootlegs. $52 and it's not even a real Stanley mug. Yeah, you come at
Dude, why would you buy a Stanley mug on TikTok? Why would you? You can just go to their website. Hi, Lasu. How are you?
Stanley, you better not miss. The seller's name for the Stanley mug is the Wally store. Hey, he sells the bum cream. Wally, migraine relief cap ice head wrap. I should give myself a headache and then try to use this to fix it. Food storage bins, of course. Oh, an olive tree. The business name is Wally.xyz Inc. I don't trust that at all. I wonder if there's going to be any way to measure the percentage of ads that will come up 2-3 years from now on TikTok versus how frequent they are now. And TikTok does this because it's trying to monetize every second that you're on their app. Every modicum of our attention has to be monetized and wrung out for every cent that it's worth. Not to mention that TikTok already makes money regardless of whether or not you use the TikTok shop because they sell everyone's data. You could never spend a penny on TikTok and they still sell your data and make money off of you. But that's not enough. They need to be showing you ads for the TikTok shop. Okay, so the kinds of things that people sell on TikTok shop is basically like, you got clothes. 5 things you should know about my wife. 1, she is my...
Stop. Who wears this? Is this a real thing? Is this a real person that wears this?
my queen. 2, she is a bit crazy and scares me sometimes. 3, she can't control her mouth. 4, she has anger issues. And 5, mess with her and they'll never find your body. That's $13. And almost 100 people have bought them. Put on the full...
My wife is a serial killer. Like, what?
Full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's scheme. I love my wife, but sometimes I want to square up. I love my wife, but I really want to hit her. And I'll pay $7 just to let everyone know that. This person said very cute. I disagree. Lame junk.
So you think our unsinkable boat is oil and blue water? It's not, but I'll show you anyways.
The text-to-speech voice in this one sounds so condescending. He sounds mean. So you think our unsinkable boat is sinkable, huh?
If you look closely at our unsinkable boat, it's impossible to sink, no matter how hard you shake it.
If you look closely at our unsinkable boat, you'll notice that it is unsinkable. It cannot sink. $20 for that? I only need to sell one of these stupid rainbow glasses.
What? It's just for children, right? Like, so many ads are just targeted at children, and we're not doing anything about that.
Glass thingies a year to become a millionaire. It's only $800K. It's not even, though. It's $25. and it's sold by Perfusio. So I found these Optimus Prime earbuds on the TikTok shop. They're $25 for these wireless earbuds that they say Optimus Prime on them. That's how you know they're
Wicked.
his. The charging case is alright. It's just kind of blue with flames on it and then the Autobot symbol in the middle. There's nothing that really screams Optimus Prime about this to me. Oh, no, there he is on the back. When people ask you why you prefer Transformer earbuds over Apple AirPods, I like that she's saying it like Transformer is the brand of tech that it is. Yeah, instead of Android, it's Megatron. And pickles. There's a lot of pickles that you can buy on there. I do not like the way he puts his finger in the pickle like that. That.
Ew. Wait, why is the pickle red? Am I crazy?
I do not
What
like
is
the way
that?
he puts his finger in the pickle like that. That is heinous. Dude, the texture of this alone would be insane. No disrespect to the Pickle Talk community, but I'm surprised that it is the size that it is. Look at how
Pickle
many
Talk.
pickles you can buy on the TikTok shop. Yummylicious Gusher Pickle Kit. Van Holten's Dill Pickle, Chamoy Pickle with Candy, Extreme Sour Pickle, Regular Sour Pickle, Warhead Sour Dill Pickle.
Dude, I feel like you should not be able to buy food on TikTok. Did we learn nothing from the pink sauce? Nothing?
Double Chamoy Pickle Kit, Mini Tex Chamoy Pickle, Light Bright's Big Tex Pickle, TikTok exclusive Pickle Kit, Spicy Spooky Seasonal
Light bright.
Pickle Kit, Tapatio Pickle, Hot Mama. What's weird though is that there was a pickle sweatshirt that not too long ago was going viral as like this great gift for your girlfriend, even though it's a 99-cent pickle crew neck sweater you got from TikTok shop. But there are so many examples of this pickle sweatshirt. It's like the Bum Bum Cream. No one actually has ownership over this design or the sweater. Everyone just sells it. Pickle jar sweatshirt, 614 sold. Retro pickle jar crew neck, 1.4K sold. Vintage canned pickle sweatshirt, 99 cents, 19 sold. 85, 115, 1.1K, 43.1K, at $44, that's the most expensive one. Oh, so people do buy stuff when it's like more expensive. You don't have to sell things for 99
So confused. Who is shopping on TikTok? Who are you? Like, reveal yourselves.
cents on the TikTok shop. Comes in all kinds of colors that don't match the design. There's this. A lot of the products on the TikTok shop are either bootlegs of popular
Like, I would literally never.
brands or just really cheaply made. Even if they aren't super cheap, you can spend $70 on a dress and still look like it came from Shein. A lot of bad reviews on this one. It's sold by Revolve. They also sell the Bum Bum Cream. Someone paid 40 cents for that same dress, and look at you, you're the fool. Not a lot of oversight at all on the TikTok shop, just kind of random people making money selling stuff and using TikTok to market the stuff that they're selling. It's smart, it is. But without like rules and moderation, you could be buying anything from anyone, anytime. It is troubling how much of the TikTok shop is marketed to kids and teens. Like I mentioned earlier, there are kids that are probably addicted to TikTok and are on it a lot more than me, and they probably see a lot of ads. I don't know what that's gonna do to them. But knowing how many kids have access to an app that suddenly has shopping features, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of a disaster waiting to happen. And like, not everyone is gonna know about this. Not every parent who has TikTok on their kid's iPad is gonna know that all of a sudden they can use your Apple Pay. Anyway, if I was a kid and TikTok was around, I would think it's like the Scholastic Book Fair, but all the time and in the palm of my hand. Yeah, you know.
I mean, they could use the Apple Pay, but like, if your kid knows how to purchase things on your iPad, that's already a problem. You know, like this is like a media literacy issue. Yeah. Before you let your kid on TikTok, you have to tell them, don't buy shit.
You know, there's a lot of kids products and kids stuff on TikTok shop, and that's not good. My hands down biggest problem with TikTok is the fast fashion aspect.
Most kids do nowadays due to gaming, right? Yeah, like you have to like put controls on them beyond like, I don't know, like just expecting them to do the right thing. Plugged in on your kid's laptop. That's on you, right?
There are clothes that are sold on TikTok for impossibly low prices, and they can't have been produced humanely. They can't have. Shirts don't cost $4.90 in the real world. That's insane. When you find a fire $5 TikTok shop deal that has the exact same vibes as this song, Bark Like You Want It by Sir Mix-a-Lot, not in the mood. It's just a shirt that says not in the mood. It really doesn't have anything to do with that song, though. Oh my god, they've sold over 10,000. It is a $5 shirt, which is insane. That shouldn't be allowed. I lick the salt, swallow the tequila, and suck the lime. Anytime you see a picture of one of these sweatshirts next to like a jeans and a pair of shoes and sunglasses, like someone just got fucking raptured and they're dog shit.
Wait, so you know how to take a tequila shot? Is this supposed to be innuendo? Because it's not that good.
TikTok shop automatically generated text on black sweater crew neck got left behind. The way clothes are priced on TikTok is actually affecting the people who make their clothes and sell them themselves, instead of just typing fucking 3 words with a free font onto a black t-shirt and selling it for 99 cents. Okay, as you scroll down, there's a lot more Jesus-y stuff going on here. I may not be perfect, but Jesus thinks I'm to die for. $2.69. Like, what can you even expect for that? Half hood, half holy. That means pray with me, don't play with me. $6.59 for that one. Oh, this is a different shop. This isn't even the one I was just looking at. This is Pretty Women's Clothing. Oh, wait, they also sell the Not in the Mood shirt. But they sell it for $2.01. Wait, what the fuck? Is just everything on TikTok shop, like, free use for...
How are you selling a shirt for $2, bro? Goodwill doesn't even do that. Like, what's happening?
anyone to use, so everyone sells everything. Anyone can sell the Bum Bum Cream. Anyone can sell half hood, half holy t-shirt. Those kinds of prices are making people look at actual artists and saying $20 is too much for a t-shirt.
So let me get this straight. You are telling me this design that I took time to create into a half-tone, printed out, made a screen for, and then screen printed the shirt by hand. All of this, which takes hours, is only worth $5?
My teacher can do that for $5. Of course, that's all your teacher charges you. You're in the 4th grade. $5 is on the high end, with 2,400 likes. A ton of comments saying, yes, it is too expensive. And they've sold 499, so that's good for them. Derek's Prints, if you want to check out his screen-printed t-shirts. They're pretty cool, actually. And, like, I can't look at these comments and not assume that these are children. Like,
I love a good screen print.
Children are the ones buying the 99-cent Fortnite t-shirts, right? Y'all paying $600 to $800 for a jacket when it's $4 on TikTok? I feel like TikTok had to have paid this person to make this video. Like, this was literally like the day after TikTok Shop came out. Okay, maybe it wasn't the day after, but still. Yeah, you can get bootleg Bape for $54. 1,200 sold. Yeah, also she said it was $4. That's a lie. It's $49 to $54. It has really bad reviews. The fake Bape clothes are sold by a store called Mubapay. And Mubapay sells, obviously, the fake Bape clothes, but
$4 jacket's still gonna melt in the rain, yeah.
Also essentials, like 2-in-1 kitchen cup scrubber, cleaner brush, perfect for cleaning mugs. Whether they're priced reasonably or not, the clothes that you find on TikTok Shop are never anything to write home about. Unless you're buying from actual artists and designers who are making these clothes, you're not gonna find any groundbreaking fashion there, other than bootleg Bape hoodies, which 13-year-old boys with their little iPads on TikTok Shop would buy and then throw away because it sucks. I don't think it's good that the TikTok Shop can be indirectly responsible for shopping trends. I don't trust that algorithm really at all. One Piece funny wig, fringe decor fashion beanie. It's only $9, but 14 of them.
Fringe decor fashion beanie. Sure.
Have been sold in the same month as Halloween. And a lot of the products on TikTok Shop reinforce this capitalistic notion that profit comes before anything else, even what the product even is. I wish the TikTok Shop were more like Etsy, where it would be about finding individual small businesses to support. Not that there aren't any bots or cheap t-shirts on Etsy as well, of course there are. But I find it a lot easier on Etsy to find a person who's craft that I like and am able to support directly, versus having to scroll through pages of bots on the TikTok shop. An endless spiraling void of product. Like, these shirts aren't even real. They're printed when you order them, and you can tell because they just slap the text on top of a t-shirt in Photoshop and don't even print one to put on the picture. Listen, I doubt the TikTok shop is going away anytime soon. There might be regulation at some point about how minors are able to interact with it or access it. I think there probably should be. But hey, if you need something that won't last you very long and isn't very good and comes in like 2 weeks, you could get it from the TikTok shop. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you had a good time, please press like or subscribe for more videos just like.
Yeah, I hate how every social media is just an avenue for selling shit now. There's just more and more ads everywhere you look. Everything is an ad. Everything gets subsumed by ads. Like now, at the top of the hour ad break. Wait, I think it already ran. I just kidding, but that would have been good.
Like this. What do you think of the TikTok shop? Have you bought anything from TikTok shop? Let me know in the comments. Do you regret it? Do you feel bad for what you did? Thank you again for watching, and make sure to tune in for the next one whenever it comes out. Bye.
I think a common theme on this channel is cute animals being Satan serving, humanity haunting
They're terrifying.
pretty privileged merchants. And that's what this video is about, and the further we go, the higher your chances of being turned full-time horizontal. Before I do, I'm gonna just say this. When I call something a homicidal menace, that's just me using hyperbole to season a sentence. I'm not actually trying to get y'all to go out and drop kick an otter or something. Ultimately, these animals are just trying to survive and are doing what comes naturally, so you can't really judge them by human moral standards, even though that's literally what I'm about to do. And starting off, this is not your average mouse. First of all, it's a straight up carnivore. In their defense, that's not exactly crazy. Squirrels have been known to raid nests and eat the baby birds inside. But no other rodent is more of a meat eater than the grasshopper mouse. And its grocery list can include anything from insects, worms, and spiders, to mantises, scorpions, and desert centipedes, aka the same cursed crawly that nearly unsubscribed Coyote Peterson from existence. Grasshopper mice will even murk and eat snakes. Basically, you remember that episode where Jerry took PEDs and nearly put Tom in a tombstone? That's the grasshopper mouse times 1,000. This mighty mouse even developed a resistance to the crippling venom of ops like the Arizona bark scorpion. Not only can they tank hits that would flatline animals 100 times their size, this rogue rodent shuts down the pathways the toxin takes to cause pain, meaning this mouse essentially evolved to be impervious to the pain caused by venom. It can feel pain, it's just not gonna come from a scorpion. That's not even the only thing about them. These mice stalk and hunt their prey exactly like cats. This homicidal hamster will even howl after catching a body to mark their territory. Take a listen.
Is that a real sound? Chat, is this real?
So imagine being a scorpion, right? Millions of years of evolution. Your ancestors were apex predators and you have biological warfare on your side.
I feel like that sound is like canonically what the re-emote is.
To mark their territory. Take a listen. So imagine being a scorpion, right? Millions of years of evolution. Your ancestors were apex predators and you have biological warfare on your side. All that for a pint-sized weremouse to be your downfall. Not even other mice are safe. Grasshopper mice regularly eat other rodents and cannibalism is not off the table. In fact, there was a story of a scientist keeping a grasshopper mouse and making the mistake of leaving it alone with a lab rat 5 times its size. In the few minutes he walked away and returned, there was one less mouse and the #1 suspect feeding on the carcass. Proof that even the most innocent looking platter can serve death. Especially since the predator with the highest body count is not what you'd expect. No other mammal catches more bodies than the Etruscan shrew. They're one of the smallest mammals alive and they weigh less than 2 Skittles. The shrew is so small that the only way they can survive is by killing more prey than any other
so tiny
animal. Basically, if this candy-sized carnivore doesn't eat twice its weight in food every day to fuel its metabolism, they'll essentially freeze to a flatline. So the Etruscan shrew has to end a life every 2 hours or so, and they hunt by biting their prey through their head to disable it and then tearing it apart before another starving shrew can get to it. Just for reference, if I had to eat twice my weight in food every day, I'd be scarfing about 680 Big Macs every 24 hours. And even then, at least I don't have to hunt the burger. By the time I get to the drive-thru, the job's already done. But the shrew does have a weapon, and it's being one of the very few mammals on Earth to weaponize venom. According to studies, some shrews are toxic enough to delete 200 mice, and while they're too small to turn a human to a hashtag, it's still capable of causing pain and allergic reactions. Not only that, but some shrews are able to catch a calorie come up underwater, since some
Wait, shrews have venom? I did not know that. That's crazy.
are able to smell out prey even while being completely submerged. Yeah, they're a whole mint-sized menace, but too small to be a legit threat to us. That's not going to be true for some of the animals coming. And up next, this bird probably looks no different from something you'd expect in a garden, except it's only found in the islands of the Galapagos, and to survive, they've come up with some nasty tricks. They've been nicknamed Darwin finches since they actually helped prove Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Long story short, different finches ate different foods and so developed different size and shaped beaks. One finch evolved to finesse an easy meal by pecking at the skin of bigger birds and drinking the blood that spills out.
Yo, what the fuck? What?
Are birds even f***ing real? And scientists believe up to 10% of this flying leech's diet is seabird blood, and their favorite victim is a bird called the booby. Don't laugh, it's not funny. It's not funny. Popular opinion says
Why are there vampire birds? I did not know this.
that it started with the finches picking parasites off the birds, but after realizing they could live off the marinara that would often leak out, the vampire finches started turning the birds into booby blood banks. They literally became everything they sought to destroy, and they're skilled enough to know how much damage to do to get a ragu reward without doing too much and losing a future victim. Yeah, these birds drink nothing but blood, which they kinda have to since freshwater in the Galapagos is in less supply than lawyers in heaven. But not only do they grief bosom birds, but finches will often roll eggs out of nests and crash them in the rocks just for some easy protein. They're not even the only birds on that kind of timing. The New Zealand keel will use that Swiss Army knife of a nose to cut into sheep and eat the fat right off their backs. And sometimes they freak the sheep out so much they yeet themselves off a cliff
Yo, what the fuck? Little demon
trying to
birds.
get away. But at least the Kia and the vampire finch are only harmful to your mental. From here on out, that is the last time that statement will be true. Because this live-action plush toy is also on the short list of venomous mammals. The slow loris is a Southeast Asian primate armed with toxins that can do very real damage to a human. They have a gland on their arm that produces a chemical that becomes highly toxic when mixed with saliva. So when this imitation lemur sees you and puts its hands up, it's not a sign of surrender, it's a promise to ascend you. We talking straight soul eviction. In 2012, a biologist was bitten by a slow loris, and this was him after 1 hour, and this was Buddy after an hour and a half. Since the toxins contain chemicals similar to cat allergens, this venom monkey can trigger anaphylactic shock in people, making it the first animal here that can perform landscape work on your family tree. We used to think this malicious muppet used venom against predators, but it turns out it's for friendly fire. They usually use it in fades with other lorises, and the flesh-melting toxins can cause necrosis, meaning the loser loris can lose an eye, a toe, their scalp, and even part of their face. It's so bad that one of the most common causes of loris life retirements is getting bit by a rival. An 8-year study done on about 80 slow lorises found that over 20% of them were seriously maimed in conflicts, with some missing eyes, ears, fingers, toes, and more. It's nasty work, and it puts the slow loris on the very short list of animals that use venom against their own kind. And it's no coincidence that one of the others is next. 2 things about platypuses the public should know. One is at about 6 pounds and less than 2 feet long, they're way smaller than you think. And 2 is that they're violently venomous. Males have an ankle spur that they use in fights, and like the loris, the consequences of losing are incredibly painful. In 1991, Australian veteran Keith Payne was struck by a platypus, and in his own words, the immediate pain was far worse than getting struck by shrapnel. And it only got worse. The excruciating pain didn't go away after a month, even after he was shot up with morphine. And just
Jesus. Wait, what?
how much pain are we talking? Well, according to him, just the weight of a warm towel on the sting caused incapacitating agony. Even 15 years after, he claimed to still be in discomfort, and this guy wasn't sweet or nothing. He actually earned the highest honor of the British Armed Forces for his performance.
Holy shit, that's a lot of medals. Hey, yo, I didn't realize that was possible. Why are there so many? I know him.
In the Vietnam War.
Good things, I'm sure.
Same guy apparently got folded by a beaver otter cosplaying as a duck. And it's because platypus venom manipulates nerve cells to trigger pain in a way that can have you down horrendous for weeks, and not even enough morphine to roofie a rhino can bail you out. That's how you know Perry had love for the doof. He could have had a pharmacist every flavor of up if he wanted to. That's why if you see 2 male platypi fighting, you'll often see the loser spend days rolling around and scratching. That's a platypus in crippling agony, and you can expect the same symptoms if you F around and find out with the next animal. Even though it's barely an inch long, most people know why playing with a Portuguese man-of-war is bad for your health. You heard me say most. The man.
What is that? What is that?
The war is notorious for excruciatingly painful stings that they inflict on thousands a year. Not only can it cause nasty welts like this, in worst case scenarios, it can trigger severe allergic reactions that can block your airways and suffocate you. Most people
It's a jellyfish? Holy
know
shit.
not to touch them, but a lot of those same people would do this. This is Glaucus atlanticus, and more specifically, it's a tiny sea slug nudibranch. And what these boneless snails do is steal poison from other animals like anemones by eating them and storing the toxin in those weird fingertips growing out of their back.
But they're so pretty. Wait, I would kind of want to pet it.
It's cultural appropriation, but with poison, and the Glaucus does it to the man-of-war. Which is why even though a 2-inch Glaucus is an overachiever, holding one and getting stung can lead to nausea, vomiting, allergic reactions, and you guessed it, pain. In fact, many think because the poison they steal is so concentrated,
It looks like a Pokemon.
their sting is actually more powerful than the jellyfish understudy they take it from. Moral of the story, this is what it looks like to put a dent in your family's bloodline. Pro tip, if an animal's that small and goes out of its way to be seen, touching it's a great way to see your ancestors. I couldn't find a case of someone being seriously hurt by this tiny assault slug, so it's another example of an animal being too small to truly punish ignorance as often as they could. Completely different from the animal up next, because real talk, if you haven't seen them in person, you would not believe how big they actually get. We all know Steve Irwin, may God rest his soul, and his son and shadow clone, Robert Irwin. Just like his father, Robert got the same animal lover's gene, but there is one animal he's terrified of, and you probably never guess it. According to him, the animal that scares him the most and has the most smoke for him, it's crazy, right? That's a wombat, and yeah, they really do get that big. And in the words of the spawn of khaki animal Jesus, crocodiles are apparently easier to work with than wombats, since wombats are bloodthirsty psychopaths. And while he probably was exaggerating a little, wombats still ain't the ones to play with. At 25 miles per hour, wombats are fast enough to catch a ticket in a school zone and more than fast enough to catch you off guard. They have a tough, cartilage-reinforced butt that they use to crush the skulls of their enemies against
The cartilage butt. Get the cartilage juicy.
their burrows. Yeah, getting your life subscription terminated through twerking is a possibility if you're an op to a wombat. But more importantly, they have jaws more than capable of tearing chunks out of your ankles and calves, which is what these furry bowling balls usually go for. Victim Carrie Evans was hospitalized with over 20 bites and lacerations after she was mauled by the evil bulking twin of the quokka. And in 2020, a family nearly got squad wiped by a wombat after the one they were raising for a TV show turned on them, mauling his owner and handing out work to any kin that tried stepping in without prejudice. Buddy almost folded 4 generations of people, and it took a whole axe to get him to act right. And that's not even mentioning the damage an angry fur meatball can do to your car. Moral of the story, if anyone in this man's bloodline don't rock with him, neither do I. The problem is, 99% of the population rocks with pandas and forgets it's still a bear that was made after the printer ran
They're so cute.
out of color. It's still a bear, and you can have a panda bear, a yogi bear, or nose candy bear. If it ends in a B-E-A-R, you'll be last seen in an E-R, if you even get that far. So fun fact, gorillas have a stronger bite force than grizzly bears and can crack a coconut, and that's because they spend so much of their time crushing vegetation. As bamboo merchants that commit 16 hours a day to binging it, giant pandas might have the most underrated bite in the entire animal kingdom. A study was done comparing the bite force of carnivores relative to their body size using a value known as the bite force quotient. African lions were given a bite force quotient of 124. The jaguar, believed to be pound for pound the strongest cat, earned a 137. And while being smaller than both, African painted dogs flexed a bone-crushing 142. And where did giant pandas fall? With a BFQ of 151, giant pandas scored a bronze medal on the bite force scale, only behind the least weasel and an assault and battery happy Looney Tune. That's strong enough to rip flesh, tear tendons, and shatter bone. The thing is, pandas have all the tools of a predator, but with gerbil software. But even though this giant cow rabbit doesn't know how to kill, they can be persuaded into trying, and it's usually in zoos. In 2006, a wasted tourist had a chunk of his calf ripped
So terrifying and so cute at the same time. Holy fuck, what the fuck?
off by a pissed off panda after he tried to pet it. In 2009, a tourist fell into an enclosure and also paid a calf tax. Later the same year, another tourist managed to fall into an enclosure and the barcode bear nearly turned him into a serial number on a police report, ripping off parts of his foot and elbow. And in 2015, Guan Huanxi sued the government and won for over $80,000. The reason was because officials had chased a giant panda onto his land and a generationally heated bear crushed Guan's leg like a celery stick. And my personal favorite story. A man tried wrestling a biracial black Air Force to impress a woman and appropriately got partially handled. He wasn't hurt, but the bear bodied him and even shredded his pants in the process, which was the closest he'd get to foreplay that entire day. It's no secret there's no end to the copious amounts of bull effery in the ocean, but there's still some
A panda bear is still a bear, so it will fuck you up. That makes sense. That makes sense.
animals people let slide, especially if they've been in a movie. One of these fish can do you dirty, and this time the clown's not it. The regal blue tang is actually venomous, with caudal spines sharp enough to slice open skin, and when threatened, they'll whip their bodies from side to side. It's like a junkie waving a broken bottle at you, and the deep lacerations it can cause are almost guaranteed to get infected. And thanks to a certain Pixar movie, there's at least one kid out there that got a bacterial infection just because Ellen DeGeneres played a fish well. Not only that, but the blue tang is toxic to humans and can cause ciguatera poisoning to the people that eat it. An even worse mistake when people try it with the next animal, because the cute derp guppy is one of the most poisonous things alive. The tetrodotoxin in one pufferfish can burn
What? Why is this so cute?
30 people. It's about 1,200 times more toxic than cyanide, and there's no actual antidote. All that and Mrs. Puff's ex is still considered a delicacy. The fugu blowfish is a prized dish in Japan, but it's also Russian roulette, because if the chef misses by even 1/10 of an inch, it's the customer that gets cooked. Here's what would happen if you got poisoned. In about 10 minutes, your mouth would go numb and you would start to feel dizzy and unreasonably tired. You'd get an overwhelming headache to go with nausea, and it'd slowly get harder and harder to breathe. Eventually, you'd get so exhausted you'd fall asleep and likely never wake up. And until then, you would have been conscious for everything. It's just that you'd be paralyzed and unable to talk or move. The only thing people could do to save you is pump your stomach, put you on life support, and God on speed dial. It's said that up to 100 people get flatlined by fugu a year, and most of that are people that try it at home, which means by the time they realize they messed up, they can't run, call, or even scream for help. All they can do is struggle to get air and watch everything turn black like the
It's so terrifying. The idea of being paralyzed and needing help, like, the worst.
and The Sopranos. But not even fish fentanyl has a higher body count than the last animal. A lot of people think snails are cute, yet snails are partially responsible for crossing 200,000 names off the census a year. Schistomiasis is a parasitic disease caused by worms, with millions affected right now, and those worms are released by snails. The sickness is most common in tropical third world countries with limited access to clean fresh water. With about 700 million people living in at-risk areas, it's one of the most devastating parasitic diseases of all time, only second to malaria. And even if snails aren't the primary suspects, with them taxiing the bug, at the very least they're accomplices. Now you see why folks almost put Gary on a shirt. Mad snail disease wasn't a joke. But that's gonna do it for this video. Be sure to follow my TikTok and Instagram for more consistent content as you wait for the next video. Check out my book, 100 Animals
Not the snail's fault, okay? Don't treat them like lepers.
that can effing end you. You might just see some of the guys from today on there. If you'd like to further support this channel, becoming a patron on Patreon earns you access to exclusive content, videos before I post them, and you can even help vote on what I cover in future videos. Other than that, make sure you drink water, hug your parents. Yes, parents, we're inclusive now. And I'll see y'all in the next one. As long as y'all don't do something like this. Please don't. Alright, peace out.
Do not.
If you're paying your buddies to remove people's fingernails and teeth, there's no illusion of peril. Do not do this. Hello, ghosts and ghouls. Welcome back to my churchyard. I thought I'd do a cute little Halloween special, and I have got to take the fangs out now. I wore them, but if I am lisping for the rest of this video, I'm going to be getting comments about this in 4 years' time. I will never know peace. I love Halloween. Actually, I think the whole last quarter of the year, like, fucking whips. I hate that there's this whole dichotomy where you're either, like, a Halloween person or, like, a Christmas person. Like, what if I love candy canes and pumpkins? What if I love Santa and Satan? I'm even pretty happy to see Thanksgiving every year. It really helps to keep the energy up post-Halloween and the run-up to Christmas. Like, if the last quarter of the year is a weekend in Vegas, Thanksgiving...
Holidays are just about getting through the winter, you know? So, yeah. Sure.
Is the Bloody Mary you have on the second morning that cures your hangover. Because you're drunk again. Because Bloody Marys are just vodka gazpacho. What I'm saying is, I'm not really there for the Thanksgiving, but I'm grateful that some Thanksgiving is available when I need it. I'm literally a minute into the episode and I'm already on a tangent. I love Halloween. I love costume parties and autumn scented candles. I love corn mazes. I love scary movies. And above all, I love the classic American tradition of the haunted house. Not like an actual haunted house haunted by actual ghosts, like the Halloween attraction that you can find in virtually every county in America during the Halloween season. I'm a huge fan of haunts. My earliest memory of one was attending the Wink Haunted Walk in my hometown, which was held in one of our nature centers.
Okay. Oh, I want to finish this, but I want to give Hoots the attention that she deserves. So I think that'll be it for me for this evening, morning, day, whatever it is. I'm tired as fuck. I'll be back as soon as I can. Staying up all night did not help my need to get back on a schedule. Does anybody have a suggestion for a raid? Because I don't really know anyone online right now. I could send you to a cat stream. Can't stop the kitten. Can't stop that. Do that shop potentially? I don't know. He kind of scares me a little bit. He's a little scary. I don't know. See? Or we could do I don't know. An electrical airwaves. I don't know. What are you guys feeling? Anything? Anything? Cats? Hello? Yes? Yes? Raid myself? True. Just a positive feedback loop. Raid myself into raiding myself into raiding myself. Sure. Let's see Lucid. Starting soon? Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Alright. Take care of yourself. Drink some water and I love you. Everything is gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Hugs. At least. I'll see you soon.